The Horrible Gamers podcast may contain content not suitable for all ages. Listener discretion is advised.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Horrible Gamers podcast, show number 426. We record on June the 19th, 2023. I'm one of your hosts, Jesus Gonzalez. Someone who just walks out today. I'm joined by my friend from the West Coast, the best coast, Gunny Renly Merrill is back. Welcome back, Renly. Welcome.
Hey, back from the Big Apple, New York City.
New York. And from the East Coast, Beast Coast, the Mayo is here. Welcome, Mayo.
Hey, what's up, Jesus? How's it going?
Also known as Steve. That's his legal name.
We call him Steve.
Nobody calls him Steve. I don't call him Steve.
Yeah, nobody does. My daughter does. Most people.
Is your name Steve or Steven?
It's actually Steven if you want to go by full, but I
I'll
never
start
go
calling
by
you Steven.
Steven. Steven. Anyways, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the podcast. We're here once again. You can follow us on Twitter at _horrible gamers. That's at _horrible gamers. Also follow us on Spotify. Listen to us on there. Also on Apple Podcasts and any other podcast platform. You can find us, review us, rate us. We really need those ratings. Go on Apple. Takes 5 seconds of your day. And leave a review for us or rate us, whatever. Also, Horrible Gamers Podcast Community is a group on Facebook you can join. It's a closed group, so anything you post in there stays in there. And a big shout out to the Patreon machines who support the show by giving the show their money over on patreon.com/horrible gamers, like our big friend, Leahy, Big Jason Sams, Big Robert Noble, Big Sean Patrick,
Big Sean,
Big Chad, Big Henley M. That's you, Henley. You don't count.
Okay.
Big pork chop poo, Big pork chop poo, big one, the biggest you ever seen. So big. Big Nye prawn,
Yeah.
the biggest prawn of the Nye, the biggest prawn of all the Nye prawns.
He's a little prawn.
The best HGP host ever, which doesn't count either, Mayo. Okay, I don't count either. Big
No.
Mayo. Big Evan wears big Vans on the big best coast. Shout out to him. And Bill, the biggest, Gardner the second, the first, the biggest. Yeah. Shout out to all of you guys for supporting the show with the money machines, because I need the money machines, because I'm like broke now. Okay, I did a purchase today.
Why would you be broke now, Jesus?
Did you buy a PlayStation 5? What happened?
I did a big purchase today. Anyways, let's talk about what we've been doing. So it's been past 2 weeks. We've been on the show. Last week we couldn't get back on because Gunny was gone. He fucking went to New York. All right, Gunny, you just go to fucking trips. Don't even announce it to me. And you're just like, oh, I'm on a fucking plane to New York. I'm like, what the fuck?
I know.
What the fuck?
I swear, I thought I told you.
I'm all ready to record, and you're like, oh, I'm going to get on a plane to New York in like 20 minutes.
I thought I told you. I know I spoke to Mayo about it, but I guess we didn't talk about that.
No, we did not, Gunny. I wasn't expecting Gunny to tell me he's going to get on a plane in 30 minutes.
Yeah, it was like, I don't know when we planned it, like a month and a half ago or something like that. But that was a great trip. I've never been to Manhattan.
Was it cool?
It was cool. So I'll just preface this by saying that, like, the last 2 times, Jesus, you'll find this funny, of course. But the last 2 times I went, it was pre-internet. It did not exist. I don't.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'm old. Yeah, I remember it was a good trip where I took my wife in. Okay, so she was pregnant with my son. He's 17, so 2006. And we just went to the Twin Towers, Ground Zero, but there was obviously no buildings there at the time, and just walking around there, and it was just like this somber, I don't know, it was like everybody's just in this negative attitude, of course, and we didn't know where to go, and we didn't want to get on a subway, we didn't know how to figure it out, we didn't want, I don't know, but yeah, we just stayed there, and then we left back to New Jersey. But yeah, now we have these things like smartphones and navigation, and everything's planned out. And so she got the Marriott Marquis, which is literally like right there. That's Times Square. And I was like, oh, it's where everything is. Like walk downstairs and bam, you're right there. And yeah, it was, I mean, 8 million people. I'm not used to being around a lot of people. Yeah, I mean, as soon as we walked in the hotel door when we got there, yeah, something bad happened to my kid, but not terribly, but it was like, what the fuck? Welcome to New York.
Or like, did somebody touch him or something?
Yeah. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, but I would say after that, like nothing, I mean, a lot of crazy wackadoodle people there, but I mean, but there's a million other people. So other than that, it was a good trip. We took the subway from the airport all the way to the hotel. That was fucking cool. I'd never taken a subway before. And yeah, those things are loud as fuck, by the way. Just the wheels screeching and, yeah, it was cool. It was a good experience.
I was hoping to take one. I went to DC a little while back here. And I was gonna take the metro around because, our hotel was pretty close to the White House, so we ended up just gonna having to walk. We could have took the metro, but it really wouldn't have been beneficial because it only took us like 2 blocks over, and it was almost as easier to just walk there instead of waiting on the metro to get there and paying for it and then getting off and then just to save 2 blocks of walking. So we just
you don't pay for it, man. You just go in, you just get in there, okay?
Right.
You could you could just hop it or climb over it, or
you do it like a real East Coaster. You just get in there, bro. No one's gonna ask.
Right. Yeah.
But we were honest people. We actually, I don't know how it works on your Hobo Android, Mayo, but with the iPhone, as long as you got your card in there, right, Jesus, your debit card.
Yep.
Yeah. Double click on the right, beep, you're in. Like, that's Apple it. Pay. It was super easy.
Google has the same thing, right? You have Google Pay.
Yeah. You got Android Pay. You got they make so many pays now. I mean, they have Samsung Pay on my phone. I have Google Pay on my phone.
That's
they want all the pays.
On Android, they got like different ones, but like on Apple, it's just Apple Pay. And that's pretty much accepted everywhere now. Like everywhere that I've gone, anytime, anywhere, there's Apple Pay options.
I just
actually set that up the other day. I never used it. Right? I always thought, who you don't really need it to use. To like. Ooh, let me use my phone to pay for shit, right?
It's so easy.
But if you forget your wallet, I guess.
Exactly. I did that the other day. I forgot my wallet. I went to work. I get to work and I went to buy something. I'm like, oh shit, I don't have my wallet, right? I can't get anything. I'm like, it's gonna be a long night. I can't buy anything on lunch or breaks or anything like that. And one of my buddies was like, hey, why don't you just use Google Pay? I'm like, you know what? I think Google has my stuff saved from the Google store, from the Play app. I'm like, maybe. So then I opened it up, and sure enough, it did. It just needed the QVC code off the back, which I had memorized, so I was able to put that in. And right away, it worked. So I was able to actually buy like lunch and stuff while I was at work.
That's what I do. I mean, the only shitty part about that on the vending machines at my work is that like it'll pre-authorize like $5. So it's like it's holding $5 hostage for like a week or two. Sometimes I'll end up spending like $50 a week on there, and I'm like, I know I didn't spend $50 on this shit, but it's holding it hostage for that week, right?
Yeah.
And then out of nowhere, like a week later, I'll have an extra $50 in my account. I'm like, oh, this is awesome.
No, it's like a little savings plan for you to
use. But yeah, Apple Pay, man, I use that shit everywhere. Back in the day when it first came out, it wasn't really widely adopted. But now, like everywhere, I use that. Or I also found out on iPhone, Gunny, a lot of stuff you can just pay through the app. Like if you're going to McDonald's, if you're going to like a fast food place.
Yeah, we used it a lot at Starbucks.
If you're going to Starbucks, if you're going to the gas station, like I pay everything mostly nowadays exclusively either through apps on my phone or like something like that.
I just use the card tap like at a restaurant.
Yeah, that's what I
when they were like food vendors, and there were thousands of them, by the way.
Yeah.
But they were all like the same shit. They were like halal food, this kind of hot dog stand. Like a lot of that, we just use cash because that's what the YouTube people recommended. And I was like, yeah, but might as well just pay cash for all that stuff. But yeah, restaurants were tap with a card, or they come get it if it's a sit down style thing. But yeah, I would say, mostly it was just Subway was just using the phone.
For sure.
Yeah, but we tried to I guess you could say. What was it, 4.5 days? Because by the time we got there, I think we got there in the morning, but we were so jet lagged and exhausted or whatever. My old ass slept till 7, 8 o'clock at night. But that place, man, I'll tell you, Times Square is just hopping all night. Midnight, Mayo. nothing but like cars revving and screaming and horns, and man, it was just
Oh man, Gunny's over yelling out the window.
I
Shut up!
know, shut the fuck up.
Sleep over here.
And we were on the 33rd floor, and I can still like you could just hear like like man, like what is going on down there?
Nobody in New York or like the East Coast really, man. Like maybe now we're Mayo. Mayo lives in Ohio, but like on the actual East Coast, like DC and like New York, people don't even drive, dude. People don't even really own cars.
It just depends where you're at. I'm assuming. You know what I mean? Like if you're downtown in like New York and like you said, like DC, the amount of traffic and stuff is probably so hard to get around, and you can just use the metro or whatever. I can see it.
I mean, it was. You're right. I mean,
I remember
it was
going
mostly
to
taxis, delivery trucks.
Yeah, there's nobody uses a car. I remember going to DC, and when I went last time, I was doing we were doing fundraising for like Oregon foster kids, right? So I met a lot of senators and governors and like people working with like lobbyists and shit. I met all these people like in government offices, and a lot of them were surprised that the people that went with me owned cars, like teenagers and shit that went with me.
Yeah.
They were like, "You guys have a driver's license?" And we're like, "Yeah,
yeah."
And they're like,
And
like they were like, the guy was like, "I've never even taken a driving test." He's like, I don't want to own a car because I don't need to.
Well, I think how much money could probably save you. I mean, a car can be a huge money pit, really.
Yeah.
I mean,
and like I have a coworker recently that moved from New York and he started working where I work, and he's from New York City, and he doesn't have a license. He's never driven a car, so he doesn't like to drive the forklifts. But I give him shit 'cause I'm like, why not, dude? I'm like, it's so easy. He's like, no, bro. He's like, I don't drive. He's like, I've never drove in my life. I don't have to. I'm like, that's weird.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah. He's like, on the East Coast, he's like, in New York City, you don't have to drive. He's like, you could just ride the bus, take the fucking train, take the subway. like there's so much public transportation, you don't have to fucking drive anywhere.
Yeah, I'll say that like as soon as we left the hotel, that was at like right at 6 a.m. when we were coming back. As soon as we walked down the stairs, come out of the elevator, boom, the guy's like, "You need a taxi?" I'm like, "Yes, we do." "Where are you going?" "JFK. Kennedy Airport. Let's go." It was like, boom. Like, yeah, it was quick, man. Like,
yeah.
I mean, it took a while to get there from accidents and road construction, but damn, that was a busy airport at 7 o'clock in the morning. But yeah, like you're right. I think it's hard to get around there, especially Manhattan. So
yeah.
But we tried to do everything, you guys. Went to the Brooklyn Bridge and we took pictures and walked across it to a place called Dumbo, Brooklyn. Dumbo, Brooklyn is right across the bridge. I'm like, what the hell is a Dumbo? Well, that's like the area. And of course, we had to stop at this pizza joint downtown. Wonder if anybody's listens like, I know that one.
How was the New York pizza in New York?
Oh man,
was it as hyped as people say it is?
Yeah, that's all you ever hear. Chicago or New York pizza.
Yeah.
That's the only thing you gotta have.
Good. Yeah.
There was a couple places that were really good. There's a chain called Little Italy, so that was close to the hotel. My kid loved it. Yeah, matter of fact, I think I've seen them like around. I think they got one in San Jose near me. I don't live in San Jose, but there's probably one in Sacramento in my area. But yeah, he loved it, and it's one of those places, man. What they do is they'll make like 20 pizzas at once, and they display them at an angle, and then you just say, "Yeah, I'll take a slice of this one."
Like a buffet, like you go in there and pick what you want, and
kinda right. I mean, it's all behind glass. He just takes it, picks it.
He takes it, puts it in the oven. Yeah, he puts it in the oven.
Oh, okay. I've been to a couple pizza places where it's literally like a buffet. They make a bunch of them, and you just say, "Okay, I want a slice of this, or I want a slice of that," and they keep them under basically like heat lamps. Keep them, and they always make them fresh. And if you ask for one that's fresh, they'll make you a fresh one. Or if there's a kind out there that you don't like see, like say you wanted like certain toppings, they'll make it for you like as soon as they can.
You can you can get a fresh, large, extra large, whatever you want. If you just say I want fresh,
do an all you can eat pizza buffet. It's not too shabby.
I was gonna say about that. They were nice. I mean, there was a few like the second, third time we went, it was like, okay, they probably didn't put it in long enough, but they had like calzones and like things I normally would not see out here. Like you could probably order a calzone from somewhere, but yeah, really good pizza. Damn, I think that place we went to in Dumbo, Brooklyn was probably like the best pizza I've had. and it was hot. It was fucking delicious. And it was, you know what? Another thing was cool about it, Jesus, was here we go. We walk across this bridge. We come downtown, and I don't have to worry about like I can just order a beer. Give me 2 beers. You know, like I don't have to worry about it because I'm always driving a car. You know, like oh, I probably shouldn't. You know, I don't want to risk it. I'm a commercial driver. You know, or the wife's got to drive. But no, everywhere I went was, you know, yeah, I got my water already. Get me a beer. I'm good to go.
Yeah.
Nice,
man. That's
yeah,
cool.
that was great.
I'm glad you got to go to New York and check it out.
New York.
Did you go to Did you go to the fucking Statue of Liberty and all that bullshit?
100%. So I bought this thing directly from the website, the Star City Cruise or whatever it's called. That's like the only boat that's allowed to dock at Ellis Island and Liberty Island. The other boats, don't be tricked by this because they think, oh, just buy a ticket, you can go. No, you can't. It's kind of like going to Alcatraz, right? You can just circle around it, but you can't land. So a little bit of a misconception for, you know, some people that I don't want them to get scammed, you know? So you go there, they land, and I thought I bought tickets to what's called the crown of the Statue of Liberty. So it's kind of like you're almost at the feet, like you got to climb up like 200 stairs. You can take an elevator. And I went over to the guy and he's like, oh, you got the Ellis Island hard hat tour, but it does not include the crown. I was like, all right, well, fuck. So you can't really get close. You can, you know, like you can't really, yeah, it's weird, but you can take pictures. You're really close to the statue. Anyway, I was a little disappointed about that. But man, that hard hat tour, Jesus, I'll tell you, that was great because not only do you get to go inside the main buildings, but it was like 8 or 9 of us, and he took us to the old hospitals and the old buildings, and they're all like just fucking, you know, waterlogged, and the fucking doors are coming off the hinges, and paint's peeling, and just showed us like all the different places of when people came in from Europe and other countries. Like, okay, this is where the mentally ill went. This is where people with this disease went, and they try to keep them all separate. And yeah, it was really like a cool experience to, you know, back in history. It was awesome. Yeah, that was probably cool, like the pinnacle. That was great.
Probably where all of our ancestors came through.
Yeah, I'm sure mine did come through there as well.
No, mine came from Mexico.
Really? Yeah, you figure, I'm sure they came from like Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico and Dominican and fucking all of Europe. So
mine came across on a Spaniard boat to Mexican lands.
You were probably your family was already here, and then like U.S. just bought this place. We're changing the name.
Most likely that's what happened. Yeah, looking at I remember I did that DNA test, and one of the largest things that I was said Spaniard on it or whatever, like from Spain.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, I'm not surprised. Like, pretty much Spaniards came over, kind of like they did in like America, and they pretty much killed and arrested and raped and murdered and pillaged all the natives in Mexico and created Mexicans. Yeah.
Yep. I just learned that recently, by the way, Jesus. Within this last year, I've just learned that. I did not know that until a coworker.
The same thing that happened in the U.S. happened in Mexico. All the natives got killed and they got betrayed and lied to, and the Spaniards sold them blankets with smallpox.
Yep.
And all that shit. It all happened in Mexico as well. But yeah, in Mexico, there's actually people that believe it or not, there's people there that are still like really close to their native roots. So in that whole part of Mexico, they speak Spanish, obviously is the official language of Mexico, but they also speak like their own like dialect. Like
is it like I'm curious about Mayans,
language.
You know? Like did Mayans have like their own dialect or something?
Yeah, they did. And so did the Aztecs. The Aztecs and the Mayans, they all spoke their own languages. But these people, they speak like I think it's a Mayan or an Aztec, one of the two, one of their dialects. And like they still speak it to this day. So it's kind of, I had a friend of mine who knew how to speak it. And it was weird, man, because like at his home, that's what his parents and like his mother and like his family spoke that shit at home, and it was really weird, you know, because you think, oh, it sounds like Spanish. No.
Yeah.
No, it does not sound anything near like Spanish. It's like a it's like weird, man. It's like it's its own thing, dude. It's so bizarre. It sounds like gibberish almost, but not really. But it's like its own dialect, its own language.
Damn.
And to be fair, the Mexican government still oppresses these people to this day. To this day, those people are like suffering from like bad government services, government going in and taking their land,
Yeah.
and like the government of Mexico like just taking their shit and like saying like, oh, you own this farm? No, fuck you. We own this farm now.
There ain't even intimate domain down there. It's ours. It belongs to us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for people that give shit to like America, to like the US for its border policies, right? Like the US's border policies in terms of like how secure America wants their borders to be in like the southern border specifically. Like, don't be fooled. The Mexican government is the same exact way about the southern border to like South America. The Mexican government is hardcore about like keeping illegal immigrants out of Mexico, right? But a lot of these immigrants are being let through, and they're actually escorted through by the Mexican government to the north border because these people are saying like, no, I'm not interested in staying in Mexico. I want to go to the US. So the Mexican government is like, okay, we'll let you through as long as you promise to not stop in Mexico. So you keep on walking all the way north and you get to the northern border, then you get into the US illegally or whatever you're going to do. And they're okay with it. So it's kind of a fucked up situation, right? Because Mexico doesn't want their immigrants staying there. So they're just letting them through to get to the US. But it's not just Mexican immigrants, man. Like, honestly, if you look at how many immigrants come through the Mexican border, there's a lot of Asians, a lot of Europeans. They all come through Mexico because it's easier than going through Canada, Mayo.
Yeah. Makes sense.
That's true.
Canada has very strict, like, to go into Canada, they have very strict laws, right? You have to have a visa, a passport, whatever.
Hence why I can't go visit Ryan yet because I don't have a passport yet. So,
like, even if, like, in the U.S., even if you have, like, a DUI,
they won't let you in.
The Canadian Border Patrol will turn you away if you don't have a special permit. So, like, yeah, they're very strict about letting people into their country. So it's very hard to get into Canada. But they get through Mexico. It's much easier. So a lot of these immigrants are coming through Mexico. A lot of them are Chinese. A lot of them are from China,
India,
from
Nepal.
India.
Yeah,
all that shit. Like, it's crazy, but it happens, man. And like, it's nuts to me. But you know, the funny thing about Mexicans, people are, you know, this is the crazy part. A Mexican with a Mexican passport can travel to Canada. Like, they can travel to Canada easier than they could into the US.
They need a visa.
So they travel to Canada and cross the northern border into the US.
It's actually easy to get a visa. As long as you don't have a criminal record, they're fine with it, right?
Exactly. So these guys, instead of going to like the Mexican border to the US, because, you know, they know that's being patrolled by Border Patrol and shit, they fly to fucking Canada and come in that way. They come in through like Montana and Wyoming and Michigan and shit because it's easier. So they come that way. I'm like, what? And people are like, yeah, bro, like, that's the thing. Like, people just fly to Canada and then they fucking come in through the northern border. I'm like, wow. Things you didn't know, but now you know.
Yeah.
So we should build a wall on both sides, Gunny. 2 big walls, okay, Mayo? One big wall in the south, one big wall in the north. Yeah, right. That's never going to happen. There's too much paperwork and too much fighting, and all that shit will never probably happen.
Too much government.
But I'm glad you went to New York. I'm glad you liked it. I'm glad you had a blast. And yeah, man, I'm excited. That was exciting to hear your trip.
Yeah, I think it was cool. Like, just, I know, like, I'm near San Francisco and San Jose and, you know, in a very diverse culture, but it was cool to, like, just kind of see everybody, you know, from all different parts of the world and hearing different languages. I'm not a linguistic person, but you know, but that's one thing I've always like, oh, what is that? Is that it's like Gujarati or Tamil or Bengali. Like, oh yeah, that's Bengali. I'm like, okay, I thought it was Indonesian they were speaking. Nope. And the taxi driver was even telling me, he goes, 70% of like those taxi drivers you see are Bengali. I was like, okay, thought I heard it. Yeah, a lot of German,
Is that
French
what them
tourists.
is that what them Arabs speak?
No, that's Arabic.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
That's what
speak the Arabic.
some
I don't know any
American would
Arabic
say.
language.
No, but I'm glad, man. I'm glad you got to experience that. That's cool as fuck. And
Good food, good pizza,
I'd love
good
to go
beer.
to New York City one day. I want to. One day I'm gonna go.
Yeah,
I'll go
went
with
to some
Mayo.
museums, Central
Yeah, see,
Park.
you can go with me. Well, you fly to Ohio, and we'll
And then
take a road trip. We'll take the
we
Camaro over there.
drive. Yeah, we'll drive to New York.
I think it's
Yeah.
Meet me there.
only, I think like 7 hours or so.
We'll
from
drive the
here.
Camaro in Manhattan.
Yeah, we'll get down there. I don't know about Kenneth. We can be one of those guys keeping Gunny up at night. Like,
Yeah, revving your fucking Camaro.
yeah, between all the
the
buildings,
horn.
it'll be all
At
echoey and loud, and
every stoplight, we're gonna rev the engine, Mayo.
yeah,
Yeah, and then
we'll
get
just echo
robbed.
through town. Yeah,
We're gonna get robbed.
we have those stories that come up to a light, and next thing you know, the car will be on four center blocks, and it'll have the wheels on it no more.
we get fucking carjacked.
Yeah.
Hey Gunny, can you come pick us up in New York? We're stuck.
Well, yeah, we're up here in Brooklyn. Ah, shit. Okay, I'll take the subway up there. Yeah.
Shit. I have to fly back from New York to Ohio. Mayo's car's gone. Shit. Anyways, that's cool, man. It's cool as fuck. Cool. I haven't been doing much. It's my week off. Yesterday was my 32nd birthday.
Yeah,
Now-
happy
Yay.
birthday, Jesus.
Happy
Fun fact here.
birthday.
Fun
Yep.
fact, guys. When I started this podcast, or when I was part of it in the beginning, a lot of people started it, but I was one of the people that kicked it all off. Back in 2014, Jesus at the time, I was 23 years old.
Damn.
And now I am 32.
Half of my age now.
I feel blessed and lucky to have made it to this age. Hopefully I make it another 32 years. That's to be seen, right? But 32 years old, man, like this podcast started when I was 23. And if you listened from the beginning to now, you've noticed probably the changes in my life. I've been
Yeah,
through
like-
a lot.
Like buying consoles and then selling them and then buying them again and then selling them.
And then
Yeah.
going PC Master Race.
Going PC Master Race, talking shit about PC, then going PC Master Race. Now I hate Xbox. I'm all about PlayStation. Then I hate PlayStation. Then I hate Nintendo. Then I hate all of them. It's been a journey, man. And I want to say thank you to anyone who's been listening since the beginning. You really are amazing, because you've been there since the beginning. You've been a part of my life, either maybe not directly, but you've experienced my life with me almost every week, I guess. We've missed a few weeks this year, but almost every week I've been a part of this show for the last 9 years. And that is crazy to me. Like I was thinking about that the other day. I'm like, there's people that could have been 9 years old when this show started, and now they're 18 and listening to this podcast. Like that is insane, dude. And like, to me, it's amazing the people I've met and the opportunities I've had. To people, just like the people I met, the people I spoke with, the people I made friendships with, including you guys, Iams and Brink for sure. They're like two of my best friends. Like the friendships I've made in the last 9 years, it's been amazing and incredible. And I want to thank you guys for being a part of that. I want to thank you and Mayo for being a part of the show, for forcing me to come on when I don't feel like it sometimes. It means a lot, man. It really does. Like I look forward to this every week. I look forward to talking to you guys. It's like I'm hanging out with my friends, It's like I'm getting to catch up with people, that I don't see for a while. And I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah. And it's been amazing. There's been listeners in the last 9 years, of course, that started listening to us, were with us, and they're no longer with us. I want to thank them too for being at some point a part of this journey. And I want to thank all of you guys just for listening right now. Like I really do. It's amazing. Like it really is. You know, before when this show started, Juneteenth wasn't even a holiday. You know, like people weren't celebrating it. It wasn't a federally recognized holiday. You know,
Is that new
people
this year? I think
people
I
were
don't remember it from
people
last year.
people were probably celebrating
Hmm.
it. I'm not gonna say they weren't, but like no, man. Like Juneteenth became an official holiday in terms of the federal government, and in 2021.
Oh,
So
geez,
like,
I didn't realize it until today when the wife was telling me that it's a federal holiday. I was like, I didn't know.
yeah, like all the banks are closed today. School is out. School is closed. Like it's a federal holiday today, and like that's the thing, you know. And for people that live in another country that may not know what Juneteenth is, it's the day that like all the slaves that were slaves at some point were finally told like, hey, you're no longer a slave, you don't have to be a slave. Because the problem was when the emancipation proclamation whatever was signed, right, by Abraham Lincoln, it said that pretty much all the states in the South had to free their slaves, right?
Was it
Like all of them.
1864? I can't remember the year.
Yeah. 1863 was when it was signed, right? It didn't take till 1865 for all the slaves to be freed. So even though this law was signed, it didn't take to the year 1865 because that's the year that like the U.S. sent troops down to Texas. Because in Texas there was people still holding slaves. Like there were still people buying and selling slaves and having slaves on plantations in Texas. And the fucking army showed up and they're like, yo, guys, you can't be doing this shit. And by the way, all you guys are free people. Like, you don't have to stay here. You know, like you're free.
Yeah.
And that is crazy that even happened, right? Like people don't realize that it took that long. People just assume, oh, the Emancipation Proclamation was signed. Everyone's free now. Well, yeah, technically yes, but you gotta think about back then there was no internet, right?
Horse and buggy.
There was
Pony Express.
newspapers. Yeah, there was newspapers. There was people
Telegram.
on horses. You know, there was people on horses, fucking riding around horses, delivering the news. And, you know, that's the reason the South was rebelling also. You know, the South, you know, there was a civil war because of this shit. The South was like, what the fuck do you mean this shit's going on? You know, they were like, no way, bro. We don't want this. And, you know, that whole Civil War thing happened. And yeah, but I mean, so that's crazy. But yeah, 32 years old on June 18th, Father's Day yesterday. Happy Father's Day to
Happy
all the
Father's Day.
fathers
A
out there.
belated one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And happy Juneteenth to anyone who celebrates. And I guess people should celebrate. People should be celebrating this, right? You know, it's a good thing. People aren't slaves anymore in the U.S. Even though, to be honest, if you look at the world right now, slavery is still a big thing in certain countries. There's a lot of countries around the world that still practice slavery. And that is insane to me. But that is a huge thing, Gunny. I don't know if you knew this, dude, but a lot of the human trafficking people that are victims of human trafficking, you know what they end up as? Slaves.
Hmm.
They end up working for free for somebody. And
You know, I see it on the
crazy.
billboards in California. When I went out to New York, here I am on the 33rd floor of the Marriott, and a big thing on the door, when you close that door inside your hotel room, and I've seen it before, stop human trafficking. It's on every door in all 400 rooms. So it must be a huge deal that and I've experienced it here at my apartment complex too, where there was a guy doing the same thing.
Yeah,
females.
so top 10 countries that practice slavery, which this means like forced labor by the state, forced marriages, forced labor by people owned by other people, and all that shit. Number 1 is India.
Yeah. Yep.
Number 2 would be China. Number 3 would be North Korea. So it's crazy to me that North Korea is number 3 on this list. From like number 3 on the list, you think North Korea, you think those fuckers are evil. They're over there putting people in labor camps.
Yeah.
And then they're number 3 on the fucking list.
It must be their population. It's not as big as India or China.
Yeah.
Nowhere near close.
But like the other countries, to be surprised, you probably wouldn't believe this. But on the list, Russia's on this list in the top 10 at number 8. And Afghanistan is at number 10. So, yeah, think about that. So, there's still people out there being forced to do things that, without getting paid for it, without being recognized for their labor, their work, whatever it may be, human trafficking, sexual exploitation, whatever, still happens. So understand that it's still a going thing around the world. And that's insane to me. But yeah. Anyways. Besides all that, let's get into some happier notes here.
Yeah.
I'm 32 years old now. It was my birthday yesterday.
I thought you were going to retire from video games.
How did you celebrate your birthday, Jesus?
I didn't really do much yesterday, to be honest. I just kind of chilled. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
There wasn't a big party. There wasn't anything like that. I don't know, man. I'm more of a chill guy. More like just lay back and do my own thing. I didn't really have like anything big.
You buy yourself anything?
But I did buy myself something. So today, Mayo convinced me through a lot of talk to buy this thing, Gunny. This fucking thing here. This fucking thing. Yeah.
Holy shit. Oh, and it's the special edition.
Yeah, I got myself a PS5 once again.
Once again.
Once again, I got myself a PS5, but I got a really good deal on it. So, Mayo, I ended up buying the disc version PS5. But if you guys didn't know, PlayStation dropped the price of the Ragnarok bundle, the God of War one. So there's a bundle with God of War Ragnarok that was about $560. PlayStation had a price cut on it, and they dropped it down to $500, $499.99 in the US, of course. In other countries, it's probably more. But they dropped the price down to $499.99, and I have an employee discount where I bought this. So I ended up getting like another $50 off. So I actually ended up paying $450 for it, which it's a pretty good deal, right? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I saved like 100 something.
I mean,
bucks.
you basically got God of War for free,
and
then you still saved just a smidge.
Yeah.
I mean, it's at least
much.
what, $70, 60, $70.
I think I paid $550 for mine, and then with state tax and everything, it was probably close, a little bit over $600, probably.
And you don't have state tax, right? Sales tax?
No. So yeah, it was $450 even.
Nice.
I feel like that's a good price for the disc console. I mean, I was looking for a digital one; they just didn't have them, and I think the digital one, honestly, Sony doesn't make as many of those anymore. I think they want to make more money, so they add the disc drive.
Yeah, sort of reverse for Xbox, right?
Add $100 fucking cost to it. But I'm okay with it. Whatever. I guess I'll play movies on it or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't use mine.
I will never use that disc drive.
I bought one game when I bought my PlayStation, and then it went to PS Plus, so I didn't even need to install it. And that was the new Horizon Zero Dawn, the Forbidden West. And
so I'm like, whatever about it. I didn't want the disc one. I don't like the way it looks as much as the digital one. I like the digital one because it's even on both sides of the console. Like, it looks nice on both sides. This one, it has that weird hump thing for the disc drive. Whatever. I'm okay with it. I'm going to keep this one this time, I hope. Ryan tells me I won't. I'm going to try to prove him wrong.
What are you looking forward to playing on this?
Of course, God of War, which is what I have with it. But I want to play the new Final Fantasy. I want to play the new Spider-Man coming out. I want to try out Horizon, whatever fucking
Forbidden West,
whatever it's called. I want to try that out, and I want to just play random console games. I feel like I want to The PC is cool, man. I like PC gaming. It's my preferred way to play games. But there is times where I wish I had a console. Like I just wish I had a fucking Xbox,
pop in the disc and play,
a
or
Nintendo, or whatever. Right? Yeah, to just get on and play.
Grab a controller and go.
Yeah, and that's what this is going to offer me. I think it's going to offer.
I think it gives you, like in my situation, the most variety too. Like not just because of having the PS5, but like being a PC player now. Like if you buy an Xbox, like you already have access to most of everything. You're only changing where you can play it. But if you spend the money on the PlayStation, you're gonna still have access to all those Xbox games. But you're gonna have access to the PS5 exclusives now. I mean.
Yeah, so
and it's funny that you credit me for help talking you into it. The PC guy over here,
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been using mine quite a bit, but like I don't think you use it as much as I did. Because I had all that backlog to play, because I didn't play all that old stuff when you have.
Yeah, I played all the old Spider-Mans and shit, so I'm okay with that. But
we'll get into that Final Fantasy demo. Good stuff.
Is it?
I watched Nightprom play it. I was like, wow, I'm missing out.
Talk to me about that demo, man.
Got a PS4.
Without spoiling it for the listeners, the people that are going to play this.
So yeah, for me, that was one of the things I played this week. Is I heard a little bit about it on VGO, and they were talking about it, and I don't know. They were saying I did not dig into this anymore, but they were saying that what piqued my interest was that when the guy doing the story and all that stuff, he had his whole team kind of start watching Game of Thrones, and they said it was kind of like Game of Thrones feel to it. So that kind of piqued my interest, because I'm just not a big Final Fantasy fan. So I started hearing talk about that. Then they was talking about how like adult it was and like mature, like dark game. Like okay, I'm like that might be interesting, because some of the Final Fantasies can be whatever, but like my envision of Final Fantasy is very much anime kind of Japanese kind of feel to it and all that kind of stuff. So when I seen it was a medieval type game with sorcery and magic and stuff, I'm like, okay, I might be intrigued.
Yeah.
And then I looked at, I didn't even watch the trailer. I heard, like, hey, PS5 has a demo you can play early, like free demo. Like, why not download it and check it out, right? And they're like, there's a lot to watch. It's a lot of cutscenes. You just have to be prepared to watch it and enjoy it as much as you are playing it.
I played and enjoyed the fuck out of Death Stranding.
Right, and that's kind of what I felt.
You can't tell me about cutscenes, okay? I watched a 45-minute cutscene and moved every 10 minutes for like 2 steps, and that cutscene kept playing. Okay, I know about cutscenes, Mayo.
I would say probably in this, like if I took, I maybe played it for an hour and a half, the demo, and maybe 45 minutes was gameplay, and then the rest was cutscene. I mean, it's a lot of cutscene, and then you'll do a little action part, then you go back to cutscene and a little bit action part, but just like getting into it, I was pretty impressed. It starts off like in the future, then it does like this little flashback thing, and it's telling you it's kind of the story almost leads up to where you're at, and it was just really neat. The graphics are really, really good. Kind of, I would say, next gen quality. So I think it looks good, and it seems to play well. And then they start teaching you about the combat, and the combat, it was okay. Like right now, I'll give the combat like a 5 or a 6 out of 10. But it was also, they were saying like when you play this demo, it'll carry over if you buy the game. Like what you do in here, it's like the very first beginning of the game. So you're very limited on your abilities, and you don't have like crazy weapons or gear or nothing like that. So I can see how it could change the combat. Yeah, you don't get all that cool shit like you would in a normal demo. Like how they are in some of the demos, they just like load you up, and you're like, I'm badass in this game. This thing's pretty sweet. They don't show you that, but you still kind of get that feeling like you're badass. But the combat is kind of like hack and slash. You have a little dodge mechanic by hitting R1.
Is it okay? The one thing I should have asked, which I didn't, is the combat turn-based?
No, it is. It is full live action combat.
I fucking hate that shit about Final Fantasy, like their combat when it's turn-based. I don't like turn-based.
It kind of reminded me of something even like. I don't want to compare it to, because it's not as deep as like Ghost of Tsushima. It's not that deep of combat. But it's that third person, and you're like slashing, and you kind of see them attack. They'll kind of telegraph their attacks, and you'll hit like R1 to dodge. And when you dodge at the right time, it like kind of slows down time, and you can do like extra bonus damage. And then
Nice.
the enemies have like this stagger bar, and once you get them staggered, they kind of like will kind of stumble, and they'll take extra damage. So like, you can start doing extra damage, and you have people in your party like you do normal Final Fantasies, and they're attacking with you. So they're doing stuff with you, and they can kind of be helping you out, and you can like kind of team up on whoever you're fighting. It does have boss fights. You have areas where you just walk into this area, all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's an ambush, and all these trolls come out. And so you have to fight, like, say there's like 10 of them, and you're fighting one, and another one maybe shooting some spells at you or something like that, but you can kind of dodge. And the other guys are kind of fighting them off, and you're just kind of killing the guys. So when you get through them, it will automatically collect all the loot. So when you kill everybody, it'll drop down like little XP or gold or something like that. And I think you just get the XP from killing the people, but it'll drop golden items, and you'll automatically collect it when you're done with that sequence of battles. Like when all those enemies are gone, it kind of just automatically rakes in everything in your area, so you don't have to run around and grab each little glowing orb on the ground where you killed them, like how some games make you do it.
Yeah.
It just automatically all flies toward you, and you pick it up and you're like, okay, good to go. And then it'll say if you fight like a boss, there's a couple of bigger enemies, or I don't know if they were really true bosses or not, but they were like a big enemy, like an ogre, kind of like you would fight in Hogwarts, a troll. And you would fight like the first one you come across is like a troll or an ogre, and you kill him, and it'll say, like, it goes to this little screen, it'll say you gain this much XP and you did this, and it'll rate your fight, like how well you did. So like, you even get like bonus XP by fighting better, or maybe not taking any damage or something like that. And then sometimes they will drop items. So then then they show you an example. They give you like an arm piece for your character for armor, and it shows you how to equip it and stuff in the demo. So you equip it, and you're like, okay, yeah, I got this. You kind of go on. But it's a lot of cussing, but just the story was really good, and I can see how they had like the Game of Thrones influence, if that's the case, because it is a little darker, and it has a little stronger language in it, and it just doesn't. It did not feel like a Final Fantasy game to me. Like, it felt like a straight up just medieval game with magic and sorcery in it. And it was kind of cool. Like I said, this one character becomes like a phoenix, and he like transforms in this giant phoenix, and you do this big epic fight, and you're doing this fight, and you're fighting this other like epic monster. And there's music playing, and the camera's kind of spinning, and you got to try to like lock onto him with your right analog stick, and then you're hitting a button and you're firing on him, and the camera kind of flips around, and then you hit dodge after he attacks. He tries to hit you, and you dodge it, and the camera spins around, and then you're firing backwards, and you're just kind of hitting triangle and shooting some little fireballs at it, and it's this whole long, like, that fight was probably like a 10-minute fight, like just going through and just fighting this other monster. Then there's this whole series of events that happens afterwards. But it was I felt like it was a nice balance of gameplay and cutscene, really. I'm like, you could get some long cutscenes, but when you would fight through the game, the enemies in the actual fighting, sometimes it would take a couple minutes and you would work your way through, or you had to run around. Another thing I thought was really cool is, like, during the cutscenes, Jesus, you can like see if you're confused and you're not completely paying attention, or like, who the fuck is this guy? This new guy just walks in and he's like, oh, I'm such a, and you're like, okay, what is this? When you pause the game and you hit that center touchpad button on your PS5 controller, it will pull up this little thing, and you can see the cutscene in the background, and the cutscene pauses, and it'll be like, depending who's on the screen, these little bubbles, and I'll have the picture of that character that's on that screen, and you can like analog over top of them, and you like, if you hit, I think you have to hit the button, then like if you hit, was it X confirm? I don't remember down the PlayStation, whatever the confirmation button is. You confirm it, and it'll give you a little description of who that person is and why they're relevant. And so like,
that's helpful, man, because no bullshit. Like in Death Stranding,
you're like lost sometimes.
There was like so many characters. Like, who the fuck is this dude with like the weird mask on? Like, why are you important? Like,
so that was kind of cool. Like, and it's not like a special PlayStation thing or nothing like that, where like when you hit like the PlayStation button, where like how sometimes you can do like it'll say like get hints or something like that. It's nothing like that. It's just in the game.
Game
something
feature.
They thought of and built it into the game.
And Center Games had is awesome.
I guarantee that I guarantee you that this game has it. Hideo Kojima's gonna put it on Death Stranding.
Yeah,
he needs
I thought about
he needs
that,
to put it in his game.
I guarantee you, he's gonna put it into Death Stranding too.
And really, it was really nice. Actually, I feel like a lot of games should maybe start implementing this. Like it just like stuff in the future, or like these big RPGs we get into. You know, sometimes you miss something, and then you're like, "What is going on here?" kind of thing.
Like,
and
I hope
you can
Starfield has something like that.
Yeah. So I don't know how much work that took for them to do, but it was, it was appreciated. It was nice.
It probably didn't take much. They paid some other dude, some intern guy to do it. Okay,
and it probably doesn't change much. So they probably have a set one. So like if your main character's on screen, that same bubble is gonna be up every time. It's gonna say the same thing every time, and it'll tell you like the background that you're in. Like you're in this. You have like a map. When you pull up your map, it has like set points, right? And you just hit you mouse over top of it, and you hit like X to confirm to go there. And so
it's not like so it's open world, but like more like a hub.
Yeah, it's more like a hub. You see this map. Is
it okay? Am I getting there and I'm like, this is underwhelming, or is it like I'm getting there and this hub is detailed?
What do you mean, like underwhelming?
Because some places have like open world, but the open world fucking sucks. Like
when you're in the actual area.
Yeah, it sucks. It's like it's lame. It's like what the fuck is the point of it?
Good looking graphically, but it is linear. I would say it's like God of War kind of like linear.
Is it like Deus Ex?
I didn't play Deus Ex.
So Deus Ex had the same thing, right, Gunny? Where like you're in these hubs that are sort of open world-ish, but it's just like this little hub, right? Think of like Dead Island 2 almost, right? Where you have these hubs, right? Like you go.
Yeah, it'd be something like that. That's a good example of what I can relate to.
I don't mind that. As long as that area is detailed enough, especially in an RPG, I want like
and it's really detailed. Like it looked really good.
I want the NPCs to talk to me. I want like random shit going on, but I feel like I'm in a living world. That's what I want to feel like. I don't want to go into a hub where I feel like, this is fucking lame. Like I don't want to be here. Like this sucks.
It looks.
I want to I want to.
When you get to an area, you run through it, and there's some stuff you can discover. Like you can kind of get off the off-beaten path just a little bit, and there'd be like money hidden. You'll see it glowing. It's pretty obvious. Like, there's something over there. You can see it. It's like this bright blue, sparkling white, bluish white. Like like, you can see there's something over there. So you run over and you can pick it up.
Light
as far as this game, is this a Jesus game?
I think it is. If you like a good story, I feel like this is going to be a massive epic story. I think it's going to be like this. What's that, Gunny?
Medieval Game of Thrones style.
That's kind of what I think it's going to be. I don't know yet completely from the demo.
Because, bro, I love Game of Thrones. I don't know if you watch Game of Thrones, Mayo, but I've watched it all.
I did not. Just a little bit of it.
I even watched like the new series, The House of the Dragon. And I can't wait for the new season for House of the Dragon. I'm fucking hyped. And then they're making another spin-off show for like Jon Snow and like the White Walkers and like what happens to him after that shit. They're making all these shows off of Game of Thrones. They're doing spin-offs. But I love that series, dude. I fucking love like having the houses and like the king and like the people fighting for the power, like who's gonna be the next king and like people backstabbing each other and
that's now I've seen a little bit of that in this demo. I'm not gonna give any of it away, but there is backstabbing going on and there's people dying. There's people I thought that was gonna kind of be in the series.
Gore. I want like some
there is gore.
I'm betraying the fucking king and I'm taking over the throne right now. Like
there is things happen where you're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe they did this.
I'm gonna go in there with my fucking army and kill off all his bodyguards and kill the king, and now I'm the king. I want that type of shit going on, man. I want some Game of Thrones shit.
The story kind of is like, I'm going to probably talk about the story, is like you have this king, but you don't start as that king, right? You kind of start in this present day and you're like with this militia and they don't really saying what's going on. And you go to this edge and and there's this battle that takes place on the ground and you guys are watching, there's like four of you and you're watching it from above and all of a sudden it goes back in time. When you see this cutscene about this phoenix fighting this other creature, and then you're like, okay, but then it goes back in time to earlier and it shows you when you're a little younger. And
so it starts off with like the ending and it goes back in time to see how you got there.
I believe so. That's what they're gonna do.
So you think the game's gonna end in that huge battle?
I don't know, because like
I think
they show that battle and then they show like the Phoenix part.
Or maybe after the game will probably end after that battle, right? Like you'll have that huge battle and then
or it could just be the first chapter, because this game is chapters and they said you're playing just a small part of the first chapter. So I don't know where they're
I'm
going to go with
excited
it.
though. I'm going to play it. I'm going to buy it. I'm fucking sold.
Like I said,
I think
I
you'll like
played
the
it.
combat.
I wasn't even like a Final Fantasy fan at all, and it sold me. Like I'm pretty sure I'm just going to buy this and
Plus,
play it.
another game that I get to play on the PlayStation, Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Yeah, I know. That's
Listen,
another one
like,
I don't get to
that-
play.
that one didn't grab me like this did.
This is why I wanted a PS5. I wanted it for the exclusives, man, because
Mhm.
I love the Spider-Man games. Like, no bullshit. Like, I kind of wish Microsoft would have bought Insomniac instead of Sony. They kind of dropped the ball on that. They should have totally bought them when they made Sunset Overdrive for them. They should have offered him money and just bought him out. They probably could have bought them for pretty cheap at the time, you know?
Right.
And like, because those guys are a machine, dude. Think about it. They made Spider-Man, then turned around right away after making that hit of a game, and they made Miles Morales. Then they turned around and now they've made Spider-Man 2. All in the matter of the last fucking like 5 to 6 or what? When would it first? Let me look up.
I'm not sure that, but Miles Morales, what I thought was kind of short. That was the only thing that disappointed me about Miles Morales was I only played the main campaign. I didn't go through and do all the side quest type stuff, you know.
Spider-Man on PS4
it was like
came
6
out.
hours, maybe.
Spider-Man on
2018?
PS4 came out in 2018. So that means in 5 years they've put out
2 games.
3 games, dude. 3 big games and 3 games that, well, assuming that this next one's going to be great, which, I mean, there's no doubt in my mind it's going to be just as fun as the last 2, right? They've put out 3 games in the last 5 years. Tell me any other publisher or developer, not the publisher, but tell me any other developer, any other, name one, that has been able to push out 3 titles
AAA.
that fast, that good, that efficiently. I can't think of one.
Yeah. Yeah, they have done a good, like I said though. I still feel like Miles Morales is more like an expansion than it was a.
But
A
it was a
full-blood game.
big, it was a
But it was a good expansion. Like, it
big
just-
expansion. Like that definitely deserved the price tag it came with, like the full price tag it came with it, because it was like a full game. I played that thing for like
I'm not
12
questioning
hours.
like whether it was worth it, but like the time like it took me to beat it. If you just play the main campaign,
How long
it
was it?
was short. It was only like 6 hours.
Oh, let me look at Miles Morales.
It wasn't that long compared to the regular Spider-Man. Time to beat.
Time to beat right now. Main story 7 hours and 36. Still,
Yeah,
okay,
like I
you're
didn't do
right.
all the like side stuff. I just kind of went straight through it. And if you compare it to the 2018 Spider-Man, I think that's like 18 hours or something like that. I can remember looking this up.
I'm gonna look it up.
It was considerably shorter than like the Spider-Man game was.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the Spider-Man, the first one, the main story was 16 hours and 50 on average, 16 hours to beat.
And they probably
if you
didn't,
did- if you-
for Miles Morales,
If you
They
did
didn't
the
have to change a
extras,
lot.
it was 25. But still, like
you
these
know, like
games,
the gameplay
think
base
about
itself.
this,
it's
like
the
for a
same.
developer to release 3 of these games back to back to back, not back to back, but like in that short time span that they have, it's incredible.
Well, the money they made on it, that's the thing. You know,
I can't think of another developer that's done that, that's been able to push out a game and have it be a hit like this good, and then turn around and make another one, then turn around and make a sequel to the first
Yeah.
one.
The only one I'd say you could really say in this cheating is like Call of Duty, because they use multiple, studios,
Yeah,
but they make one
lot
every
of
year.
studios involved.
It's a
But
hit,
the studios,
but they
the
have studios,
yeah, like it's like how many studios do they have on Call of Duty? You
3,
got like
right?
the 3 main ones, but then if you ever look at the launch screen when the game launches,
Yeah, there's a
they
lot
got
of
like
companies nobody's heard of.
yeah, they got like 20 support studios. They got
Right,
like
making
20 other
characters and
studios,
art
doing
and
other
Yeah, they got
shit.
some
Yeah,
help.
background and
they got a lot of help. So like. To me, I mean, of course, I'm not saying Insomniac is doing everything, right? Like, I'm sure they have help from like the people who made Days Gone, and I'm sure they have help from Naughty Dog, and I'm sure they have help from all the other studios from Sony, right? They all probably support them, but for them to push these out this fast and this efficiently and this quickly, it's kind of impressive. And like I said, I kind of wish maybe Microsoft should have bought them instead of Bethesda. Maybe Microsoft should have bought them instead of these other developers they've bought. I mean, Who knows, right? Bethesda might be the one, right, that like will pay off for them because of Starfield. But these other developers, what have they pushed out, man? What have they done?
And
I
it's
don't
so
know.
hard too, because I've heard the argument too. It's like Microsoft buying these developers. You don't. All those same people ain't working for them anymore. Those people move around,
that's
they
what we're
quit, they
hearing.
leave.
That
So like just
moving
because it's a
along.
game from Naughty Dog, like say if Microsoft went out and bought Naughty Dog from Sony somehow, like it came up for sale and Microsoft bought it. It doesn't mean all the people that making them games are gonna stay there. So like that developer could change and they could, be different. It's just
Right, the lead and the artist and everybody could, jump ship. Who knows?
Like there's developers that Microsoft owns, and I'm like, why do they really need these guys? Like, I get why they own 343 Industries, right? They have to have Halo, of course. I know that. The Coalition, same shit. But like studios like Ninja Theory, the ones that made Hellblade, like why? Why do you really own them? Why do you own
I think that one was like an eye candy one.
Exclusivity or-
When Hellblade came out, they were like everybody was talking about how good that game was.
Yeah.
So Microsoft was like, "Well, these guys are good and like popular right now. They're kind of like the in thing. They're kind of hot." So I think they tried to grab them while they could.
Why do they own Undead Labs? I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm a fan of State of Decay. I am.
It could just be now.
Well,
that we're in that
how
digital
efficient
world,
have they been?
we're now in this like digital age of they would get 100% of the profit. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like you don't have to go to a GameStop or a Best Buy. I mean, and that's probably why even Sony bought who makes Destiny from
Bungie.
Yeah.
From
and those other
Activision.
studios, right? You can get all those funds. You don't need to.
Yeah.
There is no get 70% of the cut. If they're buying it digitally.
Yeah, but like still, like to me, it's like, man, they really dropped the ball on Insomniac. They should have bought Insomniac when they had the chance.
Yeah, missed opportunity.
But yeah,
like
Jesus,
those
I would,
guys.
like I said, I highly recommend playing
Sony.
that demo of Final Fantasy, maybe before you buy it, because your progress does save. So if you do play it, it will when you decide to buy the game from there.
What do you think I'm playing tonight?
Yeah, I would say I
Fuck
want
that.
my challenge to you is I want you to play it tonight and text me your response because I want to talk more about this and I can't.
Yeah,
like
I will
I honestly
definitely
do.
play it.
It's one of those things like you got to watch something and you really feel like it was a really epic story, a really cool thing to watch, but you can't spoil it for anybody else. Kind of thing. So like, I want to talk about it with somebody. I kind of asked Nipon what he thought of the game, on our one chat because I know he played it, so I know he's seen it. And so I was like, hey, what do you think about this? Kind of thing. And because there's some cool stuff that happens in that, and
I'm excited.
I was blown away. And then when the demo ended, I was kind of like, you bastards made me want to buy this game. It really worked.
Hey,
I went in skeptical.
Insert $69.
That's the point of a demo. That means they released a good demo.
Yeah,
I mean,
they did.
I did not realize when I installed that demo, it just meant like a direct access to my wallet. I mean, it was like
That's one of the good thing about Square. When they did that Final Fantasy VII demo, and I played it and was like, wow, like it wasn't super long, right? But it was like, I love this combat. I got to buy this game, and I went out and bought the disc.
And until
I got it. Yeah,
they didn't make up like
It's
some
plus.
hyped up part of the game to get played to get you in.
Yeah.
They literally gave me the very beginning of the game,
the start of it. Like, so
character.
that means they knew from the beginning, like, yo, bro, we got a good beginning to this game.
Oh, yeah.
How about we just let these people play this level?
The intro,
quick,
yeah.
and we'll get.
I don't know
where
where it's going to go from there. I kind of have an idea, but like, okay, like, but how involved is it going to get? And it just, like I said, it just was like, holy cow! Like, I gotta see this. Kind of like what Game of Thrones would be like. The person that watched it and the other person hasn't watched it till like the next day, and you want to go to work and talk about it, and you can't because your buddy's like, I had to get to watch it. I had to go mow the lawn last night, so don't tell me. But you're like, no, I want to tell you, damn it.
That's how I am with. That's how I am with IMs and mostly IMs. Brinks sometimes, but it's mostly IMs. Every time IMs. Like every time something new comes out that we all watch, right? We're in the chat and we all watch it. I'm always telling my IMs, you motherfucker, you better not spoil this shit for me, bro. Like I did that to him with the Microsoft presentation that they did on the other day for E3, right? The Microsoft Showcase and Starfield. I told him, bro, you better not fucking spoil anything. I'm gonna mute this chat.
Oh yeah, I was careful. I was careful in the chat.
Then he started spoiling it at first.
A little bit, and I was
he
like,
he realized Jesus
What
is
game did I
working
put
right
in
now.
there? What game was it I put in there?
You put in Fable.
Oh, okay, that's all I said was Fable.
Yeah, and I told you, Gunny, and I actually muted you guys. I muted you, and I muted Brink and Iams. I fucking muted it. I was like, I'm not looking at these messages till after work. I'm not looking at these.
Yeah.
And I wanted to so bad, but I'm like, no, dude, no, man. You gotta watch this showcase.
This is gonna be hard. Like I said, I'm most likely picking this up on Thursday, and then I'll start playing it.
Well,
but
actually,
I don't know how much time I'm off to work next week, so I'll probably be able to play through it more next week if I'm not traveling around.
It'll be available for playing on Wednesday night at 9 p.m. No.
I just seen the 22nd on the website, on the store, PS Store. So I don't know.
So let me look it up here. I'm gonna look it up right now for you, Mayo.
But yeah, definitely. I haven't at work. Jesus was like talking about this. Like I recall, it was like 2 or 3 weeks ago, right? I was talking to a guy who's a huge Final Fantasy fan, and that's all he plays: Final Fantasy. You know, he's new. You know, excited for the new MMO stuff. He played the remakes. He played through all this stuff, and he's like, we were talking about it, and I said, you know, I go, do you think Final Fantasy is going to get Game of the Year? And this is before we played the demos, seeing this stuff come out. And he said, no, probably not, because it doesn't have a big enough fan base and this and that. And I agreed with him. I'm like, yeah, you're right. I said, it's probably not enough different or not enough new. It's probably typical Final Fantasy. It's going to be good, but probably not Game of the Year type stuff. And then we were talking about like Hogwarts and my thoughts on Hogwarts about it being Game of the Year and that kind of stuff. And then, you know, we talked about Diablo as well being potential Game of the Year. I don't know if it could ever be Game of the Year because it's so much like Diablo 3. Yeah. I mean, it's cool they made improvements, but it doesn't really...
Let me tell you something, man.
Groundbreaking.
There's only a few Game of the Year's contenders, and I'm going to tell you them right now.
Okay.
Number 1, Zelda.
Yes.
Yep.
Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom or whatever.
I think that game gets sold kind of short. Like, I did not play it myself. I watched this guy stream it, and they did like a fast forward, kind of like through him beating it. And some of it looked kind of repetitive. Like the story was kind of meh.
Of course it is. People are saying that it's more like a DLC to.
But it looked like it had a pretty cool, like the fighting and some of the scenes were kind of cool. Like the cutscenes and stuff what was going on. It felt kind of epic. It felt like it was a big epic scene.
That's number 1. Number 2, I guarantee it's going to be probably Spider-Man. Or number 3.
Will that count? When is that supposed to come out? Is that supposed to come out in September?
Yeah, November, September, October.
Okay. Isn't the cutoff like November?
This fall, right? November, I think. Yeah, so it's going to be.
Isn't the cutoff for Game of the Year for like November or something like that?
It is like the end of November, the middle of November, but it's going to be on the list. I guarantee it will be. And of course, I think Starfield is going to make the cut.
Mm-hmm.
I only think Starfield is going to make the cut because it's a Bethesda game. I don't think it's because it's a Microsoft game, an Xbox game. I think Bethesda has enough goodwill with their gamers to get a Game of the Year nomination. I don't know if it's going to win, but it's going to be on the list, I think, for sure.
I think it'll be on the list because it does already have like a really rock hard foundation on Steam, right? On PC.
It's Bethesda, bro. We understand that there's going to be bugs, and people are like, to me, honestly, people are very like in terms of bugs and like glitches and weird like animations and weird characters and weird shit that goes on in games. Bethesda always kind of gets a pass on it. They always get like that. Oh, well, it's a Bethesda game. Oh, well, you experienced that glitch, Mayo? Well, I mean, it's a Bethesda game. You know,
right? Like, they get a pass.
They always get a pass, sort of. They're kind of like Nintendo, where Nintendo gets a pass on like the graphics and FPS.
Kind of like
Bethesda gets a pass on the
new Zelda. Like, oh, it's only 30 frames. It gets a pass though because it's on a Switch,
bro. It's Nintendo.
It's on a Switch. It's old hardware. It's okay. 30 frames is okay.
It's Nintendo.
60 frames on Redfall, bad.
No,
30 frames on Redfall. Bad.
Fuck you. How dare you?
You know,
how dare
Zelda, Yay, Zelda, we'll celebrate you because you
20
did it on the
frames.
Switch.
Yay,
You
game of
know
the
what I
year.
mean?
Zelda, it's 20 FPS. That's
No, I
fine.
made
It's
that
on the
up.
Switch.
Hey, that's completely fine.
Yeah, no
Right.
big deal, right? Like, but yeah, and like Bethesda is going to be the same way, right? Bethesda's going to be like, oh well, you found glitches, a bunch of glitches. Like, there's a ton of glitches in this game. Oh well, it's a Bethesda game. We expected these glitches, and I
This
think they're
is
going to
like
get
No
a
Man's
pass.
Sky.
On
Why
that.
should this win Game of the Year? No Man's Sky already did this.
No, they're gonna. I think they're gonna be. I don't think it's gonna. I don't know if it's gonna win. Nintendo has a lot of fans.
They do.
Nintendo has a lot of vocal fans. Those fucking fans will vote 20 times for that fucking game before they will Starfield. Okay. Now, Spider Man, Sony kind of has it tough here, right? Because people are going to be like, yeah, it's a great game, but you
How much
already did
different?
this.
How much
Yeah.
different is going to be from the other games?
Think of like
The-
God of
the-
War Ragnarok, right? Like, yeah, it's a great game, but you already did this.
And that's what I thought was going to hurt Final Fantasy as well. It's like, but then when I went and played it, I'm like, this is nothing like what I expected. And then it felt very epic. That just that little,
and I think
little
Final
bit.
Fantasy will be on that list as well. I think
Yeah. Well, it always seems to win Music of the Year. You know, like it always has the best soundtrack.
I think that Final Fantasy will be on that list. So, like I said, it's going to be those contenders. It's going to be Final Fantasy, Spider-Man, Xbox's Starfield, Nintendo's Tears of the Kingdom. Those are going to be the main four contenders. Now, where there'll be like an outlier, maybe Diablo, maybe something
What
else.
about
Yeah.
Jesus? What about in September, the Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2?
No.
Is there enough fans for that?
No. I mean, yes, but people are gonna say, well, it shouldn't win Game of the Year because it's not the full game. It's the second part of the first game.
Right. I mean, the first one, right? It did not win anything, right? It maybe
No.
like soundtrack or something.
Yeah.
But
It's not
it
the full
lost
game.
out.
It's not
And so
it's not the full version. Like, don't they have a part 3 as well coming out eventually?
yeah, I
Like,
thought it was broken
part-
up into 3 parts.
Part 2 doesn't even finish the game. So like if you really want to play the whole thing back to back, you need to buy the fucking 3 versions once it comes out in like fucking 10 years or whatever.
Yeah.
But like I'm excited this year, you know, because there's a lot of big games coming out, a lot of huge games. I mean,
right.
there's a reason I bought
It seems like
PS5.
September. It seems like when
Jesus.
September hits, there's something big coming out, like
Guys,
all the time.
let me get you the list here of games that can still beat Zelda for the Game of the Year 2023.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
these are
Lou.
the top 10 games that can beat Zelda, possibly. First one is Street Fighter 6.
No.
No.
What about Mortal Kombat 1?
No.
No.
Jedi Survivor?
No.
No.
No fucking way. No.
Resident Evil 4?
Nope.
No.
Let's see, Payday 3. That's not going to
No.
happen.
No way. Not even close.
What about Hogwarts?
Yes,
Legacy.
maybe.
Okay, that was a good game. And
Yeah.
it came out this year, right? So
Yes.
I could see it on the list, but I don't think it's gonna win.
Yeah. Dead Space remake? Or no, it just says Dead
Fuck.
Space, right?
Nope. No,
No,
Dead
probably
Space,
not.
Nope.
Spider-Man 2's on the list.
Yes, that's on the list. I'm telling you, it's on the list.
And
I
Final
don't think it could beat it,
16.
but I don't think it's going to. I don't think it's going to get Game of the Year.
No.
Final Fantasy 16 and Diablo 4.
See, I don't think these games are going to be on the list. I think for sure
Right.
you're going to see Final Fantasy. You're going to see Spider-Man. You're going to see Starfield. You're going to see whatever the fuck else we mentioned. But I don't like Hogwarts. But you're not going to see like these games really win. I think the only one that really stands a chance is Starfield. I don't think Spider-Man can beat.
It is a new IP, so yeah, it's
Yeah. I just don't think. I don't, in my honest opinion, think that Spider-Man can beat Tears of the Kingdom for Game of the Year. You know, we haven't, of course, none of us have played it. We haven't even really seen much gameplay of it or whatever footage. We haven't played it. We don't know.
But it would
much
have to be a
about it.
lot different from what we've
But
played
it would
before.
have to be so much. And it honestly, from the demo they showed at that PlayStation conference thing, it looked like Spider-Man, Miles Morales, and the first game put together.
Mhm.
Now you can play as both Spider-Man, and then you could switch and play as Miles Morales, and then you could switch like Grand Theft Auto and play as fucking with the other Spider-Man, regular Spider-Man or whatever, right? Like you can switch between the both Spider-Mans. That's fucking a cool feature, but I don't think it's gonna win. I honestly think the only one that could beat it is Starfield. And Starfield has to deliver, dude. I'm telling you this right now, man. I said it before on the show. Starfield is going to be 30 FPS. I called that.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
feel like
yeah.
that. I feel like that's a guarantee.
They did
Almost.
say
That
that
was a
later that day.
guarantee. They did. That's not a surprise.
Later that day, not at the conference like they said they were going to, or Phil said it.
Big deal, right? Like as much as people want to make a big deal out of it, I'm whatever. I don't give a fuck.
I feel like they just need to take that statement that Spencer said about all the games being 4K 60 and just throwing it out the window. Just like people say, it's a modern game.
Yeah.
It's I mean, it's not a shooter per se. It does have some shooting aspects to it,
sort of,
but it's more of an RPG.
Yeah.
And those story-based things or something like that. I feel like sometimes you get 30 frames if it's playable and it's smooth and it works. That's fine.
People are gonna like it. Like pretty much what Microsoft is telling you is, look, if you own an Xbox, you're gonna be able to probably play this at 30 FPS. That's what we're telling you.
Okay, so
and if you own a PC, you play it on PC at 60.
Okay, that's what I was going to say. On PC, it's probably going to be 60 at launch, right? Later on, it'll be all this unlocked and more features added. Yeah,
I think on PC it's going to be higher. It's going to be higher than 60. It could be whatever your hardware can run.
Yeah.
What was your question?
No, that was my question, right? Because we kept saying 3030, but we're talking about on the Series S and X.
Yeah,
right?
That's what we're talking about. Yeah, the consoles are going to be 30 for sure. But like, I honestly am super hyped for Starfield, and I'm excited for it. But anyways, Gunny, let's talk about what I've been playing real quick. I played some more Battlefield. New season is out, Gunny. New map, new guns. Excited because they've added the changes to the characters. So they kind of nerfed some of the things in the characters. So Irish, the guy that can block like the grenade, like he has a little thing that shoots grenades down. So when people like you could set this thing up, right, and people throw grenades into that area, that thing will shoot the grenades down. So like the grenades can't get to your area and blow you up and kill you. It'll also shoot down like helicopter grenade launchers and shit. It'll take those out. But they added a cooldown time to this now. So now there's like it'll take out grenades. And then it's on like a reset timer. So it'll flash green for like, I think it's 5 seconds. And then it resets itself. And then it'll shoot down more grenades. So like if you have a lot of people spamming grenades, then you're fucked. But it's still a good gadget to use. I use it and I like it still. The ballistic guy, the shield guy, he now his shield. Before, if you shot at the shield, and you were shooting at him and he was holding his riot shield up, the bullets would reflect pretty much directly back to you. So they would kind of like ricochet and come back to you and do damage to you. They nerfed that in a way to where the bullets still ricochet, Gunny and Mayo, but they ricochet to different directions now, kind of like more realistic, right? So they don't just come back straight to the person that's shooting at them. Like it'll ricochet off to the left, to the right, to the top, to the bottom. Some of it might still hit you, but you're not gonna get all that damage back reflected to you. Now they've also added new guns to the game, and the game is good. I've been playing it, and it feels a lot like Battlefield 4 now. Like this is the game we should have got at launch, and I feel like if we would have had this at launch, the game would be much more alive now than what it is. I'm like one of the last few players that's still holding out and playing it. One of the last 15,000. I'm in that count, I think. But I'm in there and I'm still playing Battlefield. I'm like Jonathan Hall with Titanfall, right? Like the last one playing,
You see the numbers go down every day.
Yeah,
You're just kind of like, I'm still hanging on.
The last 20 people in the world playing this game, it's going to be me playing Battlefield 2042. So I've been playing that, and actually I have not bought the season pass, like the battle pass, because I don't feel like I need any of those cosmetics, dude. Like the player badges, the gun skins. I don't need any of that, like at all. I don't need the double XP. I'm a specialist rank 50 now. I'm halfway to specialist 3. and or specialist 2 or whatever. And I don't need that. I don't need the double XP. I don't need that shit. Doesn't matter, right? Doesn't if I get double XP, ooh, what's that gonna change? It's not gonna unlock anything for me if I level up. It doesn't unlock anything but the number goes up on my thing. That's it. So it doesn't change anything. So I don't need the battle pass. All the things that I could unlock in the battle pass that are like worthy of money or like I feel like are free usually. So like all the guns are free. And that's about it, right? So like I don't need to pay for the battle pass. Now if I wanted like that cool character skin at level 100, well I'm gonna have to pay for the battle pass. But I haven't got to that point yet. I don't feel like I want that skin. It's for a character that I don't really use much. So we'll see when we get there, right? But I'm level 20 something in the battle pass right now. I'm level 26 in the battle pass. And that's like 2 weeks into the battle pass. So I'm leveling up pretty fucking fast in that battle pass. It's so easy to level up in Battlefield. It's not like Call of Duty. Call of Duty seems like a grind to level up on the battle pass. But played Battlefield. I actually did an OS reinstall on my PC. My PC was running really slow, really sluggish. I think it was because my hard drive that I had it on, the OS, was malfunctioning for some reason. So I had to reformat it or whatever. So I ended up moving the OS to my M.2, and the PC is working like a fucking champ now. Everything loads up so fast, so quick. It's fucking crazy. But when I did that, I had to
Did you have it on
reinstall.
the SSD before? I thought you
Yes.
did put it on the NVMe,
No,
whatever
no.
it's called.
No, I installed the NVMe, but that was mostly for my games. Now I have it for the games and the OS. Like I think once I installed the OS on there, that took up like 200 gigs of it, and like the rest is for games. And it's like I think it's a 2 terabyte NVMe drive, so I still have like 1800 megs or gigs or whatever the fuck space. So I'm fine for games, right? So I installed Battlefield on there. I deleted all my old shit. And I also have games running on my SSD now. I'm going to keep the SSD in there. I reformatted it and reset it completely to see if that fixed the issue that was causing with the OS and why it was malfunctioning. But I'm going to try to keep it for games because it's like an 800 gig SSD. So it's pretty spacey for certain games, right? So I kind of want that. Like Starfield requires an SSD. You need to have an SSD if you're going to play on PC. So just a heads up for people that have a PC and plan to play Starfield, make sure your PC has an SSD. Because if it does not, the game is not going to run well. They already said it. They're like, look, minimum requirements is an SSD. If you have an M.2, even better. But you must have a minimum an SSD on there. With like, I think they said 200 gigs of space or 250 gigs of space on it. So you got to have at least a 250 gig SSD just for Starfield. It's probably going to be bigger once the patches come out. Anyways, speaking of games I played on the PC, I ended up playing some more Battlefield. I went back and played some more Ready or Not. Ready or Not actually is a game that I've been playing for the last few years that I kind of come and go with it, right? I play it, I leave, I don't play it for months, I come back and play it again. So I kind of got back into it because I want to feel like I want to get my practice back up and my reaction times back up and all that. And I realize I really suck now at it again. So I'm trying to play it more. The community is still pretty active on there. A lot of players still playing, matches still working. Matchmaking is also still working very well. But they actually just announced a new patch for it. A big patch coming out, I believe, this month or next month. It's called the presidential patch or something like that. But this patch is going to have a U.S. governor, or like they said is a U.S. like council person or something, like some kind of senator or something, where like the map is like a senator's mansion. And it says the senator was assassinated or he's been kidnapped by these terrorists. But they're like alt-right, like super hardcore, extreme, like militant fucking people, right? So they're saying that they're adding new enemies to this map. And some of these enemies are going to be military-trained AI. So think about how hard the game already is.
Yeah, no doubt.
They're going to make it even harder. They say some of these guys are going to have like military gear. And they're going to know like military tactics. So they're saying on top of that, they're also revamping the AI in the entire game to where now more enemies look like NPCs, like civilians. They're gonna like the enemies are not gonna dress a lot like civilians now, which they already kind of do, but they say like even more so now. And they're also gonna add body armor to these military guys, so they're gonna have like body like bulletproof vest on.
So they're
and,
gonna
like,
shoot you fast and not take damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
yes, but they're also gonna have like tactical helmets on. Like I said, these guys are gonna be like paramilitary guys, because since a lot of these guys were ex-military that feel like their Congress betrayed them or like their government betrayed them, so they turned against the government and became like a militia. And they went to assassinate the senator at his house. And your mission is to get the senator out alive or to go find the senator in his panic room or whatever. So the level looks fucking cool. It's like a mansion, like a huge mansion with like dark hallways, and like it looks like a fucking cool ass level. It reminds me of like the hotel level, but like on a bigger scale in a mansion. It looks fucking cool as shit. So I look forward to playing that when that comes out. Been playing a lot of also Starship Troopers Extermination. That's that FPS game on PC for Starship Troopers, the movie. And this game, just been playing it regular. Still the same modes are on there, Gunny. So the base building one and the other one. But they just announced this Thursday, Gunny, I need you to be on. This Thursday, they're patching it. Well, actually, I might be playing Final Fantasy, so never mind. I'll play with you Friday or something. Anyways,
I'll be working Friday. We'll play Saturday.
We'll play Saturday. Anyways, a new mode has been added to the game, they said. So there's going to be a new mode. On top of this new mode, they're adding a new map to Starship Troopers. And they're adding like some new guns to it, they said. And some other shit, like more level progression. Because right now you cap out at a certain level. I think it's level 15 or level 5 or something like that. Because the game is like Call of Duty where your character has a level, but then your guns also have a level. And like how high you are level on your gun unlocks the next gun. So they're going to have like the two different leveling systems. But they're saying they're going to unlock more levels for the actual character class. And for like the weapon system class thing. So there's that, and I'm looking forward to that because that game, I feel like it's gonna be a hit. The only thing I'm scared of before that game right now, Gunny, I'm fucking like I thought about it when I watched the Sony showcase. They showed a game called Helldivers 3.
Yeah.
And
I did watch
that game.
video.
Looked a lot. It looked a lot like Starship Troopers Extermination. It looked a lot like it. I was like, this game is Starship Troopers Extermination without the Starship Troopers license.
Right.
It's what it is.
But it's made by a good developer and stuff.
Are you telling me, Jesus, that Microsoft needs to buy this studio and give them $20 million
and get this game
and put it on Game
week.
Pass?
Yes.
And free on Steam.
Yes.
To get exposure. Yeah. Right.
But this game is being really well done. Like, honestly, dude, when you play Starship Troopers, you feel like you're in Starship Troopers, the movie. I love the aesthetic of the game, the look of it. The bugs are on point, right? Like, it is like an onslaught of bugs, Mayo. Like, just think of like fucking 80 bugs coming at you at once, and you're just trying to shoot them all, and you can't. And they're just like bullet sponges, too, just like in the movie. They're just like bullet sponges. You're just like, you got like your whole fire squad with you, like 4 guys with you, and you're all shooting at the same bug, and that fucker's just running at you guys like, fuck you, I'm gonna run at you guys. It is insane. It is so chaotic.
Everybody's screaming at each other. Not at each other, but everybody's screaming.
Oh, I need help on the west wall. Oh, fuck, they're on the east wall. The bunker's down. And it was fucking freaking out. We need repairs on the wall over here. And you got people repairing the walls. You got people trying to, fucking hold the line over here. Just hold this side down. And you got people fucking screaming and freaking the fuck out. It's so much fun, dude. So much fun.
Yeah, that game, like I would say more, like, besides, I mean, it needs more maps and everything. Early access, but yeah, it definitely needs more different gun styles.
Mm-hmm.
Not just the same gun. Could be rifles and pistols.
But obviously, the guns they have in there are the guns you see in the movie.
Yeah.
They have like the DMR rifle. They have like the battle rifle, like the regular rifle. They have like the saw gun. So it's all the guns you've seen in the movies, what they have in there. I'm assuming they're going to add more because there's more slots for guns. But these are all guns you've seen in the movie. But I'm excited to play more of it, and I'm excited for the new patch. They've announced that it drops Thursday at like 9 a.m. Pacific. And then they're saying that the game will be down at the time for server maintenance and the patch to go out. But they said the game will be back up in a couple hours. So they said like, yeah, we have a planned downtime for the game. There will be a time where you guys can't play it with like people at all. You actually won't be able to play the game at all really because the game is only online. But they said once the patch is up and live, they expect people to come back in and play. I'm fucking excited for it. Like super hype, bro. I fucking love that game. But yeah, man.
I look forward to that update.
Besides that, that's all I really played on my phone. On my iPad. I've been playing some more FTL Mayo.
Mm-hmm.
I got
game is so hard.
I got to the end, bro. I thought I had a good crew. I thought I had my shields leveled up to level 4, like with the 4 shields. I just didn't have the firepower. That was the downside of that run. I had all that shit, but no firepower, dude. So I couldn't, like when I got to the mothership thing, I couldn't kill it. I couldn't even pierce their shields. Yeah. That's how powerful they were.
So I feel like the game just knows, I got to it one time, like, you get to the last level, the last sector or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And you kind of fight the ship multiple times, right? You like, have you do that part? You like fight it once and then you kind of warp, you get away kind of like thing. Yeah. And then you got to do another fight. And then you get like another fight going on. And like you got to fight it like 2 or 3 times. And I was doing really well. I was super confident, right? I was kicking ass like all the way through that game. And I was super gun and shield heavy, right? I'm thinking, yeah, I am badass. There's nothing that's going to stop me. I'm destroying everything on my way there. Yeah. What happens when I get there? They invade my ship.
They get on your ship and start killing your guys.
And they're like 5 guys like teleport to my ship and kill my crew. And then I just lost because my crew all died. I'm like, I'm so mad. Like I was so overpowered. I had all these great weapons. I spent all this investment and make myself like high shields, high power, whooping everybody's ass. And next thing I know, they just go like, beep, beam on your ship, and all of a sudden they just kill I had like 1 Manus guy who could fight, but it's equivalent to like 5 Manus guys that they put on your ship, and they were like high level, and they just like murdered all my people, and I had like 1 person left, and I'm like, trying to like, just knew. I
stood no chance, but the game works amazing on the iPad. Apparently, it came out on the iPad like in 2014. It's still $10.
I was wishful for it being on Android, and it's actually not on Android. I actually looked when I heard you talk about it some last week.
It's probably like if you have an Android tablet, it's probably on there.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
Like I would assume
I kind of have a tablet. I mean, my phone opens up big enough to be one. but
I know,
but it doesn't count.
Maybe on the OS it doesn't count it as a tablet. But like on the iPad, it's only on the iPad. It's not on iPhone, so it's only on iPad. Into the Breach is on iPhone. I tried playing that.
That as well is on Google. I could find that.
I didn't like it though. I tried to play it and I was like, this is lame. I like FTL though a lot. I'm playing the fuck out of it.
Yeah.
But that's really all I played, man. Like just been playing a lot of Battlefield and then that shit.
A lot of Vampire Survivors as well.
Well, no, not a lot. Today was the run that I did today. Mayo actually saw me beat the heaven level. I beat that level, and then the next level was the next level. Gunny, the one you saw me play was that next level.
Yeah, I'd not been to that level.
Yeah, it's like a secret level. I don't know. It's weird. Everything like's upside down. Like the text becomes like gibberish, and it's upside down. Like your game is possessed or some shit. I don't know. Creepy as fuck.
Yeah, it was different.
It was different. Yeah, way different. It's like everything's upside down and weird looking. But it was cool, man. It was a cool level. But I'm excited to play the PS5. I fucking am excited. And that's what I'll probably be playing most of next week. Yeah. Besides that, that's all I played, man. I have Diablo installed. I own Diablo on the PC, and I have played it since launch. I ended up making a necromancer class. I would say 3 hours into the game at this point, Gunny. Yeah, I've been playing the Necromancer class. So I got to the city. I got to that little city thing. I sold a bunch of my shit, and I took off to like the rest to where I'm supposed to meet this guy on his horse. But then I ended up doing some other side quest thing. I ended up in some random dungeon, and I was in there fighting people. I killed them, and then I got back out, and then I was doing another quest completely. I ended up going off the beaten path. Now I'm like on this other quest. I should probably go back and do the main quest because I think that's where you get your mount. And I haven't got there yet. I want my fucking mount.
I asked Ryan about that today. Like, hey, when do I get a horse? And he's like, yeah, towards the end of the game. I was like, what? I don't know if that's true or when. Like, it's part of the story, so I don't know when you can get it. I haven't researched it.
I don't know for sure, like, when my son got his. I remember him saying he got it, but I don't know where he was at in the game when he got it.
But Ryan's level 33, and he said he didn't have one. So that tells me, like, I mean, he's further up in the story than I am. But when you go back, it'll tell you, like, you need to progress through the story more.
Yeah, I'm thinking I have to go meet that guy because he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna take off now."
Yeah, he just leaves. He's like, "You're on your own, buddy. Take care. Good luck."
Meet me here and whatever the fuck.
And he's not afraid of you.
I like the cutscenes in the game. I was thinking, should I go to a different class? The Necromancer's cool because I feel like I'm never alone, right? I can always spawn like the little skeleton dudes that fight with me. But like, I'm like, maybe this class isn't for me. Maybe I should try it. But the thing is about starting a different classes, you have to start the game all over. And I'm like, do I want to do that? No, I don't know.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I would say stick with it. Because I don't know. So when I played Diablo 3, I chose Barbarian. I don't know why. It was just like, that's just always my default for any game, right? I'm a warrior, I'm a barbarian.
Yeah.
And I don't know. And then I fucking love that character, man. Like, I got him all the way to, what is that power level you get? I don't know. It was like 109 or some shit. It doesn't mean much, right? That number just keeps going up. But I think your max level was, I'm trying to think of what it was, 40, 80 or something like that in Diablo 3.
Yeah.
But yeah, so definitely, then I went to Necromancer after that.
I like the Necromancer, dude. I made my guy look like a weird, like, hipster with, like, red eyes and, like, white hair.
Oh, I gotta show you my dude. My dude's all fucking decked out, fucking.
He has, like, blood tattoos. I made him, like, really white. He has, like, white. He looks like fucking God of War or something. He has, like, white skin with, like, blood tattoos. I'm like, this guy looks like a total fucking emo. Okay? That's what he is. A fucking emo kid stuck in this world. And I'm like, whatever. I'm not.
Yeah, I apologize for yesterday, Jesus. You wanted to Diablo with me, and man, my kid got me sick earlier this week.
I would have been down to. But
man,
I'm not a big fan of the isometric view. That's like the top down angled view. I'm not a big fan of it. I wish Diablo was more like a third person view game. But I can see how that would be too hectic in these battles, right? Because you're fighting like
as many enemies as you're bringing in. Yeah, it'd be rough.
That'd be so hard to do, and it would probably tank your FPS to like nothing. But I like the game. I actually am enjoying it, and it's actually fun. I just don't think I have the time to grind it out, like to do the leveling, to do the grinding, to do the. It's the reason I don't play Destiny. It's the reason I play Destiny once and I beat the campaign and I see the story and I'm okay with it. And I don't go back to it like Brink does, where he goes back in like every week, every day, and he plays the same dailies and he does the same thing every day. He'll play the different levels over and over and over just to get a new number on his gun or a new number on his armor, right? To get the better looking armor, the better numbers, right, Mayo? You're looking at the better numbers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All the numbers.
And that's what he does. And that's what this game is. Diablo is that. Diablo is a game that if you probably wanted to, you could probably play this for like 1,000 hours. And
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, you can do seasons too, so they're gonna have
Yeah.
other stuff, and they're gonna always throw
Right,
new
and you
gear.
always got your rifts and greater rifts and whatever else they're calling them now.
and I did fall into some of those public events in the area where like you're running around, all of a sudden you see like
Those
a
are
weird
cool. I like
thing, and
those.
it's like this is now a public event, and you see like other people fighting the people with you. That was kind of cool. But I've been playing solo, and I kind of need people to run with, right? Like I made a
That's
clan
where
for
it's a lot of fun.
HGP. I made a clan for HGP, but I don't think anyone has joined it. Maybe they have. I just haven't got back to it. But
Oh,
I need people to play
I can
with.
join it.
Or make your own. I don't know, and I'll join yours. I don't know, man, but like I need people to play this with, and I know this is cross play, so like I can play with anyone on any console. So if you're playing Diablo, hit me up. I will play with you. I will, join you and do this shit. Maybe I'll pick it up on the PS5. Maybe I'll play more on there. You know what I mean? I just don't know. For some reason on the PC, it's weird to me to like. I have to launch BattleNet. I have to fucking like I added the game to my Steam library.
But it still opens
despite
BattleNet, right?
Yeah, it still launches BattleNet in the background and it does all that bullshit. So I'm like, fucking BattleNet. I don't like BattleNet. It's
Hi, are you saying you're so spoiled by Steam, Jesus? Are you becoming a
I
big
really
Steamer?
am, bro. Like
Like,
Steam is so easy to
You're
use.
like, oh, I have to open up another launcher to get to my Diablo game.
This fucking sucks.
Fuck.
Let me tell you something. A few weeks ago, I was out of internet, right? And I couldn't even launch the EA app, Gunny. It wouldn't let me even launch like Star Wars Jedi Survivor, right? A single player fucking game. I own it. I bought it on Steam. And the game is like, no, you can't play this because Steam is like, you can't play this because we can't verify you own this. And it's like, wait a minute, I bought it through you, motherfucker. And they're like, yeah, but you see, when you launch the game, we have to launch the EA app, and the EA app requires internet. And you don't have any right now because you're a hobo. And like,
Yep.
EA doesn't think you exist. So EA is telling you to fuck off when you launch the app. You launch the app and it says EA cannot verify your installations. And then I try to launch Jedi Survivor. EA cannot verify this installation. I'm like, I can't even fucking play Star Wars Jedi Survivor without the fucking internet. I was so mad, dude. I was so fucking mad about that, Gunny. I had to get like a special technician to come to our house to like reset the wires outside because the fucking construction people they dug a bunch of holes out there and they fucking fucked with all the internet lines and they like cut them all or something and reset them all, but they somehow fucked mine up where like mine wasn't plugged in correctly or something. So it was fucked, bro. And tell you what, living like a fucking person from the 90s pre-internet, Gunny, sucks. Okay, it fucking sucks. I don't know how I grew up in that generation, man. I grew up as a kid without internet in my house. I didn't have a computer in my house. We were too poor for that shit.
You didn't have a cable modem?
We barely even had cable, bro. Like half the time we had stolen cable because
did that too.
Some crackhead would come to our house knocking, right? And he'd be like, "Hey man, I got this cable box that's unlocked."
I remember those days.
I'll sell it to you guys for $40.
It'll probably work for about a month.
Yeah, and it was cool as fuck because for like that month or whatever before the cable company found out you had
everything. You
had all the channels. Yeah, you had HBO and shit. You had
Jesus is watching Skinamax at young Jesus.
Yeah, I'm watching Cartoon Network and shit. You know, I got all the cool shit to watch. I'm watching Nickelodeon and shit. And then like, yeah, man, we didn't have internet, right? So like, I can't believe I grew up in that era, man. Like, it's crazy to me. I'm like, what? I actually went outside and played with friends. Like, that is nuts.
You touched grass? Are you kidding me? You saw the sun.
I rode my bike around the neighborhood for fun. The fuck? The hell was I thinking, Mayo?
I mean, you had your.
I don't know.
I mean, your Sega Dreamcast, right? But I mean, that didn't connect to the internet, did it?
No. I didn't have my cousin had the Dreamcast. Okay, my cousin had all the cool shit.
You're like me, Jesus. All my friends had these consoles. I mean, I had Nintendo.
I had like the Super Nintendo, the Sega Genesis. I had
that Super Nintendo.
I had the PS1 and the PS2, but like my cousin had the 64 when it came out. He had it, He had the Dreamcast as soon as they came out. He had the PS1 way before I had my PS1. He had the original PS1. I didn't really get a PS1 till like they made that remodeled little mini PS1 thing, like the little one.
Oh yeah.
That's when my mom bought me my PS1. Okay,
You got the hobo PS1.
like I had the little baby one. He had like the big square rectangle one. He had that at launch. Right, so he had all the cool shit. So I'd always go to his house, and that's how I got to experience my games because he'd have like all the new games too. He had GoldenEye. He had fucking all the Tom Clancy games when they first came out, like the Ghost Recons when they first came out. He had all of those fucking things.
What an era too, because you didn't have YouTube to see games. You didn't see trailers and stuff.
No.
You went to somebody's house
yeah.
and you saw somebody playing something. You're like, this is fucking awesome. I need this.
And remember, that was what a time when a friend would come in the door about 2 hours later. Hey, did you know? Like,
yeah, you guys can do this. Yeah, you guys can do this trick if you do this. Like, what? Whoa. I remember he had like Pokemon Snap came out, and we went to go rent it from Blockbuster the day it came out. And Blockbuster actually had it in stock. They had like a whole shelf. Like 2 shelves were just Pokemon Snap. That's like the entire 2 rows. And there was other games for the N64 on there as well, but like 2 of the shelves were Pokemon Snap, and we were able to snag one. I remember playing Pokemon Snap for the first time. I was fucking mesmerized, dude. I was like, what? We can take photos of all these Pokemon? Like, what the fuck? I remember playing Super Smash Bros. Over there, all that shit. So I got to experience that through them, right? Through my cousin. Shout out to them, because they got all the cool shit, and I got to play it all. But, like, I didn't have internet in my house, bro. You know what I mean? In my house, when we drove back to the ghetto part of town in Vegas, okay, we moved out of the nice Henderson.
You were just hoping that your shit was still there.
Yeah.
Didn't get stolen.
Once we left the gated community where my fucking aunt and uncle lived in this nice gated fucking community area, we went back to the hobo part of town. And I was pretty hobo, man. All I had was like GTA and like maybe some demo disc that I had for the PS1. Okay, I had all the hobo shit, guys.
You were in your neighbor's yard watching through the window. That was your Twitch.
Sometimes I could convince my cousin to let me borrow some of his games. I'd be like, yo, can I borrow this? And he'd be like, all right, just borrow it and bring it back next time you come stay the night. I'd be like, okay, cool. And I'd borrow like Ghost Recon or something for the week or something. You know, for the longest time also when I had a PS2, when I finally bought a PS2, because one of my aunts convinced my mom to let me buy one or to buy me one at the pawn shop because it was like for cheap or something. I think we sold my PS1 to get the PS2, like we traded it in, but it wasn't like at a Game Crazy because we had a Game Crazy around the corner, but it was at a pawn shop, guys. Okay, so we went to the pawn shop and we sold them the PS1 to make a little bit of money to buy the PS2, and I think my aunt put some money up as well, and we bought the PS2. For the longest time, I kid you not, I played the same first level of Grand Theft Auto Vice City because I didn't have a fucking memory card.
Oh shit!
Okay, we didn't have one,
bro. You were
okay,
broke
listen,
as fuck.
My mom couldn't afford to buy me a fucking memory card, bro. So I had to like borrow my cousin's memory cards. I would tell my cousin, like, yo, man, can I borrow this memory card, you know? And I remember the first time my mom bought me a memory card, I still remember it because it was a yellow fucking memory card. It must have been like Mad Cats or something, like an off-brand.
Damn.
It wasn't even like
Cats.
It wasn't even like the Sony brand. It was like a third-party fucking thing at Walmart. But it was a yellow memory card, and I still remember because I love that memory card. I took that fucking thing with me to my cousin's house. We played my save files there. That was my memory card, bro, okay? Meanwhile, my cousin over here has like fucking 4 memory cards and shit. He just loses them and shit left and right. I don't know what the fuck he does with them. I'm over here with my hobo 1 memory card, okay? That was my experience, Gunny. And
that
I don't
was
know
like gold in your pocket, though.
I don't know how I lived through that, Gunny. I don't know how I lived with not having internet, not having all these consoles. I was pretty hobo when I was a kid, right? I grew up pretty hobo. But hey, man, I lived, okay? And you know, have you guys ever seen that thing about Vegas? like how they had the Simpsons house there. Have you ever seen that meme of
No.
like, oh, this is the
No.
Simpson house in real life, and they show like the Simpson house in real life and the Simpsons house in like the cartoon? Well, that meme, that photo of the actual Simpsons house is where my aunt and uncle live. They live in that gated community. And back in the day, I remember going to that house. And when you drove by that house at night, they had like cardboard cutouts of the Simpsons on the windows. And like it looked like the Simpsons house. And we were like, what the fuck? I was like, you guys live in a neighborhood that has the fucking Simpson house, bro? Like, really? You motherfuckers. I'm over there, gunshots and fucking ghetto birds and shit around, flying around all night, and fucking cops, sirens, all I hear all night. And you guys over here living in a fucking gated community with like all you hear is the crickets chirping, and you got a fucking
Right.
you got a Simpsons house down the street, bro.
Central air conditioning, heating.
Yeah, exactly. You guys got a fucking Simpsons house down the road and live in a gated community, man. Like, where it's safe to leave your kids walking out around till like 11 o'clock at night because it doesn't matter because there's nobody out there but old people, right? Like, I'm like, what the fuck, dude? But yeah, that Simpsons house is actually in their neighborhood. They apparently that house, because I remember when I was a kid, it had like a big mural of the Simpsons on the side of the house. That the guy, what's his name, Matt, whatever the fuck, the guy who created the Simpsons, he like went there and painted a mural on the side of the house, like a big mural of the Simpsons. And I think that house was part of a contest or something. I looked it up. I'm like, Simpsons house, Vegas, and it shows it, and it says, yeah, this house was part of a contest, a part of like some kind of Simpsons contest where like if you were a fan of them, you could like win the house, and somebody won the house, but they didn't like the house because too many people went there to take photos of it, so they fucking sold the house, and like now somebody else owns it or whatever. But I'm like, that's pretty wild, dude. Like you won a fucking house that a lot of people wish they would have lived in, you know, like who wanted that house and you won it and now you don't want it. That's fucking crazy. Crazy, Gunny.
That is crazy. I think I got the right house right now. I don't know if it's in Henderson.
Yeah.
But it's not popping up with the images, but they probably took them down.
Simpsons house.
Like the cardboard cutouts.
Yeah, oh no, the cardboard cutouts went down as soon as the guy who won the house moved in. When he won the house, they took out the cardboard cutouts. But as a kid, I distinctly remember the mural. There was a mural on the side of the house that got painted over as well. But I remember the cardboard cutouts. They had them they had some on the yard, like on the actual grass. I don't think now they have grass there because I think they have to have rocks now by the HOA. They got rid of all the lawns because of the fucking city.
Yeah, it definitely looks like an HOA style type place.
But yes, it's definitely an HOA style type place, and that's where my family in Vegas lived. I mean, they still live there, but that's that was the house, man. The Simpsons house. That fucking house was pretty popular, bro. Yeah, but now it has rocks. I'm looking at photos of it right now, and it has rocks in the front yard. Like,
Yeah, that's the one I saw. Yep. Yeah,
most
HOA don't play around. Once they find out.
Let me tell you, back in the day, that house had a lawn. Okay, okay, like Vegas is in a drought apparently all the time. Like they don't have any water because Colorado takes it all from the Colorado River. But like all these houses that you see next to this house, and this house included, they all used to have like perfect 1-inch high grass, like a perfect lawn. All of them, dude. And then like, I don't know, I want to say like 15 years ago, the HOA came in and said, okay, all this grass, we need you guys to take all of it out and install rocks. So they all had to take out all their grass and install rocks.
I believe Las Vegas is like the most water efficient city in the United States.
It is because they don't have a lot of water, but they're able to like recycle it a lot.
Yeah, they probably fine them like if you go overuse.
But you know, water in Vegas is one of the highest utilities, man. Besides like gas and power, right? Power, of course, because of the ACs and shit. But like,
what's the name of that
really
lake?
expensive.
That lake in Las Vegas. I mean, I've seen it there at the Hoover Dam.
Lake Mead.
Yeah, Lake Mead. So that thing was like, I was watching those YouTube videos. Like prior to last year, it didn't rain for like 9 years or some shit. It was getting down there. like they had to keep moving the dock further and further and further down.
Bro, you can drive there, and as a kid, I remember specifically parking at a certain spot. I guarantee you, if I was to go to that lake today, that spot would be like hundreds and hundreds of yards back from where the water.
They kept finding
is.
more and more dead bodies last year. It was insane.
Yeah, like that.
Another fun fact. Another fun fact about
crazy.
that Lake Mead, Jesus, is the YouTube guys that I would watch on there. It got so bad prior to last year that the government said you are no longer allowed to take pictures of the lake and post them on social media or internet. Yeah, they said we will come get you. It was no joke. I actually went on there because I thought, nah, these guys are fucking liars, and I'm like, nope, it was true.
Yeah.
So stop.
That lake is pretty wild, and it's crazy to me because if you go to the Hoover Dam, you see how big the Hoover Dam is. It's fucking huge, and like you can see the water levels, like all the mountains around the lake have like there's like a big white line around the lake. And it shows the water levels of like how high the lake was when it was first made, that dam was first put there, to like now. And it's insane. Like, it's like at least a 50-foot drop, dude, from like where the line is, where it used to be, and to like where it is now. It's like, holy fuck. Like, how much water is being used? And they're like, yeah, the problem with like, it's not that Vegas is using the water. Is that California uses most of the water, and Arizona?
I believe so, 47%.
Dang Californians.
Because I try to go there every 3 years, and every time I did go 2 years ago, and I do take the extra tour, which it generally will include you, like you get into this, like an elevator, I don't know, it goes down like 30, 40 floors. You go
underground, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's insane. And it's cool just being under there and just watching how these pumps work.
Yeah.
But I think they've done this twice now where we'll go and we'll see where like the people work on the pumps or whatever. And they're like, yeah, we're not allowed to go down there today or something, like every time. I'm like, okay, I wonder what's the deal with that. But that was, we were in serious drought up 2 years ago.
I remember as a kid, we took like a few field trips there, and we took all those tours all the time, and that shit was really cool, man. Like, it was a big deal. That dam is a big deal. That dam powers all of Las Vegas and like parts of California, dude. Like, that dam itself provides a lot of power for that whole region. If that dam was to go down, I would say most of Vegas, if not all of it, would have no power. They would have like no power. They would be fucked. They would have no power, no water, nothing. Like, they would be so screwed.
It would be a lost city in the desert.
It would legitimately, that city would die out, I would say, in a month.
I mean, I think the electricity thing, they could probably get it back running in a few months with other parts of the U.S., but water, I think that'd be a big issue.
Water, dude, they don't have and then, like they said, Vegas is not the biggest user of the water. Vegas only uses like a little tiny percentage of that.
It was something like 3%. It was so small. I was like, wow, I didn't know that.
For like a city of like millions of people, right? Like, I think Vegas is like 2 million people or 3 million people now. It's a pretty big city. It's not a tiny city, but when I was a kid, it was way smaller.
I think Los Angeles and Orange County, I think probably takes a lot of that water as well.
That's what they said. They're like, LA California. And California just takes,
we love water, guys.
San Diego and shit takes all the fucking water from and it's crazy. You fuckers are right next to the ocean, man.
Right.
The fuck, you got all that water over there, bro. The fuck you doing using our water?
They feel like they have all this water to spare. You know, they got all these fires over there and just dumping water on it, and they don't stealing it from Vegas.
Stealing the Vegas people water for your fucking pleasure. What the hell? For your fucking pools and your lawn. But you have a lawn in your house, don't you, Gunny? Yeah. I bet he has a lawn at his. Do you have a lawn at your house, Gunny?
Yes, we have lawns here.
Yeah, see? Yeah. Son of a bitch.
We got nice green lawns.
My aunt and uncle can't have a lawn anymore, and you're over there with your fucking lawn, probably watering it 5 times a day.
Thank you, Hoover Dam.
Yeah. Probably
No, but we
wash-
have restrictions, of course.
you're
But
you're probably watering your lawn 5 times a day while you're washing your car 3 times a week.
I did wash the car today. It was
With a
See?
load of
cheap.
laundry with like
Water's
3
so cheap.
pieces of clothing in it.
Yeah, with the load of laundry with 1 piece of clothing in it because it's a delicate fucking piece of clothing. Yeah, you fucking Californians. Yeah. Besides that, that's all I played, man. Really. And then, sorry about going on a tangent about Vegas
Oh, yeah, you're
and
good.
food and waters and life and me being poor as a child. I was so poor, dude. I looked up photos the other day of my old house where I grew up. Bro, that it's so ghetto. I can't believe I grew up there, Mayo. I honestly
Yeah.
cannot believe it, bro. It is like some shit you see in a movie, ghetto. Like I'm like, this is insane to me. I cannot believe that was my life. I didn't know any better. I didn't know it could be better than this.
Now you're in
It's crazy.
Now you're in Sleepy Town, Oregon.
Now I'm like in a tiny town. Everybody knows everybody. Everybody knows all the cops by their first name.
I know the milkman.
You know, you go down to the store, the fucking clerk at the store remembers you by name. and
Right.
shit.
Starbucks has your order ready when you walk in. They know exactly what you're ordering. You're like,
I live in like little tiny town America now. It is so fucking beyond me. I'm like, this neighborhood is not even that nice where I live here, you know. I don't live in the rich part of town or anything, but compared to like that Vegas neighborhood, this is like living in Beverly Hills, dude. Okay, like that shit was terrible. Like my house had bars on the window, bro, like a fucking jail. Like, okay, we had burglar bars.
Burglar bars, yeah. Oh,
That's what we
gosh,
called them.
I'd be afraid,
Yeah.
pulling in there with my Jeep. Oh, shit.
You would be afraid to pull in there in your Jeep, Gunny. You would probably be robbed for that Jeep in like fucking 5 seconds, okay? I think I would be afraid to drive down that neighborhood nowadays, bro. Okay,
No,
that's how ghetto it is.
that's true. No, I mean, now that when we moved here, how old's Kyle? 17, so 18 years ago from Vallejo, California, the
Yeah.
707. Yeah, like when I go back there sometimes, I'm like, oh my gosh, I lived here. Holy shit.
Yeah.
What a difference,
so
living here and not hearing a fucking pin drop, and coming
hey
from
man,
Vallejo.
if you're living in the ghetto, shout out to you. You're making it. The struggle is real. I've been there. You can get out of it. It might not be easy, but you can definitely get out of it. I got out of it somehow, and I'm glad I did. But fuck, Mayo's like, I don't know what they're talking about.
yeah, what's a ghetto?
What is this? I've seen it on television.
Mayo's like, what is a burglar bar?
I never had those growing up, but I mean, growing up
We
poor as
had
dirt,
those.
but we never had those. Like, we just got broke into, had my shit stolen.
Oh, see, we didn't get broken into, but like,
Hey,
yeah,
don't
we-
judge. I lived, we didn't even lock the doors in our houses where we lived when I grew up. Like you
Damn.
didn't.
Wow.
You left your car doors unlocked. You left your house unlocked.
Wow.
If they did break in your house, because it was like you said, Jesus, it was small town. So like, you knew who it was. You would have been like, "What are you doing here, Bob? Get the
That
fuck
was
out."
Joe. He's an alcoholic, and
He's confused
He just
which
went in the
house it
wrong
is.
house, and he was
He's
so
just
drunk.
lost. It's just, the cops like, do you want to press charges? No, just take him home. Just take him
Yeah.
home. It's okay. That's funny. You see, you can leave your house unlocked and shit, man.
You can. They still do up that way. Like
I've
they
done
still
that.
do up that way.
I've done that here where I live right now. I've left
Mhm.
my house unlocked. I've left my keys in my fucking door and had my neighbor come knocking one day. Like, hey, you left your keys in the door last night.
Right.
You
Right.
know?
Yeah.
Like no worries, bro. Like it's crazy to me, right? Like you think about that to where I used to live, you couldn't fucking dare do that shit. To now, it's like, whoa, man, this is the high life, man.
Where you used to live, Jesus, it was all about grabbing the baseball bat before you opened the door, right?
Yeah,
Like you knew
grabbing-
where it was.
Making sure you
Yeah.
had the gun loaded behind the door and pointed through the
Yeah.
peephole before you fucking opened it. Like, you the fuck? It was bad. It was bad. It was so ghetto. And then once my parents sold the house, we moved to the even ghettoer part of the ghetto. Like we lived in the ghetto, but we moved to the even ghettoer part, bro. And that was even worse than where I lived. That was like literally a drive-by shooting every 3 days. Maybe 2 days. Every other day sometimes. There was a drive-by shooting going on. Literally every other like week. Like every week, dude. And the cops wouldn't even come. Like no one would even call the cops. Because that's like, oh, it's just the gangsters shooting at each other again. Like, they go, oh, well, it's just part of this neighborhood. Part of the charm. Part of the charm of living here, Mayo. We're just gonna hear gunshots every 3 days.
Yeah.
Someone's gonna get shot.
Damn, I remember Jesus. I moved near what did we move near downtown Vallejo? Like we're sitting there just like, and all I hear is gunshot, and just hearing this lady saying, "You fucking shot me!" And I'm like, Jesus Christ! Looking out the window, and he's standing there with a 22 rifle. I'm like, oh boy, I didn't see nothing.
Yeah, all you hear is gunshots, and then you see crooked cops. Because the cops you did see in those neighborhoods, they weren't those cops were more ghetto than the fucking people living in the neighborhoods were. Those cops were like thugs, bro. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah.
You know, shout out to the police people that are actually doing like the police work, right? I give props to them, right? They do a hard job. It's not easy. But dude, I've seen some real, like I'm talking like training day crooked ass cops. Like cops that will like murder you and rob you for everything, and then like set it up to us where you was shooting at them with the gun or something, and they set you up and you're fucking dead. And they're like, oh no, we shot him because he was shooting at us with that pistol there he has next to his body. You know,
what's
like
that called? The blue something, right? Blue code. I don't know.
It's some. I remember one time the cop pulling me over, and you know, because back in the day I used to run around with these hoodlums, and he's like, oh, you guys think you're a gang. He's like, meet my gang. And he had all his buddies with him, all his cop buddies. And he's like, we're the real gang around here. And I was like, you son of a bitch, you got a point. I was like,
Yeah.
you got a fucking point. And
Yeah.
he's like, and you know what? He's like, I could do whatever I want because I can get away with it. And I was like, God damn fucking shit, he's right. He's fucking right. He could do whatever he wants. And there's nothing you could do about it because who are you going to call? The cops?
Yeah.
Who are you going to call, Gunny? The fucking cops? You know who's going to show up? He's going to show up with his buddies. You know, it's like, who the fuck are you going to call, Mayo?
There's probably a lot more of them than there are of you.
Oh, a lot more of them. And those fuckers were packing. They were packing all right. Yeah. Anyways, enough of the ghetto and living in the ghetto. Shout out to the ghettos. I grew up there. I don't miss it, though. And I'm glad I got the fuck out of there. But yeah, besides all that, let's talk about video games again, guys.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I play video games.
Back to what this podcast is actually about. It's not about life in the ghetto and Vegas not having water. It's about video games.
You want to hear about something cool, guys? Because you guys are giving me a
Yeah.
hard time about it because I paid. I did go see. Me and my son went and saw Harry Potter, the Cursed Child, the play. So that was a cool 250 Benjamins, I think, for both of us in hobo seats. Because we were like back against the wall. But we weren't on like the top, very top part. We were on the second balcony.
You were on a balcony though, right? So like, were you in there
Yeah.
privately, like just you and your family?
No, it was just me and the kid. But I mean, there was 1,000 other people there. I mean, it was a full seating. It was full.
So it wasn't like I'm thinking like when you say balcony, I'm thinking like where Abraham Lincoln got shot, bro. Like
Right.
a little private fucking balcony.
I was
like,
actually
room.
right by that place actually in DC there. Like
Yeah.
our hotel was close to that. I didn't walk over there though because they said
No,
no
I
way
think-
you
I'm
did when
thinking
you
of
bought tickets.
I'm thinking of like a little room like this, Gunny, with like
Yeah.
a little balcony. You
Or
know,
what was
like-
it?
like-
The Muppets.
did have those.
The
They
Muppets
did
back in the day. Those two old
Yeah.
men
Yeah.
would sit in the top corner of the Muppets, and they would make fun of
But that was the style of theater that they had. Like the sides or whatever, you had to pay extra for those.
But you didn't get one of those. You got by balcony. You mean you were in the second tier of seats that were up higher
Yeah.
than the lower ones? Okay.
Yeah, and then all the way up against the wall. So I guess it would have made a little bit of a difference if we were on the balcony, like sitting in, closer to the actual stage itself.
Like a private room with the butler.
I know, but they had those. They had those private ones, and they were like on the sides, like you would see Muppet style.
How much were those? Like 600 a fucking person?
Gosh,
Right, no
yeah,
doubt.
they were like 400 and something.
That's without food. Like they would deliver food to you.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, you could have had food delivered. I think you could order your food. So, so here's the funny thing. Something I knew about, but not because I'm a theater enthusiast or anything, but right when the act ends and it said to be continued, and my kid gets up and goes, "Well, that's it. We're done. Let's go." And I'm like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa! That is just intermission time." He's like, "What's that?" And I'm like, "This is a thing that they actually do in all these
used to have
plays."
this in movie theaters back in the day.
Because this thing was 3.5 hours long, so
Yeah.
hour and a half in, it was intermission time, and everybody got up and went and got more beer and popcorn and sodas.
That's
and
cool.
stuff.
That's cool though, because I like that. I wish movies had that.
Because you're kind of stiff, right, from sitting there.
Yeah, bro. Like I wish Marvel movies had fucking intermissions, man. Because like
Star Wars did. Star Wars would
sucks.
have intermissions.
It sucks.
AMC theaters.
It sucks when you go to like watch this fucking Marvel movie and then it's like, oh, this movie is 3.5 hours long, Mayo. By the way, you're gonna have to sit for 3.5 hours to watch all of it, or then you're gonna miss something.
I don't know if they still do it with Star Wars movies, but they might.
They don't.
But it was a cool experience. Kyle, he said, "Yeah, I already read the book," and I was like, "Oh, okay." I said, "Don't spoil nothing for me."
He already knew the story, bro. He knew what happened to Harry and his friends.
Oh yeah, he's already seen all 8 films. He's read 2 other books. There's more books than there are movies.
So, Gunny, let me ask you this: as a person who's watched this play, has never seen them, have you seen the movies?
Yes,
No.
I've probably seen all 8. Maybe there might be one I might have not seen.
You don't remember?
No.
Having played the game a little bit, does this play make you want to watch the movies more than the game did? Or did the game do it more?
I would say probably watch the movies more. Because this is what is this thing? A screenplay is what this is. And, written by J.K. Rowling and 2 other people. And, yeah, I would say probably just watch more of the movies or even, like, inspire somebody to even read other books.
Was it like really good though? Like, was the kid playing Harry like he looked like Harry Potter?
A little, not really so much. So because there was a kid so Harry Potter was older in this movie. Like no real spoilers, but people are listening. Like I've already seen it, already read it.
Yeah.
It's probably on YouTube already. But yeah, he's already an older adult. He's got a son. I forgot his son's name, but yeah, and it's a pretty good story. And I mean, the production was really good, and a lot of the magic was cool. So yeah, definitely worth it.
Did they have like some kind of effects for the magic?
Yeah, like some of the cool things that they did when people were cheering for was where, let's say you wanted to change into somebody else, right? You would drink the potion, and then it was pretty cool because I was like, that's cool. Like, how the fuck did they do that? Like when you're wearing a robe, and then you're just like, now you look like your dad or, another character. And just the way they did it was pretty awesome. Like, I thought they pulled that off pretty well.
All right, let me ask you this. Okay, this is an important question, Gunny. This is going to make or break the show for me. Did they have the fire wands?
Yes, they definitely had fire wands. There was a couple scenes where
they shot fire?
Yeah.
Yeah!
That was cool.
Yeah! The fire wand! Yes!
Yeah, like they actually had, they must have had, an actual nozzle with, actual fire coming out of it, but they made it definitely seem like...
real fire. You could buy a fire wand for $75. I told you this already.
Yeah.
On the show.
Yeah, I remember when we looked this up online.
But this was play production, so these were, bigger flames coming out. The sound was amazing.
My fire wand wouldn't be as good as this fire wand?
Not as good, no. No, this one was a little higher production. So but you could kind of tell, okay, it's not quite coming out of the wand itself, but behind it, they still pulled it off pretty good because it was pretty fucking cool what they did.
People go to firewands.com and you could buy yourself a fire wand. I'm on Amazon.
Right now, I really enjoyed that. That was a lot of fun. Definitely worth it.
Fire wand right now, Gunny, for $50 on Amazon.
Yeah, but it was right there in the theater district, So they had everything from Life of Pi to Life of P, excuse me. All kinds of fucking plays that were out there. It was either going to be that or The Lion King.
I've never seen that. Is that movie good? Life of P or Life of Pi or whatever.
Life of P. I saw that today, and I was looking at it, and I was like,
I remember seeing so many ads for that movie. So many ads for it.
Yeah. But they had school trip kids that were out there, and so they were probably there to see that in Lion King.
Yeah. Today I watched the movie. I went on a date and I went to the movies and we watched. Was that The Blackening?
Never
Which
heard
is
of that.
it's like a new movie. It's supposed to celebrate Juneteenth, and it's of course a mostly black cast. I think it's actually all black, but it's about these friends that show up to this cabin in the woods, and it's like a comedy horror film. Think of like I would almost say scary movie, but not really, like more serious. But it's about like these guys that are trying to kill these people, right, in this house in the woods. And like they're obviously trying to defend themselves and figure out what's going on and like fighting the people back or whatever. And like it's kind of funny, but not really. I thought it was a weird movie. I didn't find it as funny as like the people sitting next to me did because they couldn't fucking stop laughing. But I was like, I don't know, man. The movie was good, but it wasn't like that funny. Like it was an okay film. But they're supposed to be like the reason they're getting together in the cabin or whatever. And, you know, all these black people, these black friends or whatever, is because apparently they're like lifelong friends that they're trying to have like a get together. Like, oh, we're all gonna get together this weekend or whatever in this cabin because of Juneteenth. So we're gonna celebrate Juneteenth by getting together in this cabin, right? And they all show up there and whatever, right? And it has some comedy, but it wasn't the greatest movie. I don't know if I'd recommend it, honestly. I'd say watch it at home, maybe when it comes to movie, like on demand or whatever. I wouldn't say go to the movies for it.
Yeah, but I mean, was it like a spoof or like just to show like, oh,
It wasn't
like,
a spoof. It was like a comedy movie, but it was like
okay,
a horror movie at the same time. But they just had comedy in it. Like they'd make like jokes about like race, about oh, like, are we gonna call the cops? And they'd like laugh about that, you know, like, oh, we're not gonna call the cops, you know, like, oh, the cops are just gonna come and arrest us, you know, like that type of shit, you know.
yeah.
It was funny, but not too funny. I don't know. I didn't really like it. But during that time when I was in the theater, they showed a lot of trailers for new movies coming out. There's a lot of this year seems to be a lot of comedy movies. It seems like comedy is a thing like that's coming back to movies. And a lot of movies that are coming out in the next, I would say, few months, because these were all like trailers for new movies. They all seem to be like comedy based. A lot of them seem to be like comedy dramas or like comedy, like think of like Will Ferrell movies, like Talladega Nights and shit like that. You know, like not that much comedy, but like some comedy. You know,
Yeah.
and like, it's the funniest film of the year. That's the lines that I saw in the thing. Like, oh,
I feel
Rotten
like we need more comedy, right? More comedy than we need
Comedy's
horror.
good.
I'm not a
I
big
like
horror fan.
I like movies. You know, I like the movie theater. That's how I like to experience movies. And like, I don't know, man. I feel like movies kind of fallen off ever since COVID, and I'm kind of glad to see like it seemed like there was a lot of trailers for a lot of new movies. It feels like the world's kind of getting back to normal almost after COVID, right?
Yeah.
It's almost there. We're almost there, man. We're not there yet, but we're getting there. And that's a good thing. I'm glad
Yeah.
to
I
see
was
it.
able to, Jesus, I was able to see catch up on some movies on the plane, and I did see Ant-Man Quantum World or whatever the fuck it was.
Quantum mechanics, quantum world,
Something like, I know, I named it everything.
quantum universe. How is the
Something
fuck it's
like that.
called?
That was really good. I was like, oh man, I missed out on the theater experience for this.
Yeah.
And the other one I really felt like I missed the theater experience, and my kid was a little bummed out because I didn't take him to see it, was John Wick 4.
Okay.
Yeah, that was good. That was
Was it good?
like that was over 3 hours. That was really good. Really, really
Mel,
good.
you need to buy that on Voodoo so I can watch it.
I
I
even fell
already
asleep.
own John Wick 4 on video.
Yeah,
you
I
do?
fell
I'm
asleep
gonna
towards
watch
the
it.
end. I was like, I woke up. I was like, had to rewind a little bit.
I like John Wick movies. But what else have you played, Gunny?
Besides all that stuff, besides video games, so Ghost Nico, our good friend from our community here, it's like Satisfactory fucking update 8 is out, which I knew about. Like, I follow him on Twitter, subscribe on YouTube, and I haven't been playing the game, but I do follow on some of the things that what update 8 will entail. So So Ghost Nico finally got me. I was like, oh, fine, I'll just go ahead and make sure it's updated. And I got the so one of the cool things I would say with this update is it's usually just like your vanilla game, right? Like you don't get mods. I mean, you can just add all that shit in, right, through a satisfactory mod thing. But now, like, one of the things that's cool is where I think it's like advanced settings. Like they add this thing where, hey, you can now get the flying mod, or some other cool stuff that you can do, like what is it? Like unlock a lot of things, right? Like it's, they have God mode. There's God mode, so that probably unlocks everything. And I'm sure that right now, probably like very few, if no mods, actually work with this update. So it's not something you have to do. You can always go back to early access with this game.
Mhm.
Like there's a way to do it in Steam where you can just change your version of the game, which is another amazing thing, right? So you don't have to play this new update if you don't want to. But yeah, I guess it's Unreal Engine 5, Mayo. And
Yeah, that's new Unreal.
and so the other thing is where I've always gotten, like, again, I'm not a frames whore, so I've always ran anywhere from that, like, kind of that 60 to 70 range. And, if I'm flying around, something's happening, with my little 1070 Ti, I'm getting, anywhere between 50 and 60. But yeah, I was able to check one of these boxes. I forgot what it was on the video options that Ghost Nico recommended. I was like, ah, shit, nice, man. I'm getting like 80 to 90 frames a second. So I could definitely see it when, shit's flying around, in front of you. Like, yeah, definitely. I could definitely see a big difference with frames.
What if it was like a DLSS support or something like that? Like that's the new thing that they're kind of going toward.
Yeah, but I think this option's probably already been there, the one I'm speaking of. But yeah, definitely got some tweaks into it, some great helpful tips. So definitely running on higher frames on that. But yeah, like I was telling Ghost Nico, I'm like, here I am, I'm already like fucking going out through the world and like starting to collect things, and I'm already going to unlock stuff. And I'm like, you got me sucked back into this game again. And I should, you're cutting into my Diablo time here.
Right?
Yeah. I'm like, it's your fault. So yeah, it was fun though. But yeah, I was like, okay, I better stop playing this because I do have some things I need to take care of outside of video games. Like, it was hard to put it down, Mayo. It's one of those games where, you just want to play it for hours and hours. Especially for me. So, yeah, I'm just gonna leave that save right there and go take care of some business. But I didn't want to stop. But yeah, moving on. Diablo 4. Fucking shout out to Ryan today because I thought he invited me to his game, and we went out, and here I am, hobo level fucking, what was I, 18 at the time, and he's 33. So I'm sure it scales because it wasn't like I was dying, like, instantly or anything. But for mine, if I didn't mention, back in the last show, is that I started in tier 2. I want to make the game harder for myself, like, no, I'm going to make it much fucking harder as possible. Just go straight to tier 2. But I wasn't able to complete like the fucking chapter 1 or whatever. Like when I get to the end and, when I see Lilith and she's got this fucking lady possessed, I'm like, fuck, I just cannot get past that shit. So I went back, I think a couple times, and I thought, okay, I'm going to wait till I'm level 20 before I even attempt to go back here. I'm just going to go grind, do some side missions. And yeah, there were some areas where, like, okay, I need to stay away from this area because they were definitely like higher tiered fucking enemies. But playing with Ryan today, we went and did his stuff, and then I don't know what happened or if he joined my whatever happened. I'm like, why are we in this area? This is where I need to be. And this, like, it worked out fucking perfectly. We went in there, fucking, we each died a couple times, but we were able to complete it. That was fucking so much fun because, yeah, if you're not dying in this game and, getting higher, fucking better loot, better weapons and armor and stuff. So I'm pretty glad I did that. So, yeah, so I was able to complete that. That was like a big relief off of me and, level my character up more. So, yeah, like, I don't know, what do we play for, like an hour, Shit, I went up like 3 levels.
Yeah, it was probably like
45
an
minutes.
hour.
Yeah. I went up 3 levels. I was like, sweet. So, but yeah, just man, but real quickly on like just being in the hotel and traveling and stuff. Diablo Immortal. I think I'm like level 5 now or something in the game. And I'm able to keep my. I don't know if it matters much
Immortal,
as far as
right?
yeah, Diablo Immortal, yeah. So, well, with my battle tag or whatever it is in there, I think that's. I don't know if that's like my battle tag from Xbox or not, because I've got like 2 different accounts going, right? One's like PC and the other one's like the one for Xbox.
Right.
But yeah, man, I'll tell you, man, just not having a controller, just playing with that right thumb and moving around and doing everything with the right thumb. Or I think it's the left thumb is like your movement. No, that's the other thing. It doesn't show you like on my iPad, but you can move around with the left thumb and then do everything else with the right, like, your different abilities. But still, like, it just feels so unnatural just not having a controller in my hand. So, yeah, not the best experience on that. Yeah, a lot of BeatStar. My kid's pretty good, right? Because he's younger, he's faster reactions. So always like the music in that game. And you can one of the cool things, like, you can always earn enough of these like crystal things to to continue a game, because that's one of the things about a mobile game, right? You get halfway through it, right? It's like Guitar Hero, right? Where you're just like, pressing the corresponding fucking notes
Right.
with your both thumbs, right? And if you mess up once, I think it's maybe once or twice, like boom, that's it. You better go back, or do you want to continue? So, and you earn all those different like crystal things, right, through completing actual songs. So sometimes I'll actually hand the phone over to my son, like, finish this for me so I can get through it. Fucking earn more shit.
Right.
So, but yeah, it actually, I think when I first got this game, I actually unlocked like a song pack. It was like $3 or something. So I really don't spend too much money on mobile games itself. But sometimes you see some cool songs, and then, they'll actually play it. Like when you click on it, you're like, oh, I like this song, Like, I want to get this one. Oh yeah, it's going to be $3, You get 3 songs.
Right.
So it's not bad. $1 a song,
Kind of reminds me of like what Beat Saber did,
Yeah.
like you could buy individual songs or the packs, and they were kind of expensive, but on the Beat Saber, but
I feel like Beat Saber was more expensive, right? Weren't they like $10 or something for like a
it'd
pack?
be like 3 songs, or it'd be something crazy, or 4 songs or 5 songs. I don't remember, but yeah, they were kind of pricey.
Yeah. But yeah, what else? Vampire Survivors. I did play that on mobile, so that was another one, right? Here I am with the right thumb, just moving around. But I could have brought my Xbox controller. It would have been a lot better experience because I'm so used to it. But you might think, oh, you don't need that, Gunny, with a controller. You can just use your thumbs. Yeah, but definitely prefer that more, even though you're just really just using a right thumbstick. Yeah, but I think that's pretty much really all I played. Not much, just being out and about, New York, Manhattan.
Nice. What about you, Mayo?
Oh, so besides, like we've been talking about Final Fantasy, lots of Final Fantasy, that demo, played through it a little bit. I was also playing Hogwarts, and I finally pretty much getting close to the end of that game, Jesus. As I was getting through, I was kind of curious, so I pulled it up on IGN, like the walkthrough, and I wanted to see like how many more missions I have left, and I think it said I had 3 more left. So then I started playing again, but then like the back of my mind, I was kind of like, I almost don't want the game to end. So I started wandering around. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna do some of the side quests, or I'm gonna go like do the Merlin trials, and I went and did the little things where you increase your ancient magic and stuff like that. So I kept going through and just kind of like finding spots on the map, kind of exploring them, picking this up and there, just making my character stronger, even though I probably don't really need to. I think I'm high enough level already where I could probably just go toward the end of the campaign. I think I'm maybe like 28, 29 in level. And so I feel like I'm close, and if I wanted to. But now with the Final Fantasy demo, like I said, we talked about earlier, me playing that, and I kind of want to pick that up and play it. I think I'm gonna go ahead and just finish Hogwarts in the next 2 days here before Final Fantasy comes out. So that'll give me something to kind of grind through and get finished, and just be looking forward to me, like playing Final Fantasy. But I really liked Hogwarts. Jesus, I definitely contender for Game of the Year. Like even like with Ghost of Tsushima and stuff when I played them games this year, I felt like I was ready to be done with them at some point. And like Hogwarts, I just haven't felt like I've been ready. Like I enjoyed running around that world and like that environment. It's
It's a
just
great
cool.
world. They really they embodied what.
And it's just unique enough. Like there's enough unique enough things to do. You don't feel like it doesn't feel repetitive. Unless that you do like every Merlin trial in a row. Like you do them over and over and over, and they feel
I've
repetitive.
done that.
I did a few of those. I'm up to the last one. There's like when you gotta like do the last 20. And so, and I have to like find them on the map even really to be able to like go get them and stuff or whatever. But I mean, I've been playing a lot of that. I also played some Gran Turismo, but I kind of hit a wall in Gran Turismo. So I finally got to this one like World Cup like championship race or whatever, right? And your car has to only be so many like performance points to get in. And I felt like all the cars that I own I like don't like over qualify or they're too far underqualified, And you go in there and you get into like some Lambos and they give me some of these other really good cars. So when I bought this other car, I thought it was like really close to the number. Like it was maybe within a couple points. And it just didn't perform well. And I've been really fighting to get through the traffic because it's like a large field and you got to try to get, in top 3. And it's like 3 different races. Or I do good in one, I don't do good in the others. And it's like, it actually felt pretty challenging to me. And usually that's kind of rare for a racing game where it feels really challenging. Like I hit a wall, like I hit this spot. So I don't know if it's just something I'm just like not branching out enough or I don't play it solid enough to get the continuous really good feel, getting good at it. Or we could just overpower your way through it or something with a car. Yeah. So I don't feel like, you can't do that. So like, I just needed to like maybe dedicate a little more time into it. But I just at this point like I want to move on to other things. Like that's kind of that game I just want to play on occasion. So,
okay.
But the other thing I've been playing, a while back we seen, I think it was on the Sony showcase of their games. They showcased Teardown. This was a game, and I recognized it, and I was like, this is something I've played before, and I owned it on Steam. And it's kind of like this open world game. You can kind of do whatever you want and continue to just kind of play this game. So you go in there, and it's a voxel graphic game where everything is destructible. Everything in the environment can be broken. And they give you these missions. And again, this one example of this mission is like you're at a boat dock, right? And the guy tells you you're supposed to go in there at night, and you're supposed to knock down this house so he can have his boat dock built, like illegally. You're sneaking in there, and they're gonna knock down the house, build this boat dock, and go from there. So it's like, okay, so the level loads in at night, and it's kind of like an instance, and you have this whole little map you pull up, and it's got this house, and you're like, you can destroy it like any way you possibly want. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna maybe just like knock it down by hand. So I ended up finding a boat and taking a boat out and around and ramming this boat into this house a couple times and driving through it. And you have to like knock it down to a certain height. So like it has like a meter. It has to be like 1 meter high or something like that. So you can knock down all the walls, but as long as nothing's higher than 1 meter, that mission's accomplished. But there's like side missions you can do too. And it's like on the other side of this map, there's another house. And it's a 2-story house. And on the top of it, there's a safe. And they're like, hey, if you can get in this safe and throw that in the ocean for me, it'd help even more. And so it's like a bonus like thing.
Does this boat have like a wrecking ball or a crane on it or something?
And you can there's like construction equipment around in this level, right? So I'm like walk over there and I find a forklift. So I drop my forklift over and I find out where the safe is on the second floor, but underneath it is an open like carport, as I would consider it, like an open garage. So it's like open a couple of sides. You can drive vehicles in there. So I drive my forklift in there and I raise up the forks up in the air, being the forklift driver that I am. And I go through the floor of the room above it or the ceiling in the room that I'm in to get the safe to drop down. So the safe drops down, and I try to pick it up with my forklift. My forklift can't pick it up. Like, so the physics, like I get my forks underneath it, and it picks the back end of the forklift up. Like if it was something in true life, it was too heavy. So I'm like, well, crap, this ain't gonna work. And I couldn't push it around. I couldn't drag it around. So I ended up reloading the level, and I find a construction dump truck, and I steal that. I jump in that, and I back it under the carport, and I just hop on the bed of the dump truck, and I can reach the ceiling, and I use my sledgehammer and break out the ceiling so that safe falls in the back of the dump truck, and I just drive the dump truck into the ocean, and that's how I accomplish my goal. But like, you can just destroy anything in this game, like, and you get like, when you do your missions, they give you new stuff. They give you a sledgehammer. Like the reward for that mission, they give you like a shotgun you can use on a later mission. I don't know why I need a shotgun, but it's just like they give you these missions, and one of them was you have to go in and get some kind of equipment out of some building or something like that. So you go in there and you can look at it, and there's security. So like as soon as you access the security panel, you have an alarm, and you have like 1 minute to get all 3 panels basically like done, and then get out to your escape vehicle. So you gotta like plan your route that you're gonna go. Like, okay, I'm gonna do this one, then I'm gonna run around these steps, go up this hallway, go to the other one, grab that one, and you gotta kind of plan it out, and then you gotta get out. So it gives you these little missions that you gotta do, and so you like I said, you do that, try to get out there, and it's really close. Like a security car's coming, and so you're doing these little illegal things for people, and then when you do it, you go back to your house. They're like, you have this computer, and they're like, hey, we can now keep the lights on. Like, you're trying to pay your bills, and you can't pay your bills, but these people are paying you to these objectives, kind of like you would in House Flipper. You know, kind of in House Flipper, you go to your computer, and it will sit there and say like, do this for this amount of money, and you can take this or not. If you want to take this job, it gives you kind of options like that. Like, you don't have to do some of these missions, or the side missions.
Is this something I'd be interested in? I know I remember when this first comes, because on Steam, I
think so. I think it's kind of fun.
Yeah,
because it's that big sandbox, and it doesn't matter how you do it as long as you do it. So like the safe, there's probably tons of different ways of doing that level.
That's what I like, right? Is it like one way to do it, or like do I get many options?
There is nothing that's not breakable in this game. Well, I take it back. There is some like hardcore framework of the house. Like when you like the one house I was trying to break down, like if it wasn't one that was made to be destroyed, like the one that had the safe in the top floor, there were like a very corner pillar of the house was a steel bar you couldn't like take down. The whole house wouldn't fall that way. Like, but you could take out the flooring and the walls. Just that one steel pillar was kind of left. Like, it was kind of permanent,
To let you know, something was there, but you leveled the fucking building.
But yeah, I mean, but pretty much everything is breakable in that game besides just a few things. And the physics are kind of good, like they're kind of, you take out a leg to something, the whole thing will fall. It'll collapse. And so you got to think through, like, okay, if I want to get this done, how am I going to do this? Or you want to jump in this vehicle, you can take a vehicle and just smash it into stuff. Or if you run it into something on the way there, it's going to take damage and stuff. And it has like an integrity of the vehicle, like you can break the lights out, and it's like I said. Can
you repair the vehicle?
What's that?
Can you repair the vehicle?
No, nothing gets repaired. So when you're there, you just destroy a vehicle, then it's just broken. So
you better find another vehicle, right?
Yeah, and there's other vehicles around the maps. I've had stuff where I found other vehicles and stuff. So. You just go from there. But it's coming to Game Pass or PlayStation or both. I think it's coming to console. They did come with a new release, and I actually updated it today, where it has a creative mode instead of like, why destroy when you can also create? And you can just like take these little like 1 blocks at a time, like Minecraft, but like zoomed out in really small blocks, and you can just build. I didn't really see the appeal in that. They're trying to maybe steal off Minecraft a little bit, but it's nothing like that. So I don't know. I feel like the cool thing about this game is the destruction and being able to like do the missions however you see fit, and just cause as much havoc as you want. So
yeah, I'd be throwing dynamite in there.
And this game I bought last year when it first came out on Steam. And they did raise the price of the game. I think it's now $24 or $25
Yeah.
because it went full release, and then it's coming to console now. So
because I was keeping my eye on it. I think it was in my wish list for a while, and I'm like, maybe it's not for me. There's another one I just sent it to you, Mayo, which was that it's on Game Pass. It's that Hard Space Shipbreakers.
Mm-hmm.
And I know I talked about this on the show a while back, but it was just something I couldn't get into. I didn't like the zero gravity. You know, you've got your like your fucking welding rod thing, and separate pieces and put them in the right places, and I just could not get into it. I just thought it was boring for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. So that's why I was like, maybe I won't like the destruction of this game, or might be tedious, but like you said, there's different objectives in the game and different ways to do it, different vehicles. I might like it.
Yeah, it's just kind of it's a sandbox, really, is what it is. You can just kind of do whatever the heck you want, and however you want to include, succeed in that mission is how you can do it.
Nice. All right.
Jesus, the only other thing I played, I gave it a shot. I did not like it. I tried playing Bomber Crew, and I just got into the demo, and I just didn't like it right away. It was so much different, and I was just kind of like, I don't know if it's gonna be for me. Like it was that whole 3D thing. I'm like trying to pan the camera and like trying to attack, and I was just like, I don't know if I just wasn't in the mood to game that day or what. Like I fired it up trying to go check it out. And I turned it off like right away. And I know you said it's good and you talked about it a lot. And I'm like, I want to give this a shot.
You know what? Bomber Crew
and I wasn't feeling it, so I stopped. So I don't know. Maybe I'll try to go back to it.
So good, dude.
But that Final Fantasy demo, like I said, it's pretty much sold me on it. And I want to kind of just go play that this week. I think that's the only thing I'm probably going to end up doing.
Probably, I looked it up, and it says Final Fantasy is about 38 hours to beat.
So the new one will be?
Yeah, standard RPG, yeah. I don't know, that's just like they said, if you mainline the story.
Right. And I remember too, like when you on the demo, if you're walking around, right, like you're in the main part of the main hub, like your castle, like it tells you to go to this place and gives you an icon where you got to run to. And then as I'm running there, I'm running past people, and little chat bubbles are coming up. Like you could go talk to them, and I just didn't. Like I don't think they were going to give you any side quest or nothing like that on the demo. But
no,
yeah, maybe.
All right.
But yeah, that's pretty much all I've been playing. Like I said, mainly it was Hogwarts the last couple of weeks. Like I know the last show I wasn't on, I was playing Hogwarts, and then Gran Turismo, and then I got into Teardown again on Steam. Started playing through that and enjoying it, and then next thing I know, I'm like, let me try this Final Fantasy thing, and now I'm hooked.
I'm gonna look it up. Teardown is $22 on Steam.
Yeah, okay, yeah, it's a lot of fun. I thought
it's on
cool.
sale. It's on sale right now, 20% off. Real quick though, last thing that I did play though was Star Wars Jedi Survivor. I actually went back to it. It is playable now. I'm still getting frame rate dips into like the 30s.
Okay.
I'm hovering around 44 to around 60. Once I'm at 40, I feel like I don't notice it, but when it drops to 30, I definitely notice it. Like it's a huge difference from 40 to 30. I don't know what it is, but I actually feel like sluggish at 30. But when I get up to 40 and 40, like 44 to 45 and higher, the game feels really smooth. It's really weird, like how 30 really makes that much of a difference when you're jumping around like that. You're drastically noticing the change right away. And it's like, whoa, like it feels really like what the fuck. But Star Wars Jedi Survivor holds up, man. It is a good game. It is really actually a good game. It's a lot of fun. I've got to the point now where you find out who your bad guy is, like who the bad Jedi is, like the guy who probably you're going to end up fighting in the end.
Right.
I got to that part. A lot of platforming. I feel like a lot of platforming. The last game had platforming, but I don't remember it being this much. But it's just probably been a few years since I played it, right? So I don't remember much of it. But it has all the typical platforming, like the grabbing the ledges, grabbing the vines, climbing on shit. But I love the character. I love the Star Wars universe, which is why I'm excited for what when who was it that showed it? Was it Xbox or was it PlayStation? Or was it Ubisoft? It was Ubisoft, wasn't it? But didn't
I didn't watch
PlayStation also show it? That new Star Wars Outlaws game coming out?
Xbox. Yeah, Xbox showed that off.
And then Ubisoft did the showcase on it, right? Like
Yeah,
all,
I didn't
the
watch the
bigger one.
Ubisoft showcase. It's the only one I missed.
So Ubisoft is actually, they got a license because remember back in the day when EA was fucking up the Star Wars games and Disney said, we're gonna pull this license from you, and EA was like, please don't, we'll make a good one. And
Yeah.
and Disney was like, okay, we'll give you another shot here. But so apparently that, I don't know how, maybe that exclusivity expired and now Ubisoft is publishing a game for Star Wars as well. And theirs just called Star Wars Outlaws. I don't know if you've seen trailers for this, Mayo.
Yeah, I did.
But that game looked really cool. And what I like about the Star Wars universe is that it's in space. I love space. I've always liked space. I've loved space and like the fact that there's another universe and like just fucking all these aliens and people and weird shit going on.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm excited for the new Outlaws game. Playing Jedi Survivor kind of fixed that itch, like that I want to be in space itch. So I was playing the fuck out of that the other day, and that game is a lot of fun, dude. Like when you learn how to beat people and they keep killing you and killing you and killing you, and you finally get in there and fucking wreck them, you feel so good. But man, I had to drop down the difficulty eventually because I was getting fucking murdered left and right by this fucking enemy. I couldn't beat them. There was no way I could beat them. It was like impossible to beat. And I was like, Jesus, what am I doing wrong, dude? And finally, I was able to beat them. But I had to drop down the difficulty to like normal. So I was playing on Jedi. There's Jedi Knight. There's Jedi Master. And there's Jedi Grandmaster. I was playing on Jedi Master, like the second from the highest. But in that one, the enemies do more damage to you, and your parry time window is a little bit thinner than the normal difficulty. And I was getting my ass kicked, so I had to drop it down. Once I dropped it down, it was like kind of easy. Still struggled a little bit in some areas, but kind of easy. I think the areas that I was struggling in, though, to be honest, were like side quest areas that I had like found out about. Like some character told me like, hey, I heard there's this thing over here. You should go check it out. And I was like, okay, I'm going to go check that out. And I ended up wandering over there and I'm fighting enemies that are like too powerful for me still. You know what I mean? Because I'm in the beginning of the game really still, I just found out who the bad guy is. Like I'm kind of in the beginning of the game. But once I finished that, now the last thing I did was I ended up going to, I jumped back on my ship because my ship got fixed. So I jumped back on it and I took off to the next planet. So I'm going to the next planet. And I'm thinking I'm going to come back and do these side quests when I get more abilities and whatnot. So I went to the next planet. That's where I left off at. So I haven't beat it or anything, but I played more of it and I really like it, man. Like that game is not in a completely perfect state because I said I'm getting frame rate drops like a motherfucker on the PC, but it is playable now. Like it's not 20 FPS, like yes, it'll drop down to like 30 something, but it's still definitely playable. But yeah, would I recommend it still on the PC? Probably not. I would get it on a console before the PC still. But maybe they'll release another patch. I think they will eventually here soon. And hopefully that patch really just gets it super stable. I feel like they kind of got most of it fixed. They still got some fixing to do though. And I think they're going to be able to do that with this next patch. But yeah, definitely way better than when it first came out, dude. When it first came out, that game was unplayable. It literally was. I legit had to restart the game twice because I was so frustrated at just how bad it was running and how bad it was performing. I was like, this is impossibly terribly bad. Like what's the point of having $1,000 computer when they can't even run this shit at fucking 30? I was so mad, dude. I was so mad.
Yeah, right,
I was mad, I was legit like mad. I wasn't even like upset, like, oh, it sucked. No, I was mad. I was like, this is some fucking bullshit. and I'm glad they got it kind of fixed. So yeah, you could probably find that on sale now. Honestly, it's been what, a few months since it's out now.
Yeah, I was just checking.
Yeah.
It's still full price.
I seen
on
it
sale.
on CD keys for a decent price.
Yeah, CD keys is $42, so it's not.
It wasn't horrible.
It's maybe I would say if you like Star Wars, get it for $42. You could probably still, if you want to wait it out another patch, it wouldn't hurt. But it is a fun game, and it's a Souls-like game where like the enemies are super tough, and then you die and you have to go get your XP back from where the person that killed you. A lot of times you don't have to kill them; you just have to hit them once, and you can get your XP back.
Mm-hmm.
But that could also prove to be difficult because then they start chasing you because they want to kill you, and you have to run forever to get away from them. But yeah, it's cool though. I like it. It's a cool game. Can't wait to learn more abilities. I actually got the last thing that I was able to do in that first map was I got a mount so I could ride these they almost look like chocobos from Final Fantasy. Honestly, it's like these creature things.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And you can ride them. You can ride them around, and they make the getting around the map so much easier. I still don't understand how the map works. The map really sucks in terms of it sucks in terms of how when you pull it up, how it's laid out. It fucking sucks. I hate the map the way it is. So it's hard for me to find how to get to these side missions. So I just kind of have to work my way there. I'm okay, I guess I'll have to go the long way because I don't understand how to read this map. I'm having a hard time with it. But eventually I find my way to a bunch of enemies and I'm like, okay, I'm here. I know where I'm at. I gotta fight all these guys now. But yeah, I look forward to playing more of it. And let's get into news. It's news time.
News time.
Of course, the biggest news that we're going to talk about, of course, is Microsoft and Xbox team with the Bethesda team got together. They did a showcase. Sony did a showcase. And Ubisoft did theirs. FanFest went on. Things happened. Okay. Talk about the PlayStation Showcase real quick. I thought their showcase was okay. It could have been way better. I wasn't really hyped for anything they showed. I mean, the one thing that I was really hyped for was Spider-Man. They showed it. I liked it. I want to play it. I want a PS5 for it. That's what I told myself. I legit told myself. I was like, I need a PS5 to play this year.
And I told myself, thank gosh, I have a PS5. I don't have to worry about wanting one.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's what I told myself. So yeah. Yeah, that game looks good. That little tablet handheld thing they showed, I don't know what the point of that thing is. If
you know what? I thought about this. I think I know what it's for. And I could be totally off or wrong about this. I'm sure PlayStation fans are like, Gunny, you're so wrong about it. But I thought, okay. I thought, okay, maybe they don't want to go with another Vita or...
They should.
They should. But okay, I think what it is, I don't know, why not? But I know everybody's thinking, why the fuck can I just play this on my phone or my tablet? Why can't I just stream in the cloud? I think that Sony's probably thinking man, we just don't want to deal with so many accounts being hacked or stolen or whatever, where this device eliminates all that stuff. So, and I don't know, it's not going to be for every PlayStation user, right? Every PlayStation 5 user. They're not going to be, everybody's going to get one of these, especially if it's going to be $300. But
yeah, I don't know, man. Myself, obviously there's no need for one, right? I don't live with somebody. I don't have people taking up my TV time. But I could see this being an appeal for dads, Mayo, for
if you don't have access to a TV all the time or whatever, you're at home, you just want to play in your room or whatever.
Kids and your wife, they're all hogging up the TV.
So is it just playing the cloud games that you own, or is it
no, Gunny, no, it's playing your PS5 through that thing.
It's sending it through your Wi-Fi. to a mobile device,
That's
and
all
you
it
can
is.
play it.
It's not a cloud
But isn't there going to be
machine.
lag involved in something like that? I know
There
Xbox
might
did this
be.
with their early Game Pass thing, or not their Game Pass thing, but
Their
something.
PC thing, right? Their
Yeah, but
fucking
isn't there more
stream
lag
motion.
involved when it has to go to the Vive, back to the server, then to the device? I don't know.
I would assume yes, but maybe they got that figured out somehow.
Yeah, I mean, I doubt it, but yeah,
'Cause they
who knows?
said-
Give them credit.
They said this is for your home Wi-Fi network. You have to be
Okay,
at
I
home.
thought you could take it to a friend's house.
No, you can't be
across
at. You can't be like. I don't think
4
that's how-
cities over.
No, that's not how it works. No.
Yeah,
it's
I think it
not-
has to be. You have to be in your house or within your own
Yeah.
Wi-Fi range. I heard somebody else talking about that, like, oh, you could turn your PlayStation on at home and go to your friends and connect to their Wi-Fi.
Maybe,
No,
but I doubt that's
I
not
mean-
going to work.
I think it's going to be in your own Wi-Fi.
Yeah, it has to be in
and
your
it's just
own
gonna
network. I
communicate.
think. Yeah,
Not positive. I could be
not positive. We could be completely wrong. It could be like, yeah, you could put this shit, tie it to your phone, and have your phone
That's-
network do it. That'd
That's
be
kind of the
crazy.
vibe I got from it. Like, it's just going to be in your own network, and you can play it around your house, and you're basically going to stream from
Kind
your
of like what the
PlayStation.
Vita did, right? Yeah.
Well, the Vita was his own thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, but it also streamed your PS4 games.
It could, but it was its own thing also. Like it was a standalone system. It had its own games, its own exclusives.
True. Yeah, it had its own ecosystem.
This thing doesn't have its own games. This thing doesn't have any exclusives. It doesn't have its own thing.
and didn't they say too, or like it's gonna be like a controller kind of thing? Are they kind of doing what the Wii U did? Like it's gonna be like a little tablet, and it's gonna be they're gonna integrate some kind of controller aspect in.
Well, it
you know?
already has the controllers attached to it. So it's
Yeah,
like
but I think they said something like you can be able to use it as a device for your games on your PS5. Like if you're playing your PS5,
yeah, well, of course you can. You could just
and so
it's like a Wii U thing, but like yes, why would you use this as a controller? I don't know.
well, like unless they throw some crazy feature on there, like oh, it's like an extra display. Can you imagine like having those like a map? Like you could just play your game on your TV, but you'd have the map on your lap. You know what I mean? Like they could do something like that, but I don't know.
Wii U already did it.
Yeah, they did.
Wii U did that. Wii U
I feel like
did
that's the
And we
route
already
they're
had
going.
companion apps for other games.
yeah
with other
companion apps.
systems,
I guess
which
this-
I liked.
wouldn't be a companion app. It would be like a thing, right? That's just there.
Yeah,
But I mean,
option.
I just don't see how this is gonna be a big hit because you still need a
Me either.
PS5. Your games must be installed on your PS5 for you to play. You can play using remote play over Wi-Fi.
I
And
really feel like they're making some
VR
mistakes.
games, of course, are not going to work. VR games are not going to work on it. So, like, this is just a thing, like a second screen for your PS. I don't know. I think it's a stupid thing to build. I think they should have just went and said, you know what, guys? Here's the Vita 3. We got to, no, not even the Vita. Fucking PSP 3 or whatever the fuck. You
Yeah.
know? Like,
Just
we're-
another handheld.
we're
right?
skipping numbers. We're going back to PlayStation. Just
The
this is
Vita 5.
No, not even 5. We're just doing. This is the new PlayStation Portable, just the new one. It's called PlayStation Portable. It's the new version of it. Just buy it. It's gonna have fucking games. All right, you want some exclusives? Okay, we'll give you some bullshit, fucking Naughty Dog, Uncharted experience, or like some Last of Us standalone game on here. We'll throw that in. Okay, whatever.
Can I get some Sackboy on there, please?
No, fuck
Throw
you,
in some
Gunny. You don't
Sackboy.
get it. No, Gunny. Now listen, Mayo, you want some fucking Spider-Man exclusive shit? It's gonna be on there, okay? You gotta play it only on there. Whatever. We're gonna sell it to you for $400. That's it. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all they had to do. But no, instead
Yeah.
they want to do this stupid Project Q crap.
Like I said, I don't know. I feel like they're
I
just
guess we
making
don't
mistakes.
know exactly what it is yet.
This
yeah, or
whole
what
the whole VR thing, I feel like is a mistake hardware wise. I feel like this handheld is gonna be a mistake hardware wise. I mean, it could be wrong, but I just feel like they're kind of going the wrong direction with some things.
Maybe.
Hey, Apple threw a lot of money at that VR. Well, that's AR, but
AR VR is what it is.
AR VR, yeah. They got money to burn.
Anyways, we saw all the showcases, right?
I saw everything but Ubisoft.
My biggest hype for the Microsoft one was, of course, Starfield. I want to be in Starfield. I am Starfield. I am Commander Jesus of the USSS fucking HGP 1. Okay, we're gonna be traversing the fucking universe and blowing shit up, taking names and stealing people's shit.
You're just gonna be a pirate.
No, I'm gonna be a badass pirate. Not just a pirate, a badass pirate. All right? And we're gonna fuck people up. We're gonna land on planets, steal their shit, and sell it to other planets for more money. And we're gonna do that over and over and over like Christopher Columbus. And we're gonna conquer the fucking universe, okay? We're gonna claim all the territories, all the lands are gonna be ours. All right, that's it. We're showing up, we're fucking shit up, and we're gonna take off in our big spaceships. I'm fucking hyped for that game, dude. I'm gonna hire all the badass crew. I ain't hiring no little bitch crewmates. I want all the tough motherfuckers, the guys that have been through some shit. Okay, not the fuckers. Oh, I'm your biggest fan.
You're getting all the battle hardened fucking pirates. Huh?
I want the bad motherfucker. I want the motherfuckers that seen some shit.
They just did 10 years in prison.
Yeah, I want the guys that fought Master Chief in prison. Okay, that's the guys that I want. All right, I want them to join my fucking crew.
Half of them got one eye fucking gouged out.
Yeah, they're missing a finger or two. It's cool. Okay, that's who I want on my crew. All right, we're gonna fuck shit up. That's the gameplay style that I'm gonna go with in that game. I'm gonna fuck some shit up and be a badass. I'm not gonna be a little fucking sissy boy, fucking bullshit peacekeeper. What the fuck? We're gonna be shooting all the space cops, okay? We'll be shooting at the space cops, be running from the space feds, and avoiding tax burdens, okay? We're gonna be fucking... Alright, they're gonna try to hit us with the RICO. Alright, they're gonna try to hit us with the RICO Act. They ain't gonna get us, Gunny, okay? They're not gonna get us. We'll be flying around space doing crazy shit. That's what I want.
They're going to be like telling you like we are going to fucking destroy you, or you're going to be like, oh, I'm calling your bluff.
That game looks cool, man. Starfield looks really cool, guys. Did you see that, Mayo?
Yeah, I did.
That was a good presentation. I think I was going to say one of the things like we talked about earlier this year was, oh gosh, is it going to be like Fallout 4 in space or Fallout 76 in space? Like we're just going to collect shit and it's going to have that same format, but it doesn't look like it. It looks like it's going to be different. Hopefully, this is something new, and this is Creation Engine 2. And
I don't know. The NPCs and the characters look to me like Fallout characters.
They look like Fallout fucking Vegas to me.
Yeah, didn't it? I was like, these guys look like Fallout.
I thought, oh, is this? And I thought for sure, watching this presentation.
Yeah.
Who was it that made Fallout Vegas? What was the name of that studio that Microsoft bought?
I don't know, man.
Fucking whoever the fuck it was. I can't think of who it was at the time. And I thought, oh, they're gonna fucking announce that they're helping work on this game. But no, they just said this is a Bethesda game through and through. Yeah. I was like, okay, cool.
Okay, guys.
Awesome.
Okay. We expect the glitches.
Yeah. But Jesus,
right?
This is Creation Engine 2, not Creation Engine 1.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Even more glitches. This is a new engine.
Yeah. Right. This is funny. What's his name? Not Peter Hines, but the other guy that is the Bethesda guy. The guy in charge.
Todd Howard.
Todd Howard. Yeah. Like, he had a pretty lengthy interview after that and during the presentation. And
I mean, look, man, I'm fucking hyped for Starfield. Like, listen, remember how hyped I was for No Man's Sky? If you guys listen to the podcast,
I remember that. That was early on this.
I was fucking
revival of this podcast.
No Man's Sky. Okay, I was in there, man. I was No Man's Sky day one, discovering planets, even though there was nothing to do in the game. I was in there, bro. I was fucking hyped for that shit. All right, listen. This is that same level of hype, okay? I'm fucking there, Gunny. Listen, man, I'm buying the watch. All right, I'm buying that shit on eBay for $1,000.
You can buy the controller now.
Someone is selling me that watch for $1,000.
Bill Gardner got one.
I'm gonna buy the controller eventually, and I haven't bought it yet, but I will probably buy one. I just don't need one. I have my Elite, but whatever. I still want this shit, okay? I want to be in the mail. And listen, if they announce a fucking Xbox Series X fucking Starfield edition, You know what? I'm gonna own an Xbox Series X. I'm not even gonna open it. I'm just gonna have the box, and I'm gonna be like, "This box is mine. I own this."
And then 6 months later, you could put it on eBay.
For
$700.
$1,000. Yeah, $1,000.
1,000. There you go.
Okay, listen. This is I'm fucking hyped, guys. I'm in there. I want to be in Starfield, bro. I want it. I want to be in it. I want to play in it. I want to hang out in that universe. I want to fuck shit up in that universe. I want to build a cool spaceship. I'm not really big into the whole building shit, but whatever. I'll figure it out.
But you see some of those spaceships, they look pretty darn cool. Like, they made this one that was like a fucking transformer. Like, it was awesome looking. Look how it was made, like, fucking from, like, 200 fucking shipping containers, you know? The way it was all connected together. But I had thought, oh, that's so cool. Yeah.
And I'm excited for it, man. I really am hyped for Starfield. I really want it. I want to play it. I want to enjoy the fuck out of it. That was my biggest hype. One of my biggest hypes as well was also Hellblade. What's it called? Senua's.
And I'll sacrifice.
You know,
I don't know.
sacrifice.
Is that
It's
the
not
new one?
Sacrifice. It's Senua's Saga. That's what it's called now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They didn't
So-
show much at this presentation.
liked
And
it.
they did the last,
I liked what
last
they
one they
showed.
did.
Legit, they showed enough for me to want to play the last one again. Now, I never finished the last one. I got like a quarter of the way through it, maybe.
Me too.
But I want to go back now and play it and finish it before this one comes out. Because that game looked incredible, and it probably looks just as incredible now, even better on the PC that I could play it on. So, like, this new one looks really good, and I was like, that looks really
Yeah,
cool.
I love the face animations and the mocap is just amazing looking.
Mhm. One of the bigger letdowns for me, of course, was Avowed. I thought Avowed was like, what the fuck is this? I was like, this looks nothing like the Avowed they showed us before.
And I did run across a
was-
news article today, Jesus, saying that they announced that a lot of it's being developed. The game wasn't even alpha stage yet, and is going to change and looks a lot. So I think they already heard some of that negative feedback the way it looked.
It looked like Sea of Thieves mixed with like fucking something. I don't know, man. It looks Sea of Thievish to me. though.
Very colorful for sure.
I'm like, what the fuck happened to the Avowed that I thought was coming out like some dark, gritty
Yeah, you were
Skyrim
see.
shit?
Let me tell you the difference.
I
You were
thought it
watching.
was Skyrim shit, bro. This is like
Yeah, I thought it was
colorful.
Skyrim too.
I
I'm
thought
like,
this is like colorful fucking Sea of Thieves banana eating shit.
So one of the things, Jesus, we watched from that little teaser we watched from Avowed was like obviously cinematics, right? But this time they said no cinematics. Like it's going to be in-game engine or fucking actual gameplay. But in-game engine is really just cinematics to me, my opinion. What's the difference? Not much. I don't think.
I mean, it's just in-game engine means the cinematics are done by the game engine. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
right.
it's just-
What it can run, right? What its
Yeah.
potential or something like that.
Or like the cutscene is actually going to be
Yeah.
in the game, like designed in the game. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
But I thought it looked okay, and I thought, okay, like what stage is this game at? But of course they gave no date. No release date, of course.
Yeah, but Avowed looked, I don't know, man. It looked cool at some points, but at some points I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see. Guess they have to show me it again next year. See what they're at next year. Another big hype for me was the new Flight Simulator 2024 with like
I hear a
missions
lot of
now.
that.
With like missions now, bro, you can like put out fires. Listen, man, I'm rescuing people off of towers, on mountains. I'm flying a fucking crane helicopter thing to like install electric power grid lines, Gunny in California forest. Okay? I'm doing all that shit. I'm gonna do all that shit and then some. All right. That's what I didn't like about the last Flight Simulator. It was like, well, it looks really nice. It plays well.
But there's no objective, right? I think it had tasks, if I remember correctly. But
no, it didn't really. Like, you can set a flight path and like fly to a different location and like try to figure out how to land there correctly and shit. But like,
Yeah, that was probably
there was like no missions. There was like no objective. Once I took off, I was like, what the fuck do I do now?
Right.
You just sit there and wait and stare at the screen.
I'm just flying circles right now, doing whatever, like nothing to do. I'm like, okay, like this is kind of stupid.
Do you think eventually they're going to go with
cool.
like a Pilot Wings route where you can do stuff like Pilot Wings did?
Fuck is
Remember
that?
the game? You don't remember Pilot Wings?
No.
That was an old Nintendo game where you would like, you had like a parachuting game where you had to like jump out of the plane and land on this platform.
Oh,
and, like,
yeah,
it was like a bullseye, and the better you got, you would get points. Or you had to like fly through rings. It was just basically like an aviation game.
Was that a side scroller, if I remember correctly? That one you're describing?
I can't really describe it. It was like instances. Like there's one where you just like you did the skydiving thing and like you're in a plane, all of a sudden you like jump out and it's like you're looking down and your character's in front of you and you're kind of like moving left or right and you like kind of like will get points as you're coming down, I think. But there was like a platform you have to land on and it has like a bullseye, and if you got in the center of it, you would get more points. And you had to get so many points to be able to move on. It was just like a bunch of challenges.
This is gonna have the challenge, and this is gonna be to be able to install the power line correctly, right? To be able to rescue the people and put out the fires in time and contain the fires, etc. That's the challenge in this, and that's what I like. I want something to do. It gives you an objective. I like that. I'm gonna be flying all the firefighter planes, all the firefighter helicopters. I'll be rescuing people off of boats, Gunny. Okay. Be rescuing people on oil rigs.
Coast Guard, yeah.
Be doing all kinds of cool shit, bro. Okay, like that's what I'm doing. All right, I'm gonna fly around and do that shit. I look forward to it. I really want to play it. It looks fucking cool, man. I was hyped for that. When I was watching, I was like, "Is this an update?" And they were like, "No, it's next year's Flight Simulator." I was like, "Oh, lame."
Yeah.
But it's gonna be on Game Pass. I'll just get Game Pass and play it, and then I'll get tired of Game Pass and cancel it. But it'll be cool. It'll be cool once I play it. But that was a big hype for me, man. Honestly, that Hellblade and Starfield were the biggest takeaways for me from the Xbox showcase. What did you guys think?
I thought the game that looked interesting to me was the one the Clockwork game.
Oh yeah,
it kind of looked like it almost reminded me of
what the fuck is that called? Clockwork?
That was like shit. Damn.
It reminded me of BioShock.
Yeah, BioShock Infinite.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh man, once I saw that, I was like, "This is fucking BioShock."
I'm like, "Oh, there's a new BioShock coming out." And I was there like Clockworks and or something like it was called. I was like
Revolution. Yeah.
I'm like, "Oh, okay."
That is a total BioShock Infinite ripoff. It totally is. Like, it is such a ripoff that I thought it was that game. I was like, this is fucking Infinite. And they were like, oh no, this is Clockwork Revolution. I'm like, the fuck? They got like the same looking enemies, the same looking bad guys, same looking city, same looking little sky plane thing. They got the blimp. They got the fucking guns, like the spell things. It looked just like BioShock Infinite.
Yeah, it did.
It
That's what I thought it was.
It. I thought it was BioShock Infinite. I was like, holy fucking shit. I was like, is this BioShock Infinite like another one, like a two like a new one? And it's like, oh no, this is Clockwork. But then it looks the same. I'm watching it again right now on their website. This is BioShock, dude. It looks just like it. The same world, steampunky, like robots and characters and the rich aristocrat looking guys, you know?
Yeah.
The bad guy, but I wear like a really nice suit or whatever with the weird looking beard. It's just fucking BioShock, bro. They got the steampunk look. It's there. It's BioShock, and it's okay with me because it looks good.
What about Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty DLC?
Fuck yes, that too, man. You know the shitty part about that DLC? Okay, really bad part here is that shit comes out after Starfield.
Yeah.
Starfield is September 6th, right? Yeah, I think it's September 6th. Yep. And Phantom Liberty comes out September 16th.
Ah,
So it's like, ooh, I'm gonna be deep into Starfield by that point. You guys have lost me. September 26th for the new Cyberpunk DLC. Yeah, but great things that I heard about that Phantom Liberty DLC is that they've revamped the game completely. So pretty much they're saying if you've never played Cyberpunk or if you played it before and like never beat it, this DLC revamps the whole game. So it pretty much they've reworked the entire perk system. So like they're more meaningful perks now. Also the combat has been completely reworked in terms of like the gunplay is better and like the melee combat is way better now as well. And they said that like the police system in the game has been completely redone. Like the police now react like Grand Theft Auto cops. There's like a wanted level now, like a star level, like 1 star, 2 star. They have that in the game now. And like the police respond appropriately, right? Like they don't just pop out of nowhere. Like they don't just spawn next to you and whatever. Like no, they'll be coming from down the street or whatever, like in their cop cars or whatever. And like Max Tac will show up. Like the Max Tac guys, like the big cops were like the SWAT team cops or whatever. Those guys actually show up at level 5. When you get the max wanted level, those guys will fucking show up and they'll fuck your shit up. So I heard like that's been completely redone. Like the whole cop wanted system has been redone. The game's pretty much like redone. Like I wouldn't say top to bottom, but like people that have played it have said like, look, if you've played Cyberpunk before, this Cyberpunk is like almost gonna feel to you like a new Cyberpunk. Like it's a whole new section of the map, a whole new open world area. And I think you have to rescue the president or something like that from this area. They got kidnapped or something. But yeah, like there's a whole new area. But besides that, the game's also been like completely redone in terms of the perk system. Now that's all been reset. It's all been redone. So I'm kind of hyped for that shit, dude. Because I love Cyberpunk. And the downside to Cyberpunk was, spoilers, your character died in the end, right? And this DLC seems to change that. Because even in the trailer for the DLC, the person talking to you is like, hey, I know you have this thing in your head. Like, I know how to fix that without you dying. Like, I know how to get that out of your head.
Right.
So, like, that seems to me like they're saying, hey, V doesn't really die in the end. Like, that was just bullshit. Like, they don't really die in the end. We're going to let you live now.
how does that work with game saves? Is it going to be like a separate thing that you're going to have to click on the start screen?
I don't know, to be honest.
Yeah, that's weird.
I have no clue how they're going to do that.
Like it's going to be separate. I don't know. Like you said, new area, but maybe the
it's a whole new area.
Liberty stuff might be in a different section. Yeah, those missions.
Whole new like thing. So
yeah. I think just like The Witcher wasn't the DLC different, right? Like there was main game and then there was the 2 different DLCs, right?
Yeah.
Those actual missions, they were different. It wasn't all intertwined together.
Maybe. We'll see how they do it. I hope they do it right. And like, even if they add it into the game, I hope like how are they gonna do that though? Because if the game still has the end mission where you die in the end, right? Where you pick a choice of what you want to do. How does V live now? Like, I don't understand like how they're gonna do that. You know what I mean? They'd have to take out. They'd have to take out that last mission of the game. They have to be like, no, this mission.
Right. So it might be like I said, like where
instead of finishing the game. Instead of finishing the game now, this is the ending of the game. The Phantom Liberty is the ending of the game now. Instead of saying, oh, this is the final mission. No, the final mission is you're going to play this Phantom Liberty DLC.
Yeah.
And this is now the final. That. Once you launch this launches into the DLC missions. And this is the end of the game now. Not the other shit. The other shit doesn't matter anymore. Now this is the new ending. That's what I'm thinking they're going to do. They're gonna scrap whatever ending they had before and go to this one. Or maybe, like you said, it'll be a standalone thing. Either way, I'm fucking hyped for it. I'm excited. Even though Keanu Reeves
That sounded weird. That audio was so weird.
weird,
I
right?
even
Like he
stopped
wasn't
it because I watched it on YouTube. Went
like he
back and had my
wasn't there. Yeah, like he
son watch it
wasn't
with me. I'm
there.
like, what's wrong with this audio?
I'm
It was weird.
gonna talk to you about the Phantom Liberty DLC. Like
Yeah,
it's like he was like sick. I think he was maybe sick,
he must have
like
been.
or like
Do you
he
think they
wasn't
could have
there.
like just recorded a different time? You know, like that had to have
Put
been
a
done
voiceover. Put a fucking
on it.
voiceover
Yeah,
on
something.
something. It was weird. hmm Yeah,
He
that
didn't
part
do
was
enough
weird.
takes. Like he's like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna get in, say what I have to, and leave." That was it. One
Hey
take.
guys, I'm Keanu Reeves, and you're amazing, or whatever the fuck he's. What did he say that one time he went on stage before? No,
I don't
you're
remember.
incredible.
You're
Stu-
incredible.
no, you're stunning, or something like that, right? 'Cause somebody said you're stunning or you're incredible, and he's like, no, you are.
Yeah,
It became like the meme or whatever.
that was the reveal for.
The reveal for Cyberpunk, right?
Yeah,
It was revealed when he was in the game, right? That's when they showed that he was in the game. But yeah, I'm excited for it, man. I want more Cyberpunk. I love that world, and as much as I want it to be as big as The Witcher, I don't think it'll ever be. I think The Witcher just had so much shit they could pull from and like do things with, that this is just like they're trying to do it without really knowing like where to pull the information from.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Is there like where are they getting the Cyberpunk story from? Is there like a book or something? Like
I don't know. Is it have
is there
a? Yeah, does it have
there a
something like that
series
or?
to this? Like a book
It's got to have
I
like
series?
a
thought there
book.
was before something came out. There was something Cyberpunk. I remember when we were looking into it before the game was never officially
Wasn't there,
released.
there was
People were
like
talking
a
about Cyberpunk.
there was like a book, right? Or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
All right, there is books. There's a bunch of books, but I don't know if these books are after the game or before the game because they look like they're after the game. But they're oh no! So I'm looking at them now. Uh,
Let's see if they're on Audible. I'll check my Audible account.
Cyberpunk 2077 books. No, these all seem to be after the game came out, dude. But there is like no, even the magazine or like the comic is after the game came out.
All right, here's Cyberpunk 2077. No coincidence. It's a pre-order. It's not available yet.
So these are all after the game's already been out. So like
August 8th.
I'm thinking they just created this world. I'm thinking like they don't know how to like I don't know, they're trying to figure it out as they go, right? So that's why this is happening. But hey man, it is what it is. I'm excited for it. I want it. I want to play it. But Avowed, you're right, Mayo, isn't even in its alpha state yet. And the game's art will be refined in various ways before they launch. So there's that.
They had to show it, right? They had to show this game.
So that tells me it's a long ways out, So
Yeah.
did they release a date on that one? Or was that one of the ones they didn't say a date on?
No date. Yeah.
No.
They did have it. You know what they did have a date for was my game, City Skylines 2, day one Game Pass, baby.
Fuck yeah, I was hyped for that too, Gunny.
I knew that was like when I seen that area like right there when they showed
October.
I think it was like Cyberpunk and City Skylines like right after each other. I'm like, Jesus is gonna be so hyped. When I started seeing that Skyline City, I'm like,
As soon as I
this
saw-
is a Jesus game.
As soon as I saw the UI, dude, as soon as I saw the building UI, I was like, this is City Skylines. And I was like, is this a deal? I was thinking it's going to be a DLC, but no, it's a new game
Yeah.
coming out. A new fucking City Skylines. I am so fucking pumped for that, dude. Gunny, I'm going to build the best city. The best fucking city.
Me
dude.
too. I want to build a giant city.
Gunny, the best fucking city.
And Mayo, I thought you'd appreciate that Forza Motorsport featuring GMC Chevrolet cars.
Chevy
vehicles.
stuff going on over there.
Listen,
And the
Gunny,
Camaro, the Corvette.
City Skyline, let me tell you the timeline for this, Gunny. Okay, City Skylines launches October 24th. Okay, listen, right away, Gunny, right away. You don't have to wait. Day one, they're going to have a DLC for it.
Oh, good. I get to spend some actual money instead of just subscription.
San Francisco DLC.
Mm,
So you're gonna have the San Francisco set,
my local city.
and then Gunny, in 2023 Q4, like a few months later, I guess, Beach Properties will be a new DLC coming out for it. All right, with the deluxe, a deluxe relax station, a new radio station with it. And then in 2024, they're going to have something called Urban Promenades. That's a content creator. Okay. And modern architecture. And they're going to add a soft rock radio station to the game. All right. And then
Relaxing.
in 2024, Gunny, they're going to add bridges and ports expansion with a cold wave channel radio station.
Cold wave, soft rock.
Yeah.
We are jamming now.
We're jamming now in City Skylines.
But those beachfront properties, those are going to bring in some serious tax revenue.
Oh, fuck yeah, they are. I'm going to tax those higher than anything else in the game.
I'm going to make sure I don't put any of my heavy industry. That's going to be in the ghetto.
Folks, that's where the rich folks live. It's not the ghetto in my city. All right.
That's where all the pollutants are going, in the ghetto.
The ghetto, yeah, of course. I'm gonna put the dump next to the ghetto. There'll be drive-by shootings. I'm gonna have all the police stations over there.
Heavy crime area. Because if anybody's ever played this game, it just shows all the like smiley faces or happy faces. You know, be a lot of sad faces in the ghetto.
Yeah. No hospitals over there. No clinics.
No healthcare, no playgrounds.
Healthcare, no playgrounds, barely any schools, overpacked schools. Yeah.
They have like 2 elementary schools, that's it.
Yeah.
I want to make sure, because that's the thing with City Skylines, if you make them too educated, they won't want to work.
Dude, that happened to my city on the Xbox.
I remember that.
Yeah.
That happened to my city on the Xbox. I made those fuckers too smart. Nobody wanted to work like in the factories anymore. Like the labor industry went
No,
to
they
shit.
won't, right? They'll go to the high-tech offices, or they won't travel that far.
Yeah, everybody wants to work in a stupid office job. I'm like, what the fuck is this bullshit? And there's like not enough jobs available for this sector. I'm like, what the fuck? So I had to build a bunch of like new areas in my city for offices, and then these idiots wouldn't want to travel there. Oh no, that's too far for me to go.
We don't have to work from home.
So I had to like install a bunch of subway stations and bus routes, and I was like, this fucking sucks. These guys are all too smart. Yeah, it's cool, but yeah, they're too fucking smart. My poor hard labor, blue collar, hardworking men and women of the fucking city went to shit. They don't exist anymore.
Yep, that's why you just stick with the elementary schools. That's as high as the education gets.
So we're
right. Don't work at the factories, kids. Yep, that's how it works.
All the factories. Yeah. In other news, next article I have. The first designed for Xbox projector is arriving in the United States next month, Gunny. By ViewSonic.
What is this? The first time I'm seeing this.
ViewSonic's short throw X2 4K LED projector, which is billing itself as the world's first projector that's been certified by Xbox, will be available in the US, Gunny, in July for its low price of $1,599.99. The X2 4K was originally announced back in March alongside a non-short throw model called the X1 4K, which is yet to be listed on their website or their store. Although it's the first projector with the badge of Microsoft's Design for Xbox program, it is a program that has existed for a while. You may have seen it in other games or like game peripherals, such as like gaming headsets or like keyboards, mice, microphones. What else? That's really it, right? Like gaming shit.
Yeah.
And I think Razer is the one that has the contract with them where they make like Xbox keyboards, but with like a Razer one, you know, but it's like an Xbox branded keyboard or whatever. A lot of them will be headsets though.
Mouse.
Headsets is a big one. Like I know like Turtle Beach does headsets that are like Xbox certified or whatever. Pretty much you can plug your Xbox into any projector. This is just one made for Xbox. But apparently ViewSonic's senior business line manager Mia Shen boasted that the X2 4K projector was, quote, developed to be considered a true gaming projector, Mayo. True gaming projector.
True gaming projector.
And
Okay.
it went through 63, not 62, 63 tests conducted
That's funny.
by Team
Yeah.
Xbox
Wow.
to ensure the ultimate console compatibility. Oh yeah.
Oh, wait, it does say here, whatever color scheme. Okay, not
What?
with your white Series S. I don't know what that means, but
No, they're talking about the color scheme of the thing itself.
okay, yeah.
So it's
Okay,
black
so
and
yeah,
green.
it's black.
It's black and green, like an Xbox.
They didn't announce a Series S Black Edition with 1 terabyte.
I did see that. And I was going to ask you guys about that. Anyways, let's talk about this projector first, Gunny. Okay, projector's coming, Gunny. Are you buying it?
Hell no. Whoa, maybe I can use this in the house.
There you go.
Yeah, because I got bigger white walls there. I don't have much here in the apartment.
Listen, Gunny,
I want the bigger white wall experience.
You could buy another projector for like just as much. Probably.
I could probably find a good one for $400. I don't need.
But Jesus, like we said, is it going to be as good for gaming? You know, like we talked about TVs earlier today. It was about like OLEDs or no, you know, compared to a regular TV, an OLED is just so much nicer. And you can say like, oh, I have a 80-inch regular 4K TV or a 55-inch OLED. That OLED's still going to be nicer quality overall.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this may be just like a really nice quality projector.
But I'm looking at their website, and their most expensive projector that's just like a. Oh wow, this is actually a really nice one. This is an ultra short throw laser projector.
Okay, ultra.
And it has Bluetooth speakers with it. That one's $2,500. But the next one down from that is, I'm looking at it right now. Oh fuck! Like I click on it, it doesn't do anything. It's a 4K UHD projector with 4,000 lumens, 240 hertz, 4.2 millisecond response time for home theater and gaming, and it's $1,175. And
that's something I would consider.
I mean, it's like $300 cheaper than the Xbox branded one. And I'm trying to look for the Xbox one on here to see what their specifications are on that one. But I don't fucking see it on their website. So like, I don't know, man.
You know, I only know one person, you know, that would play games via a projector, and that was Rob from This Xbox Live. When he would talk about that, like, because you know, he's in the business world of things, right? So that's probably why he owned a projector. But he always talked about playing his shit on a projector.
I found it. I fucking found it. I found the Xbox one. I'm gonna look at the specs for that one and the specs for this one that I found.
That would be a great experience, right? For something like, you know, God of War, Halo, you know, something epic like that. Maybe a racing game.
Right now, Mayo. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So both of them have a DLP LED for their light source. Both of them have 4K resolution. The Xbox One, the lens only has 1.2 optical zoom, while the normal one has a 1.3 optical zoom. Let's see here. Throw distance 3 to 7 feet on the Xbox. You get a 100-inch screen at 5 feet. This one, the one that you have down here, let's look at the throw distance. Throw distance 0.75 meters to 9.76 I like how they put this one in meters and not feet. So what's 0.75 meters to feet? So that's 2.5 feet to 31 feet. It's the one
2.5 to 31, huh?
that's the one that's 1,000 something, right? And then I'm looking at the input lag is 37 milliseconds. It's the same on the Xbox, and it's 23 to 240 on both on the hertz. PC resolution is the same on both, 3840 by 2160. Internal speakers. The Xbox One has two 6-watt speakers or whatever. The other one has only one 10-watt speaker. Let's see here. In terms of like other shit, they weigh about the same. No, not really. The white one is actually a pound less than the Xbox.
I'd love to see a demo of this, so something like at Best Buy. That would be cool.
I honestly think says here light source life for normal hours is 4,000. And dynamic eco mode is 20,000. And on the Xbox One, it's light source life is 60,000. Normal hours.
And I'm sure there's a special screen that you can put on your wall that you can just, like old school, pull it down like blinds, like it just, that one's specifically made for like projector
honestly,
gaming.
I'm looking at both, man, and like,
I want to see.
You would be better off buying the one that's $1,175 and save yourself the
500.
Right, than the
$300
branded one. Yeah.
than the branded Xbox one. Honestly, because the specs are damn near identical. The only difference that I see, like some major difference, is the life of the light source. On the normal one, it's 4,000 and 20,000 with dynamic eco mode, and on the Xbox one, it's rated at 60,000. So that's the only difference that I see. Like, and I don't even know what that means in terms of like a fucking projector. I don't know if that means can you replace the bulb? Can you replace? I don't know what that means. Does it just die after that? I don't fucking know.
Yeah, how long do those last?
But like I said, this one says 4,000 hours to 20,000, and the Xbox one says 60,000. In terms of everything else, the ports, they have the same amount of ports. The Wi-Fi. Does this have Wi-Fi? And I guess the Xbox one has Wi-Fi. I don't even know why the fuck you would need that, but it has Wi-Fi. I don't know why you need a Wi-Fi for your projector. But I guess.
Oh, probably like the UI or something. Yeah, update.
But yeah,
Right.
I mean,
You think you'd have it for more than that, though?
I don't know, man. I don't.
Yeah, I don't know either.
All right, I'm looking at these projector screens. They're not very expensive. They're anywhere between $120, $150.
Yeah,
So there's some of these that they're like the 100-inch.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, this one's 150. That probably doesn't include like anything to it, where you're gonna installation stuff.
Honestly, I'm gonna say buy a normal projector and play that way.
Yeah, I would say too.
You'll be fine. In other news, Valve has given Steam its biggest update and redesign in years. So, yeah.
I didn't even
notice.
notice. I've been on Steam off and on, and I haven't even noticed it.
Bro,
you know what I do notice?
What are these updates? Jesus, does it say?
Okay, I'm looking at it now.
One of the things UI I noticed is friends
changed
online.
What the fuck you mean, friends?
Like when they come online, like I can actually see now where it'll say, "Oh, like Nipron is playing this game," and it seems to stay up longer on, at like the pop-up notification.
I haven't noticed
the
that.
text is larger. That's why you gotta turn on notifications.
The most impactful changes are actually under the hood. So there's that. Everything's been modernized, he said. Uh, whatever.
Yeah.
Looks a little crisper and cleaner. I like it.
I was kind of shocked by it because like I told you guys, I re-downloaded the Windows OS on my PC. That means I had to reinstall everything. So I reinstalled Steam and shit. And that was surprising to me when I saw Steam. I guess the new Steam.
Right.
I was like, "What the fuck is wrong with Steam, dude? Why does it look so weird? Like it looks stupid as fuck." I didn't like it, but now I'm kind of like whatever about it.
I
But
like
at
it.
first, I was like, "This fucking sucks. I want old Steam back. I want Hobo Steam back, not this new shit."
No, this is nice, Jesus. You know why? Because, all right, let's say you're at the store. Like, I'm clicking over it right now. You look down at the drop down menu, featured, wish list, news and stats, all that stuff's on there. I feel like it just feels like it's easier to click on what you need to. Same thing with the library. I mean, there's only 3 options:
Maybe.
community, then your gamer fucking, Steam fucking ID. Like, I don't know, it just feels easier to actually go to where you need to. But I haven't messed around too much, like in the store itself, or I don't know. I just like the look of it. Everything's more. The colors are popping, baby. I like it. Friends in chat. That didn't seem to change much, but the notifications I do like. Those are more clear, more crisp. I can actually see what they're playing. Before, like the text was super small and couldn't see what game they were playing. Yeah, it's a good update. Shout out to my buddy Gabe over there at Steam.
Yeah. Anyways, another news. One more news. Redfall.
Red fail.
Well,
That poor game.
Redfall has
I haven't
received
played it.
a very
I
lukewarm
uninstalled it
reception
for now.
upon release. And since reports of a troubled development process have extremely begun circulating, an extremely hands-off approach from Microsoft. Speaking to Axios, the Xbox Game Studio boss, Matt Booty, commented on Redfall's poor reception. He said, according to him, Redfall is getting good play through Xbox Game Pass. He said it was a miss, but how much of a miss? I want to support them to be able to keep working to deliver the game they had in mind. And he said Arcane Austin will still support the game in the near future. That is the plan right now. They are hard at work on updates and continued content for Redfall. Yeah.
I don't know. From that last article from well over a week ago was like, they were like, we were just hoping, this is from the developers apparently, was that we were just hoping that when Xbox bought the studio that this game would be canceled. That doesn't give me much hope, And they said that's why the state you see it in today, at launch is what you got, because we could decide what kind of game we want to make, whether it was co-op or single player or, and of course, COVID got in the mix of that too. But I was like, oh, great. Yeah, but I'd like to know, what are they fix? Is this another thing, Jesus? Like, fuck, what was that EA game that kind of fucking bombed out the gate? That I can't think of the name of.
Yeah, that started with an A.
Yeah, right, Anthem.
Anthem.
I know, but you know what I mean? Like, as far as like, when these studios, they come out and they say, we're working on it, we're going to fix it, or, make it better. And I don't know. I always just say, like, you can't make a turd smell better, can you? I guess if you spray it, but it's like, I understand. Like, not that it's a turd, I'm just using a bad fucking example, but it's like, all right, well, what's wrong with it that needs to be fixed, Like, what do people want, I mean, are they listening? That's what I want to hear from these studios, Like, we're going to create more content and, but still they got to get the game to 60, right? Because that was the promise, and why they had to put stickers on every freaking disc box that, yeah. I don't know. Give me something good. Let me know when this game's actually completed. I know you can complete it now, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I want something the community's playing, right? That's the thing. But community's not playing it. I'm not going to play it.
In other news, Jeff Keighley
Game Awards, buddy.
acknowledges Summer Game Fest diversity criticism. So he has responded to criticism regarding the lack of representation at this month's Summer Games Fest showcase. Featuring world premieres, live gameplay demos, and announcements, the high-profile event was billed as the global fan celebration of what's next in video games. But one thing that was conspicuously absent during the near 2-hour event, which took place in front of a live audience at the YouTube Theater in California, and which live streamed to millions of viewers, was the presence of any women on stage. So he said, I think we generally do a pretty good job with diversity in our shows. That was something that's a fair flag. We also want to be authentic to the games that are being presented on the show and the developers that are making them. So yeah, I think we're conscious of it. I mean, whatever, man. Like, okay, does he have to really apologize for it? I guess he does. I don't know.
It was kind of okay, but it was a half apology, I guess, right? He said we're conscious of it. He didn't say we're sorry.
Like,
Yeah.
whatever, dude. Like, I get it. At the same time, like, okay, maybe they just didn't have any women that could be on stage that day.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, because I saw people attacking him on Twitter that day. I was working, but I was looking at it after, and I'm like, why are all these guys attacking him? Like just over this. Like, but part of me wants to say, like, okay, yeah, like, you gotta represent everyone here. But at the same time, I'm also like, okay, it's not like Jeff is like GameSpot, Game Informer, fucking IGN, where they have all this diversity, within their company, where
and who's he to tell these developers, oh, you must have a woman on stage. Oh, you must have a gay person on stage. Oh, you must have a Latin person on stage. Oh, you must have a colored person on stage. Like, what the fuck, dude? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
This could be what do you mean? Like, if a white dude is the one making the game, you want us to hire like a colored person to come on stage to talk about the game? Like I don't understand that. You know what I mean? It is what it is, I guess. But at the same time, I'm like, all right, Gunny, if I make a game, Gunny, right? I make a game.
Right.
Me, Jesus. I make a game and I want to go on stage and they tell me, nah, Jesus, you're a Latin male. Like that's not in. Like we need a blue-haired woman to come on stage for you in your game.
Yeah, PR, man, it's not gonna look good for you, Jesus.
I'm gonna be like, fuck you, you fucking pricks. Like, let me go on fucking stage. You know what I mean? Like, people are like, what the fuck, dude? Like,
be conclusive these days, my friend. You got to be conclusive.
Whatever.
Inclusive. Sorry.
I don't fucking care.
That's it.
Conclusive, inclusive, reclusive. I don't fucking care what you are. Do what you want. Fuck people, man.
This is the internet of 2023. There are keyboard warriors out there, Jesus, that will destroy you.
Right? Fuck whiny ass people, man, that whine about everything. Oh my god, my feelings were hurt. Bro, fuck off, man. There's people out there struggling with real fucking problems. You want to be a fucking world problem changer? Go help all the poor people in the world. Go fucking feed people that are starving. Go fucking change somebody's life impactfully. Impact somebody's life in a positive way where you can say you did that change.
Yeah.
Don't fucking be a stupid keyboard warrior, fucking hero, bullshit, fake fucking shit. Try to fucking appease everybody. Fuck out of here with that, dude. Right. That shit literally pisses me off, man. Everyone wants to be this fucking hero, right? Everybody wants to be fucking Batman and Superman. That's what everybody wants to be. but nobody realizes the sacrifices it would really take to be somebody like that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Literally, dude. Fuck out of here.
That's the difference, right? People get behind that keyboard. They
Yeah.
hide behind it.
Oh, you need to be more inclusive. You need to have more Latinos in your show. You're fucking white, dude. What the fuck do you care if we have more Latinos in our show? The fuck do you care, you know? You're not gay. Why do you care if there's gay people in this show? You know, you're not fucking whatever. Like, fuck out of here, dude. People get so fucking like, oh, but we need representation. Yeah, bro. It's called being equal to everybody. Not just, oh, we're gonna just represent these people because they're the in crowd right now. Oh, no, fuck that shit, you know? That's what I hate when people talk about inclusivity. They don't really mean it most of the time. They mean, oh, we want you to include what's hot right now. We want you to include what we think you should include. No. Be equal to everybody, man. That's my point. That's my stance on everything. Be equal across the fucking board. You know what I mean? If you're gonna represent this person, represent everyone else, okay, and then whatever. But I get at the same time, you can't put everybody on stage. You're gonna have what? Is Bethesda gonna have a white guy, a black guy, a Mexican guy, an Asian
Right.
guy,
They're all going to be
and
up on stage at the same time.
A Puerto Rican guy? You're
Each
gonna have
saying a line.
a gay person, a blue-haired woman, a woman that can have children, a woman that had children for somebody else, a surrogate mother. We're also gonna have like the single mom who got left.
Don't forget the
We're gonna
transgender. You got to have transgender up there.
Oh, you're assuming people's genders now. We're gonna have a non-gendered person up there, okay? Okay, non-gendered Gunny. How fucking dare you? Okay, and then we're gonna have a dog, but we also need a cat for the cat people. And we're gonna have a fish for the fish people. And we gotta have a lizard for the lizard people. And a goat for the goat people. And a chicken. And like, what the fuck, dude? Like, you're gonna like, at what point does it get to be like, what the fuck, dude? Like, okay, like, we get it, man. There's too many options. You can't make everybody happy. You know?
No, that is true.
The white man has been in power for so long. That's what I hear. Bullshit, dude. It's been everyone's had power, bro. Everyone. You know? So this is what it is, man. It's just life. Get over it, dude. You know what I mean? Get over it.
Leave Jeff alone. He loves video games. He wants to represent them, and
the motherfucker is the last guy who does a cool like gaming show where we can watch cool trailers and like see cool shit. You know, leave him alone. Fucking scare him off. Now we're gonna do.
He's got to be one of the nicest people, right? I mean, he's super nice on Twitter, and people just attack him for anything. I swear.
We're gonna be stuck with fucking Nintendo and Xbox and PlayStation showing us their stupid YouTube videos. Oh, freaking got YouTube trailers for you. Oh, fuck that shit. I want a fucking show with an orchestra there, Gunny. Okay, I want a fucking orchestra. I want motherfucking God of War music playing. Okay.
Yeah, Jeff did that.
Yeah, that's what I want. I want Flute Guy to show up. Right, Sony.
Good old Flute Guy.
Sony used to have Flute Guy. Now that guy's unemployed somewhere. Where's his representation at?
Well, they had to replace him with the non-binary. I don't know what.
The fuck's he at, Gunny?
Come on, just let Jeff fucking represent the games, you know? Please leave the guy alone.
Gunny, I'm offended by you right now. How dare you?
He is. He's offensive. It's that California mentality over there, I think he's got.
How fucking dare you? You don't represent me, dude.
Hey, you know what? I believe in freedom. More freedom for more people.
I'm offended by you right now. How dare you? How dare you be a white man? How dare you?
I'm canceled. Just cancel me right now.
All right. How fucking you too, Mayo? You too. How dare you?
2 against 1.
You and Gunny. How
you
dare
can't be in this call?
How dare both of you be on this show and be white? I will never. How dare you? See, I don't get that. It's fucking stupid. Fucking dumb shits. Big fucking deal, man. Don't get offended. Live your life. Stop being keyboard warrior. Stop fucking letting everyone else dictate if you're offended or not.
Yeah. But my final point on this, Jesus, like I did not watch this show, so I didn't notice, but because I was working and I watched the highlights afterwards. But I always got to say, I definitely saw like that pile on, like me too. I noticed it. I really don't like it, and but I always like the Game Awards, but I'll never watch again. Like I saw those comments, he's canceled, and I've already unsubscribed, and da 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 da. Right, the list goes on. And I say, good. Like we used to always say when we were younger, if you don't like it, don't watch it.
Right. See how Gunny is, though. Jesus.
No, but see, those people will always watch it, right? They're always going to come back and complain about it.
Yeah. In other news, more news. Rockstar Games co-founder and former creative director Dan Houser has a new company, Gunny. How dare he? How fucking dare he?
So does he still work? So he's a former guy. Does he still work for Rockstar?
No, fuck no.
Did he leave?
Fuck yeah, he did. He has a lot. Trust me, bro. He has enough money to leave. Okay. Absurd Ventures says it will build stories, characters, and worlds across different mediums, Mayo, including but not limited to video games. The 49-year-old left Rockstar Games in 2020. Storytelling, philanthropy, and ultra-violence. That's the tagline for Absurd Ventures, which launches with the 2-minute video that shows more than it tells about the company's creative, abstract, and edgy vibe. However, the press release provides a tangible description, describing Absurd Ventures as, like I said before, building narrative worlds, creating characters, and writing stories for a diverse variety of genres without regard to the medium of the genre. To be produced for live action and animation, video games and other interactive content, books, graphic novels, and scripted podcasts. So, yeah.
I like how Dan included that word in there, violence. He knows what sells.
Fuck yes, he does.
He knows exactly what sells, right?
How dare he though? He's an offensive white male, rich white male.
Using violence.
How fucking dare he start a new company, Mayo?
Yeah, it's my goodness.
I'm fucking offended. How dare he? How did he not have a woman announce this?
I noticed that.
How fucking dare he? How dare Xbox have Phil Spencer, a white male, be the president and CEO of the Xbox division? How dare they? How fucking dare they? I don't even know how they do it. A white male, Gunny,
a lead.
As the president of the Xbox division, male. Wow.
Right.
How dare they?
Hey, but there was conclusiveness in the presentation, the showcase.
Inclusiveness, Gunny.
Inclusive. Damn it. I'm getting there, guys. I'm learning.
Okay, you would learn, yeah, because you don't know anything about it, Gunny, being a white male, a toxic white male that you are. You wouldn't know anything about inclusiveness, okay? Even though your wife is
I hate
Indian.
to gaslight the situation.
Even though your wife is Indian, you don't know nothing about it, okay, Gunny? You know nothing about the struggle.
She's an immigrant.
How dare you, Gunny?
Still doesn't mean he knows, right?
That's true.
How dare you say that, Gunny? You fucking wow. Just wow. I'm gonna let you cancel yourself. Wow.
Okay, I'll see my way out. Thank you.
In other news, Gunny and Mayo, Dr. Disrespect has now responded to some criticism of this controversy going on. So, this comes shortly after Hasanabi, a streamer, criticized him for boycotting Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. So, Dr. Disrespect, after his friend Nick Merckx, so Nick Merckx, back a few weeks ago, whatever, left a comment on I would say, was it a video? It was a video,
I think
right?
it was a YouTube video.
It was a picture. It's a tweet that he responded to.
What was that tweet about exactly?
So it was about protesters about teaching sex ed to kids about LGBTQ and such. And they were fighting because I guess at the school they were like saying, that there's people that believe that they should be the ones teaching their kids and they shouldn't be teaching that in school. And then there was ones that were saying, hey, they should be being taught this stuff about their sexuality at such a young age. And so like a fight broke out within the school, like close to the school, like it was in front of the school, I think, amongst the parents.
It was like a riot. It was like a riot.
Yeah, and it was like a riot. So Merckx responded was, because he said he just tweeted out, leave the kids alone, was his tweet, right? He didn't say any more, but it was in response to somebody else's tweet of that picture of that riot. And then that's when he was removed from Call of Duty. His skin was removed from the game because Call of Duty, because of his tweet. And so then he went back on live on Twitch and said that he wasn't going to apologize for his tweet because he's a new parent and that's what he believes, that it's his right for him and his wife to discuss such things with his child as they're growing up and not some school teacher. And so he kind of doubled down. So then Activision Call of Duty removed him from the game, and then Tim the Tap Man also, who had a similar skin in the game, I guess he got it at the same time Merckx did, asked to have his removed in support for his friend Tim the Tap, or for Merckx, so showing some support. So now the thing is like, a bunch of the internet people are saying, like every time Activision tweets anything or says anything on Call of Duty, they get ratioed and then just say, leave the children alone, is everybody's responses and stuff. And people were saying like Activision supports predating children and all this stuff. So like it's just kind of going on and on now. It's almost like another Target and Bud Light thing.
Yeah. So pretty much what happened, yeah, you're right. There was a protest, something happened where anti-LGBT protesters attacked pro-LGBT demonstrators, or protesters, I guess you can call them as well, outside of a Glendale, California school board meeting. They were having a meeting voting to recognize June as a Pride Month in the school, right? And in the school district, I guess. And the people got in a fight or whatever. And somebody posted this, and yeah, he said they should leave the little children alone. That's the real issue. And in response to that, not even like right away, but like a few days later, Activision pulled his skin from the store. And then he doubled down on it. He said, like, no, I'm not backing down from my stance.
Right. He wasn't going to apologize, right?
And then
that was his beliefs.
And then from there, like a few other streamers, including, let's see, who else did it?
Tim the Tap Man, Dr. Disrespect uninstalled the game.
Yeah, and somebody named FaZe Rain.
Yeah, what was the FaZe Rain thing?
Well, he's just a member of FaZe. So like anytime it's somebody that's part of FaZe Clan, they put FaZe in front of their name.
Yeah.
So that's the esports organization, so
okay,
guys
yeah,
get contracts.
I recognize that. I wasn't sure how
they get
individual.
So they get like a contract with FaZe, and then they stream with their name in front. They don't have to be necessarily on an esports team, but they can sign a contract with, say, FaZe or or the other, like Cloud9 or whatever, and they put their name in front of it for their stream and stuff, and they kind of represent, the FaZe clan.
But yeah, so I don't know. Hassan criticized Dr. Disrespect for boycotting Call of Duty as well. Just following this mockery, Dr. Disrespect responded by referring jokingly to the leftist gamer as a fat phony. He criticized him for weighing in on drama that has something to do with him. And the phony insult comes in as a nod, most likely, to Hassan's controversial life choice, in which he purchased a $2.7 million home despite frequently advocating for redistribution of wealth. Yeah, it must be nice, huh? We'll buy everybody a home. He went on to state that everyone should just stick to what matters to or concerns them and stay out of other people's feuds. Dr. Disrespect has been no stranger to getting more serious on stream in response to a critique, but this time around, it was not near as personal as when his mother was insulted a while back. Dr. Disrespect went on to repeat this insult more than once, calling this dude a fat phony, before mockingly telling his viewers that Hassan would be too chicken to say what he had said had the two been in the same room.
Ooh, making threats.
Yeah. So there's that. So this is drama that has been going on for the last few weeks. Personally, I'm whatever about it, man. You believe what you believe. I've always spoken on the fact of freedom of speech, right?
Right.
Freedom of speech. There's freedom of speech, but there's not freedom of consequences of your speech. And that's a big difference. And I think Nick Merckx has learned this lesson. He's learned, holy fuck, yes, there's freedom of speech, but there's not freedom of consequence.
Right. And even like with Activision taking the action they did, there could be a consequence of enough people being insulted or mad by it that they will quit supporting their product. Just like Target and Bud Light or whatever, like they can have a consequence as well.
They can, but I honestly think Call of Duty doesn't care.
Yeah, I don't think they do either.
Because the video game community is so short. Like, we're like goldfish, man. We have like a 10-second memory and we forget about
right.
Like, we forget, like look, Gunny's trying to put Jedi Survivor in Game of the Year when that shit launched like shit.
Yeah,
okay? Okay, right. He's over here trying to put Jedi Survivor in Game of the Year when that shit was unplayable on PC.
It's Game of the Year on Xbox and PlayStation. Okay?
Yeah. See what I mean? Like we have like goldfish fucking memories, bro. We don't remember shit that happened 3 weeks ago. So like, people are gonna forget. People are gonna move on. People are gonna keep playing Call of Duty. If they play Call of Duty, trust me, people will keep playing Call of Duty. Because, you're going to realize, I'm going to boycott Call of Duty. Oh, well, that doesn't change much. It doesn't do anything for you. All it's taking away is your fun because you want to stand and support somebody.
Right.
And hey, that's cool, man. But let me tell you something, Mayo. It's one thing to support somebody, right? Say, yeah, I support you and I stand by you. It's another thing to actually fucking do it. And to actually stop your fun for somebody else's support or campaign or whatever, people don't do it. It's like people that say they want to support like, I support anti-human trafficking, Gunny. I am anti-human trafficker. But when an Amber Alert goes out, Gunny, Mayo, when an Amber Alert comes to your phone, do you guys drop everything you do to look around and see if that car they're describing is around you? See if that license plate is around you?
I just kind of see it and I'm like, oh, okay.
Like, okay, like, yeah, I'll consider it if I see a car like that. If you remember.
Right. That's what I do. I'll say I don't get the Amber Alerts on my phone, but I will get those, are they called Nixle alerts? So I always click on those. And then I always look to see what's the suspect look like? What's the car? And yeah, of course, if I'm driving around and I see it, I will be calling the authorities. But yeah, I don't But I know the point you're getting at, Jesus. I'm in the same
You're not
boat.
driving around just looking for this car.
Yeah, right.
People won't do it. Like I said, people won't care. People are gonna
Because they don't
boycott
care.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah, people are gonna boycott this for 2 weeks, and 2 weeks from now, no one's gonna fucking care. No one's gonna remember this skin even existed.
Mm-hmm.
Because no one's gonna give a shit. No one's gonna care. Whatever. Like, who cares? I
Yeah,
think
Nick-
at the end of the day, it's whatever, man. Like,
Yeah.
he said what he said. I give him that. He stands by his thing. I give him that. He supports it. Cool, man. Hey, I kind of believe the same thing, right? Leave the kids out of it. Sure, whatever. Like, I agree with that. But
Yeah, he definitely felt strong about it, and he
It's-
is definitely
it's-
dealing with the consequences from that statement.
it's the consequences of that, right?
Yeah,
You know,
I
there's
mean,
a
He's not
reason.
wrong. He's not
but
wrong.
but like they probably paid him to put a skin in game. Do you think? You think he probably got
No.
some? You think he got nothing out of it?
No.
Like, you don't think they would pay him anything? I think they would have
Well, of
paid
course,
something.
he probably gets something out of all each skin sold.
A little bit, maybe, but not enough. I don't think, like, be super sick. Like, maybe.
He probably gets
I
I
guess.
mean,
5%.
He's kind of a big name streamer for a little
Maybe.
while for Call of
Yeah.
Duty. So,
Yeah.
but I mean, maybe they paid him some upfront to put a skin. Because I mean, yeah, because say Jesus, you had the opportunity to put a skin of you in the game, right?
Yeah.
I mean, besides just being famous for having it on there, if you're famous enough to get a skin in the game, you're probably like, okay, I want something out of it. You know what I mean? So
Right.
he has to be getting something out of it,
At least 5% each
not
sale.
just fame, because he had enough fame already to be offered in there.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's probably got some money from it already. So he probably got money. I know he's comfortable enough that he's got enough streamers, and I know his like followers have gone up since then, like every day because of the tweet. Like his Twitter keeps growing, and he gets more and more people every day and support and stuff too. So I don't know, but he's probably made some money off of it, or has made money in the past. You know, so even if he does part ways, he's probably made his money.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be streaming Call of Duty soon. Again.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, if not, and then he might just move on and play something else. You know,
Right. I mean, after this thing dies down more.
Who
he,
knows?
he might be really mad. Who knows? Yeah.
I mean, the keyboard warriors are they're gonna move on to the next thing.
Yep.
Yeah, it'll happen. They'll just forget about it. They'll forget about it in 3 weeks. I'm telling you, it's gonna just happen. People won't remember. You think next year we're gonna be talking about Nick Merck's fucking skin? No.
No, next month we probably won't be talking about the skin in this game.
Yeah, exactly.
So my question is though, like they pull us, maybe you would know, Jesus. Say they pull us out of the game, right? What happens to the people that bought that?
I think they still have
they get to
access
re-download it.
I think they do. I think they still have access to it.
So does that make those accounts
Maybe.
like valuable, where people could sell those accounts? I'm just curious. I don't know. Like,
Maybe.
say like, ooh, I have the rare, Nick Merck skin that nobody can get anymore. Is my account worth more money now? Like,
I don't know.
Maybe
I'm
a
just kind of
limited
curious.
edition.
Like, since somebody has already bought that and have they just taken the name off it and now you have the skin? But then maybe are you mad as a customer because you bought it as a Nick's? Say Jesus, you're the biggest Nick Merckx fan in the world, and you bought this skin because it's Nick Merckx, and then now it's no longer a Nick Merckx skin, so now it's nothing to you. So it's like, how is that handled?
That's one of the scary things about digital sales, right? Can be removed for any reason at any time. Deleted, lost forever.
So it says here that Tim the Tap Man or whatever got his bundle removed from Call of Duty as well.
Yeah, because he was friends with Nick Merckx.
Yeah, and he like went on a boycott or whatever and talked shit about Call of Duty. So
Yeah, and I think he got popular off of Fortnite, and then he moved over to Call of Duty.
All right, guys.
I don't know. It is what it is.
I'm out of here, guys. I'm done. I'm finished. I'm calling it a night.
All right, man.
Okay.
All right, Gunny.
Before I go, guys, hey, so one thing I wanted to mention was there is a game on Steam, on PlayStation and Xbox called Lies of P. That's that Pinocchio game. It's a Souls-like game, so there is a demo that you can find on all these devices.
Lies
So-
of Pie.
Lies of Pi. And I know it
It's
makes it
either
sound like
pie or
food.
pizza. It's just PI. Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce it
P-
either. Like what they want to.
Pinocchio. You don't call him Pinocchio.
Oh,
Okay.
Lies of P. Lies of P.
It's
Fuck.
based on Pinocchio, bro. What do you think
Dude,
it's based
I'm thinking
on?
Life of Pi here. I'm getting those two confused. I'm tired.
It's based on Pinocchio, right? Because didn't the
It
Pinocchio
is.
like
I wasn't
Yeah.
aware of that.
But it looks like darks.
yeah.
I've heard some talk about it like how it's supposed to be a really difficult game, and it's I think on VGO they were talking like it looks like a direct ripoff of like Dark Souls, like
Yeah, it's Souls
like the
yeah.
menus and everything. But I hear it's
Everything.
coming to Game Pass, so
Yeah, day 1, September. But yeah, I'm checking it out right now. So, all right, guys, go find me on Xbox, Steam, all that shit under gamer tag Gunny Chief. Over there on PlayStation, HGP_Gunny. All right, guys, I'm out. Peace.
all right, see you, Gunny. What are you finding over there, Jesus?
All right, I'm looking at is Pinocchio public domain.
Okay.
So let me tell you something, Mayo. Pinocchio, okay. Okay. So listen, the creator of Pinocchio died in the year 1890. Okay.
Okay.
70 years is the trademark like thing or whatever. Like you have to have 70 years for copyright, you know. So in 70 years, someone's gonna be able to take HGP and do whatever with it. Like the podcast, they could do whatever they want with it. Without us being able, without me or anything, be able to say nothing about it. So Pinocchio is in public domain. You can use the license of Pinocchio, but you can't use Disney's Pinocchio. Like the Pinocchio that Disney drew for the movie, like the cartoon. Do they even have a live action? They probably do. I don't know. Maybe. I
I
don't
don't
know.
remember if they do or not.
I was thinking, do they? They might, right? I don't know. I don't remember. I think they do, though. Maybe. Anyways, but anything that Disney has ever drawn for Pinocchio, that's under their copyright. They own that Pinocchio. Same with like Snow White, Beauty and the Beast, The Little Mermaid. They own those likenesses. Like, so you can't have like an Ariel that looks like that Ariel. You can draw a different Ariel and call her Ariel probably, but you can't have that Ariel in your movie or your book or your game or whatever without Disney signing off on it. But apparently, a lot of the shit Disney owns is public domain, but like their characters aren't public domain. So that's right. Like, let me look this up real quick. So, like, Mickey Mouse, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know the black and white Mickey Mouse that whistles and like he's driving the
Yeah.
little boat?
It doesn't have a voice really, and
Steamboat Mickey Mouse?
yeah.
So that Mickey Mouse will be copyright free. Okay.
Okay.
Like pretty soon here, like in the next 2 years or the next year, this year maybe, I think, he's going to become copyright free because he was created. He was created in 1928, so in 5 more years. So he was created in 1928. They drew him that year. So if like Disney doesn't lobby enough congressmen to pass a law to extend the copyright law, in 5 years, that Mickey Mouse from that steamboat, you can print that fucker on your podcast, put him on your fucking t-shirts, put him on your fucking CD album cover, put him in a fucking put him in a fucking movie for all you care. It doesn't matter. You can do whatever you want with it because it'll be copyright free. But the current Mickey Mouse, like the Mickey Mouse now, the colored one, he's not copyright free yet because that Mickey Mouse was created later. So that's how that works, right? They still own Mickey Mouse now, but they won't own that Mickey Mouse anymore.
Mm-hmm.
That's how all that works. And apparently that applies to a lot of their shit. a lot of their movies and all that shit. Like that's why like you ever see like that horror movie like for Winnie the Pooh, like that, what was it called? I remember it was just
Winnie
called
the Pooh?
it was a Winnie the Pooh horror movie. Bro, okay, you must bro, come on, how do you not know this shit?
I'm just not sure what it is off the top of my head. I'm sure I heard of it. I don't watch horror
Listen,
movies, but
there's a Winnie the Pooh movie coming out this year. Okay, Gunny, or Mayo.
yeah.
All right, listen. There's a Winnie the Pooh movie coming out this year. It's called Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. It is a horror fucking film
Okay.
where Winnie the Pooh is killing people. Okay?
Interesting. Okay.
All right, listen. Let me give you the plot. Many years ago, a young Christopher Robin met and befriended a group of
Animatronics. Oh no. Okay.
anthropomorphic family. I don't know. I can't even say this word. Anthropomorphic animals. An owl, a rabbit, Eeyore, Piglet, and Winnie the Pooh in the 100-Acre Wood. However, Mayo, when Christopher went to college, he stopped visiting them. Without Christopher to feed or guide them, and with the arrival of winter, the animals went into extreme starvation and were forced to eat Eeyore. This traumatized all the animals so much they developed a hatred for humans, particularly toward Christopher for leaving them behind. And they vowed to renounce their humanity and return to their animal feral instincts and never speak again. 5 years later, Mayo, Christopher, fresh out of college and now an adult, returns to the 100-Acre Wood, accompanied by his fiancée, Mary, to reunite with his old pals, right?
Uh-huh.
But he finds the place desolate. Piglet fatally strangles Mary with a chain. Dun dun dun! Then Pooh and Piglet burn Mary's corpse and show a horrified Christopher Eeyore's skeletal remains. And then a group of university students, Maria, Jessica, Alice, Zoe, and Laura, rent a cabin in the 100-Acre Wood. Tina, another friend, gets lost on her way there, and Pooh ends up grinding her up in a wood chipper in an abandoned factory. Okay? In this treehouse, Pooh, who has Christopher prisoner, reminisces over their childhood memories and angrily breaks down, brutally whipping Christopher with Eeyore's tail before showering him in Mary's blood. As the night falls, Pooh and Piglet will seize Laura from the cabin on the road. Pooh slowly drives a car onto her head, crushing her skull. Maria and Jessica find Laura's corpse, and the girls are then attacked by Pooh. Piglet kills Zoe, and the pair abduct Alice. They are followed by Maria and Jessica to rescue her. In Pooh's treehouse, Maria and Jessica free Alice, Christopher, and another hostage, Charlene, seeking revenge after Piglet severely scarred her face. Charlene summons Piglet to kill him, but Piglet mauls her to death. Alice will then subdue Piglet, fatally bludgeoning him with his own sledgehammer, and then Pooh returns and impales Alice with a knife through her mouth. So yeah, like, okay, bro, like you get the point here. Like, the motherfucking shit is gonna be dark, bro. It's a dark movie, okay?
Yeah.
Because you know why? Like so many years ago, the Winnie the Pooh license went copyright free. So if you can make something original with the Winnie the Pooh characters, you can do it, Mayo. You can make a whole podcast with the Winnie the Pooh cast. You'd be like, oh, I'm Winnie the Pooh, and this is fucking Piglet, and this is Eeyore, and this is fucking Tigger, and this is fucking whoever else. You could totally do it because it's doable now. So,
Right.
like, yeah.
Interesting.
So,
Dark stuff.
Another news I have for you: Marvel Spider-Man 2 Collector's Edition is available right now, Mayo, on the PlayStation Store. Okay, Collector's Edition Mayo will nab you a Marvel Spider-Man 2 full game digital voucher code, a steelbook display case, a 19-inch collector's edition statue, which features Spider-Man Peter Parker, Spider-Man Miles Morales, and Venom. So like fighting or whatever.
Uh-huh.
This includes pre-order bonus items. It includes the Arachnite suit for Peter early unlock. This includes the 3 color variants. It also includes a Shadow Spider suit for Miles Morales early unlock with the 3 color variants. The Web Grabber gadget early unlock and 3 skill points early unlock. And then you will get the digital deluxe edition content which includes 10 unique suits, 5 each for Peter and Miles, additional photo mode items, an extra 2 skill points, and then Peter Parker's digital deluxe suits or whatever, like it's just 5 different suits and 5 different suits. This collector's edition will set you back a price of $229 even. What do you think, Mel? Is it enough for a statue and some unlocks?
No.
It's expensive, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the statue looks okay. It doesn't even look that cool, man. Like, I don't know. Looks like a statue to me, Mel.
I mean,
it's just a statue. A 19-inch statue is not even that big. I guess it is, but it's not
yeah,
really.
it's decent size.
It's not what she said.
19-inch statue.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It looks okay. It's like they're fighting Venom or whatever. Rumor has it that Venom is actually going to be Harry Osborn.
Really? Wouldn't that be like
'cause you remember-
non-canon?
Well,
I don't
yeah,
know.
because you remember the last game how you end up. What's the dude from who runs Oscorp? The dad.
Norman? Is it
Yeah,
Norman?
remember he talks about his son Harry being away in like Europe.
Yeah.
But then in the end of the game, once the cutscenes play, like the ending, like secret cutscenes play, you find out Harry's been in Europe, but he's not been in school. He's been like sick or something. Like he's actually been sick and he wasn't in Europe. He was like at the lab at Oscorp and they were like keeping him alive or something. You remember that?
Yeah.
That was like after the credits rolled, you find out that like it shows them going to Oscorp and it shows them like they have Harry like under sedation in like a lab or something. And
Yeah,
like,
he was in
working on
like
him.
some kind of like thing floating or something. And then
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
something. I can't remember which.
So
which one that was
people were thinking, they think that they inject him with something which turns him into Venom, which is what makes him Venom and makes him the bad guy that fights fights Spider-Man or whatever. Which would be kind of cool, right?
I
guess
don't know.
see.
I mean, so far everything has been pretty hardcore with the comics, so right? And I don't think it's ever. But who
It'd be a cool
knows?
story. I mean, I don't know. I never read the
'Cause
comics, so I don't know.
Isn't it like Eddie Brock? Like it wasn't like he becomes Venom, right? So
I don't
I
know.
think it's like Flash or something like that. Or I don't remember. I'm not real sure on canon either. But there's a guy who becomes Venom. Like he's
Maybe. Who's Venom in Spider-Man?
everybody's probably yelling at us right now.
I don't know, man. This is like just telling me for the movies. Spider-Man game. Yeah, it says here Harry Osborn will be the role
Interesting. Okay.
in the second game. where he is a symbiote that bonded with the host body. And
I mean, I
it's
guess they could do it because basically it was just the symbiote that bonds with whoever.
so it says here, sometime after Harry Osborn needed treatment for his something syndrome, a black substance presumed to be venom clings to his body inside the stasis chamber until a cure for Harry's condition is found. Following the Devil's Breath crisis, Norman Osborn visits his son. When Norman places his hand on the tank in despair, he does not notice that the substance has reacted to Norman's movement. This happened in the first game, apparently. So he puts his
Okay.
hand on
Yeah,
the
I don't remember
tank.
what happened in which one 'cause I played them right after each other.
And it says here, in Miles Morales, while a black substance, which is presumably venom, still attached to Harry, and after the end of the game, off-screen, Kurt Connors is enlisted by Norman to examine and study young Osborn disease, and the substance which kept him alive. Just as Harry wakes up, hearing the news of Rio Morales becoming the New York City Council member and the fall of Roxxon and Underground. And it says here, Norman becomes impatient of seeing his son remain in the container long enough and orders Kurt to get him out despite the doctor's warnings. So yeah, so he is the new Venom. That's kind of cool. Whatever. We'll see, man.
Yeah, it's just cool as Venom's gonna be in the game.
Fuck yeah, he's a cool character. Because don't you get a skin like as a symbiote as well, like symbiote Spider-Man or whatever?
I think as well. Yeah, I think
that's what
they showed it.
That's what they showed in the gameplay, right? Where he was symbiote
Yeah.
Spider-Man, right? Like he had that cool black skin.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm excited for that game. In other news, man, I don't know if you've seen this, but hopefully these people get found and rescued. But so okay, Mel, listen, would you ever pay $250,000 to go on a submarine?
No,
Would you pay? Okay, let me tell you this. Would
because
you pay?
I don't like water. I don't think I'd want to drown to die,
Would
and
you
I would
pay?
not have a $250,000. So
Would you pay $250,000 to go see the Titanic in a submarine?
no.
Like a special tour, like a special, like one in a
No.
lifetime tour? No?
No.
Well, these people did. And there's now a rescue operation underway in the Atlantic Ocean.
Oh no.
Okay. These people on Monday went down there. Okay, 5 people. So one of them is the pilot of the ship, of the submarine. 3 people are like guests, like they paid $250,000 to be on there, and the other guy is like a research guy or something like that's going down there with them. So they all went down there on Monday to like, I don't know, take a tour of the ship or whatever, like underwater, right?
Mm-hmm.
But about an hour and 45 minutes into the dive, after a launch successfully, it was fine. They lost contact with the submarine. Like, they lost the radar, they lost the contact, they couldn't reach them. So now, like, the U.S. Coast Guard, a bunch of other fucking boats and shit are out there trying to scan the ocean to see if they could find this submarine. Now, the company that does this, Atlantic Ocean, is what I think that's what they're called. No, they're called, what the fuck are they called? Whatever they're called. Anyways, they said that this submarine thing has enough water and food and like air supply to keep these people alive for 3 days, 72 hours. And they said after that, okay, we're not sure, okay, if they're going to be alive because like that's like all the air we have. Okay, you can't put any more air in, bro. You can't open the door and get more air, Mayo. Okay, that's all the air you have, and all the water you have, and all the food you have. It's for 72 hours, and that's it. And yeah, but these people are being, they're looking for them. Ocean Gate Expeditions is the company. So they offer an 8-day mission to see the Titanic debris at a cost of $250,000 a person. Apparently, it says here that British billionaire explorer Hamish Harding and renowned French diver Paul-Henri Nargeolet are feared to be on board the missing Titanic tourist submarine. So, yeah. So this crew is missing, bro, and they're like fucking trying to find them, man. Like, that is crazy. Can you imagine how scary that'd be?
Yeah, I couldn't imagine. Like, I would not.
That's so scary, dude.
Yeah, just knowing like somebody's got to come save you before you run out of oxygen.
Knowing you're stuck, you can't leave, right?
You can't. Yeah, you can't. You're just stuck there.
You can't even try to open the door. It's probably too hard to open. So you couldn't even try to open it. And even if you did, you'd be crushed immediately and killed by the water pressure. So you're stuck. And like the Coast Guard and like the people in the Navy, they're like, yeah, we have no fucking clue where they're at. Like, bro, like they could be anywhere in the fucking water. Like, we don't have a clue where they ended up. You know what I mean? Because the current could have taken them out that way, could have taken them that way, could have fucking whatever. They could be like too deep for us to reach. Because they have to be able to reach them, right? So they have to send like another submarine down there to like attach to it and get them the fuck out, or like hook onto their submarine and pull that submarine out. They'd have to do all that, right? And like, that's a lot of work, a lot of money, a lot of efforts. And yeah. That's crazy, dude. I mean, I think after this company is done. this ocean.
Yeah,
ocean
I don't think anybody's ever diving with them again.
I don't think Ocean Gate's gonna be in business very much longer after this. Gunny, Mayo, I don't know. Yeah, even the Canadians are trying to help find them.
I bet.
They sent a Canadian Coast Guard boat out there as well. The U.S. did as well. It says here they can be alive for 96 hours in the boat. That's what they estimate. They're like, yeah, we think they could survive in there for up to 96 hours. But it's been since yesterday, like Sunday night, that they disappeared, dude. Like Sunday, like sometime on Sunday, they fucking started the dive. And they said the dive went great. And even what's crazy is that like that Ocean Gate company or whatever, the company that did the dive, they even did like an Instagram post. They were like, "Oh, we're excited that so and so is piloting our new our ship or whatever today, and he just had a successful launch or whatever. And like, let's celebrate those whatever blah 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 something launch of the fucking whatever their little bullshit submarine is called. It's not really a submarine. It's called a submersible." Because a submarine apparently is something that like you can just stay in the water for as long as you want, and a submersible has to come up and like get power from like another boat, right, from a ship. Like, they don't have their own power system; they have to have power from another ship. That's what they're saying about this thing. They're like, that thing doesn't have its own power, dude. It's just stuck. Like,
yeah, can you
like
imagine? You don't have power.
They don't even have power down there, dude. They're just fucking stuck in the dark.
So what do they do? Yeah, I was gonna say that'd be even worse. Like you go and run out of oxygen in the dark.
You're just stuck, dude. You're stuck in the water, in the dark, in the cold. Till somebody comes and gets you.
Yeah.
Or you die. One of the two things is gonna happen, right? Like you're gonna die or you're gonna live. Like, that's scary, dude. That is so scary. I'll tell you what. Who knows what happens? If they live or they don't live, there's going to be a movie about this.
Oh, yeah.
There's somebody in Hollywood right now writing this movie.
Oh yeah, they're already like recording everything already.
They're doing it. They're going to use all this footage from the news. They're going to use all the footage from the rescue. It's going to happen. There's going to be a fucking movie about this for sure. Yeah. Yeah. And the Navy apparently has like a deep diving like rescue thing or whatever, like a fucking submarine rescue thing. But that thing could only go 2,000 feet in the water, like deep. And let's look at what does the Titanic sit at? How deep is Titanic?
I lost you there for a second, Jesus.
All right, so I was telling you that the Navy has so they're using a rescue vessel, right? And their rescue vessel, it goes only 2,000 feet. All right. These fuckers were diving to see the Titanic, Mayo. So they were probably pretty close to the Titanic, right? Well, the Titanic has a fucking depth of 12,500 feet. So these people are
I'm not sure
stuck.
if we lost Jesus or I lost him or what. If Craigbot and I are recording together or not. But so if I'm with Craigbot, I'll just kind of sign us off. You can find me, as the Mayo on Discord, PlayStation Network, Xbox, and all that fun stuff. You can find Jesus at Jesus Walks a Lot on every system over there. And now on the PlayStation again. Here you go, Jesus. You back?
I've been here.
I lost you. Like, I didn't hear a word you said. I was getting ready to sign us off because I'm not sure who Craigbot's recording.
Where are you at? Where you been?
You were froze on my end, so we're having some Discord
Bro,
issues.
you've been here the whole time.
Yeah, you were froze on my end.
It's your internet, man. Got to fix your hobo internet.
Yeah, it's storming here, so I don't know what. It could be
That
something
could
to
be
do with
it.
that too.
That could be it. I could legit hear you and everything the whole time.
Oh, okay. Well, that works.
I heard you signing me off and everything.
Yeah. You were.
Find us on everything, people. We're out of here. Peace out, bros and sprouts. And hopefully they find the Titanic, people. For real. Like,
Yes.
That's scary fucking shit. I hope they find them. We're out of here. Peace out, bros and sprouts.
All
We're gonna be playing some PlayStation or something. Bye.
See ya.